What is going on, everybody? It is episode 500 of Pop Culture Crisis. My name is Brett, and I am here with my co-host. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Hello, crisis actors. It's Mary. Today is episode 500, a historic moment in the show history. I'm glad that you all have tuned in. We're going to have a lot of time for everyone to make it to the stream. I hope that everyone got the memo that we're on early today. And to join us is the marketing man extraordinaire, Dane Font. Hello, Dane.
Hello, everyone.
How are you?
How you doing?
I'm good. I don't know. It just never get less awkward for me.
Why?
What do you mean?
I don't know. I used to have a thing and I would say it, but then I kind of like forgot the thing.
Oh, like the actual pitch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Today is going to be very like flying by the seat of our pants,
like
playing it by ear and all of those other phrases.
Normally, so if you guys don't know, normally when we do this show, me and Mary get in the morning and we start, sourcing topics, things we're going to talk about. We pass articles back and forth when we're not at work, and we kind of discuss how a show is going to go. So that way, once we go live, you've read up on everything that you're going to discuss. The show seems to flow more freely that way, and it really does help with when you have a lot of information to get across very, very quickly, and that's the brunt of the conversation. You kind of have to be well read on all the things you're going to talk about, even if the conversation doesn't go that way. Today is not one of those days, ladies and gentlemen.
We just don't care.
I care. We picked a bunch of stuff out to talk about. We're going to switch up the format here a little bit today for episode 500. We're going to do the main topics first, and then all the other stuff, the stuff that's less topic heavy, less serious perhaps would be the best word for it, we'll get in after we get through the main topics today. And like I said, once we're done with everything, we are just going to hang out with you guys in the chat for the remainder, and we're going to be here all the way till 5 p.m. today. I've actually been muscling up a little bit because I've been doing the Baller Sideshow on occasion and podcasting on other streams that go about that length, and it's a little bit different when you're like in a room with everybody as opposed to like on laptops at different locations. But we're gonna have a lot of fun here today, guys. I want to thank all of you for being here. We would not have made it to episode 500 if you guys did not take the time out of your day to come and watch us. I wonder why you do sometimes, but I'm very grateful that you choose to make us part of your day. Remember that please hit the like button on this video and subscribe to this channel if you have not already. We passed 78,000 subscribers the other day. The channel is seeing a lot of growth right now, so thank you very much for that. Do remember that we will get to super chats in between topics, but we will do our very best to read all super chats $20 and over right as you send those in. If you want to wish everyone here a happy 500th episode, or if you want to complain about something we've said, or if you have something to say in general, you super chat the $20. We will read that right then and there, and then we'll get back on topics. So,
I'm really hoping that we'll have a chance to react to the old episodes later today. I think that will be some gold content, even though you protest.
We'll have to see what, did we even set a number? Was it 30? Was it 40? Was it 50? Was it 60?
I'm not just lying. I don't remember what it was.
It was not less for 30. It was never less than 30. I know that because I protested too much.
Let's set it at 12.
No, I'm not. No. 30.
12.
30.
I believe that's
30
above 20.
30 is the number.
Whoa.
I'm setting it at 30.
We just got a gigantic super chat from Trudy Jones. Hey, PCC crew and chat. It's your favorite lurker here to say congrats on 500 episodes and your continued growth as a channel and community.
Thank you so much for that.
Well, I guess we're already well on the way to 12 crisis parties, which is our wager today.
30 is the number. I'm
30 was the number for everyone to find out your body count.
They're both at 30. They're both at 30. I'm setting both at 30.
No, we're not. You're cheating
today. I'm setting both at 30 today.
It's 12. I think everyone agrees except Brett now. So
wait, 12 for what?
Well, since I'm in charge of the buttons, I guess it doesn't really matter what everyone else agrees with. So it's 30.
12 is the number that I have set for us to react to an old episode, or maybe multiple old episodes.
Yeah, that's good.
And cringe at our former selves, which I love doing.
Raise the number to 15.
What if you were better?
I don't like 12.
Okay, fine. 15. Whatever. We also got a $20 from Shane H. Wilder. Happy 500 PCC, and now for a random fact. It has been 100 episodes since Brett met his future wife, Tiffany.
Was it really that long ago? Holy
And then
crap.
someone also commented it's been over a year since our Black Adam review.
Yeah,
which
they're
is crazy.
saying we should review it. Do it right there.
Oh no,
Yeah.
not the first Crisis Party being a flop. Not that.
And we said we were distracted today. That sets off 5 though, so I don't know how we're gonna set 5 off. He did 500 all at once. Like Ian's Roberto Jr. impression there.
I just remember what I signed up for, basically.
Sorry about that, buddy.
We've got a $50 super chat from Corey Anderson. I, Mary Morgan of the Maryland Morgans, do decree, nay, declare that Corey Anderson is the greatest crisis actor of all. What a dork. I can't believe he paid for me to say that. I would have said the last part for free.
There you go. There you go. And one from Bucky Ducky.
The moment when it's episode 500 and Brett still hasn't seen your Twix message, it's aight, you're still a bro. Either way, 500, let's go. Here's to another 500 to come.
Yeah, well, the other idea, so I put a poll up today, ladies and gentlemen. The poll that I put up there was, will PCC outlast Disney? Right now, 61% of you have faith in us. They're saying yes, they think it will. 9% say no, 30% say, look, it's complicated. It's complicated.
It is complicated.
So,
I hope that we will live to see the downfall of Disney, and that's another thing that we're here to celebrate today.
I mean, quality, you've seen it.
yes. So let's go ahead now that we've got the big ones. They're out of the way. Remember, we've set the number at 15. C. Lynn is trying to bludgeon the number 12 in there. It's 15 if you want to react to old episodes. 15.
No, I want the body count.
Are all
that's-
6 of these crisis parties going to go
No,
off?
I'm gonna. I would have to set them
to-
off manually. I'd have to set them off manually. So
Yeah.
that's remember when you do all that at once, it does that. So that
We
will
could just sit
end up
here for
happening.
15 minutes
Yeah.
and listen to Ian screaming.
There you go. It's already off to a start right now.
We've had 2, right?
We're gonna.
This is the second
this is
one?
the second one.
Okay,
It's
okay.
going to be a mess in here, and we're gonna have to redo the money. We're gonna run out of money.
I got some extra. You got some extra.
It's very possible we run out of money.
Dane,
Okay.
get on money stacking duty, please.
All right. All right,
That's what
let's
you're
go
here
ahead and that's why we bring you on here, Dane. Let's go ahead and get started then, shall we? I want to talk to you guys. Ooh, it almost went up again. Let's that's going to happen when multiple ones go off at once. The machine starts to get wonky and act up. So that's very possible that's going to keep happening.
get
So,
Animatronics get a little bit
Okay.
kooky at night.
they do. We got a $20 one here from DC&C. Can you see that one there?
I'm not reading that username. It's 20 pounds. I'm not reading that.
There you go.
What?
Yeah, there's at least one or two people whose usernames you won't read.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and get started then. So I found a very interesting article from our favorite person over at Breitbart, Nolte. He's the best, right? It says Disney is on track to lose nearly $750 million across 13 films in a historic year of box office flops. That's nearly $1 billion in loss. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the article on screen because he actually breaks down the numbers and he gives conservative estimates, or what he declares as good faith conservative estimates for marketing and everything. So I'm going to read you through what he says. He says, after losing $106 million on Lightyear, I'm going to go back here. After losing $106 million on Lightyear and another $152 million on Strange World in 2022, both of which featured prominent gay plot lines aimed at kids, the Disney grooming syndicate roared into 2023, hoping for a much better year.
Prominent is
Yes.
debatable, but they did add those gay Easter eggs.
There's one.
Thank
It says,
you.
thanks to Disney's cratering reputation. Oh wait. Thank you.
So the one Disney movie that made it to profitability was Elemental, right?
No, it was Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, that
So,
makes sense.
I'm going to put it
Okay.
on screen here. And so this is what he says for his numbers. He says, according to my imperfect but good faith estimates, only one Disney movie went into the black. The budgets below are reported production budget plus estimations of publicity costs. I added a conservative $75 million estimate for publicity for big movies like Indiana Jones and the Marvels. I would guess that those would have been higher anyway, so that is fairly good faith. For smaller movies, I estimated smaller budgets. These estimates are in good faith. Break even is widely considered to be double the production and publicity budget. The theaters take an average of half the global gross. The profit deficit in the global gross, aka how much the movie made, divided by 2, which removes the theater cut minus the budget. So these are I'm going to put all of them on screen here. So we've got
Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania lost $37 million.
Yes.
I have never heard of the second one on this list.
Chevalier. It's a documentary.
Okay, never heard of it. Guardians of the Galaxy profited $98 million. The Little Mermaid lost $40 million. The Boogeyman lost $14 million. Elemental lost $1.5 million. Dial of Destiny lost $158 million. Haunted Mansion lost $141 million. Haunting in Venice lost $39 million. This is insane. The Creator lost $68 million. I mean, that was an okay movie according to Brett. So.
I liked it.
Yeah, The Marvels lost $150 million. Next Goal Wins lost $20 million. Wish has so far lost $175 million. And that's still in theaters, so they, could recover
it's
in
possible.
the near future. Unlikely, though.
But here's what I thought was really, really funny, and this is why I wanted to do this. So what I've noticed with Disney this year is what I think they've done is they've cored out their audience so heavily that when these movies go to theaters, with the big budget ones like the Marvels, where there's culture war aspects thrown in, the topic of bots and bot reviews comes up, and we've covered that extensively on this channel. Every single movie that was released by Disney this year has a higher audience score than it does a critic score.
And it's because of the Disney shills.
Because of the Disney shills, and the fact that what they've done now is like the only people who are going to go see a Disney movie are the people that are so hell-bent on loving Disney, like we talked about yesterday with that guy who wrote that weird those copy pasta tweets. Justice for Wish. So out of all these movies, and it's a big gap in some of these. Most of these films have high audience score and middling critic score, right? Like Guardians of the Galaxy's high on both. It's got a high audience score of 94, critics of 82. Chevalier has 97% from the audience. It was a documentary. I think he's a musician of some sort. I didn't see it. But Little Mermaid, 94% audience score, 67% critic score. Most of these numbers from the critics, the highest they got was a critic score of 77 for Haunted Mansion, and the rest of these all drop. Well, I'm sorry, Guardians of the Galaxy has the highest critic score of 82. Everything else is in the 70s. Some as low as Wish has a 49% critic score. So the people that are going to see them, they're basically preaching to the choir now, and the choir is just getting smaller and smaller and smaller with every release, because who has the time to go see a movie when they don't feel like there's even a chance that what they're watching is really going to speak to them? But if you are one of these people that loves Disney, implicitly, you won't have a problem with this. You'll go see whatever they make.
Well, it's not just about taking the time out of your day to see the movie. It's also about how much money you have to spend on all the merchandise, going to the theme parks, which is why they're totally transforming the business model of the theme parks to cater to Disney adults who do not have children. Gen Z doesn't care as much about Disney as millennials do.
Millennials, it hits them right in the nostalgia feels. We got a $50 super chat here from Jacob Edler. Says, congratulations on 500. I hope you know this show has really brought people together as intended. You give us an escape into the insanity of pop culture, and we viewers are grateful for this space to agree, disagree with you, and make new friends. That is the kindest description of our job ever, which is why I always point out that my favorite thing to hear from people is how they enjoy watching the show at work, or they enjoy watching the show and talking to the people that are in the chat. And we have I was on a stream last night with Colonel Kurtz, and we were talking about mods and stuff like that. And we have for the most part, the people in our chat get along. They disagree on things, but they're polite to one another most of the time. We're very lucky to have an audience that is as respectful as they are most of the time. They will disagree with us heavily. I have plenty of people in the chat that disagree with us all the time. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Dane just.
Thank you.
We're gonna need to
wait.
talk Dane off the ledge.
Yes. Sorry, buddy. I'm sorry, buddy.
I wanted to say about the fandoms comment. I feel like that's been a trend this year about regardless of media, because it's big in gaming too, is that the only thing that's been holding subpar products has been fandoms literally yelling at everyone else like this is a masterpiece.
Yeah.
Like for example, Final Fantasy, like the latest iteration came out this year, and the same thing happened where like the critics reviewed it like 7-8, which is very middling for a game of that
Yeah.
quality, I guess, and that budget. And the fan and literally people there's like the Final Fantasy podcast and stuff like, you know, like their livelihoods that are dependent on it. They're like losing their minds on Twitter and being like, this is a masterpiece, like
Yeah.
nothing has ever, no art has ever reached stuff like this. Every single criticism is unwarranted.
You should be always weary when somebody sells you on a masterpiece that's the greatest thing ever made.
The Star Wars shills are the same way.
Yeah, I mean,
People that have, you're right, their whole livelihood resting on defending the bullshit that Disney's putting out.
if those are probably the worst, because Star Wars was already cringe as hell, and then it became like the Fast and Furious of like
Mary would
science
disagree.
fiction.
Mary is now a Star Wars defender.
I
Really?
literally don't mind it. I watched episodes 1 through 6. I went to The Force Awakens and it sucked. But all of the originals and prequels, I didn't mind at all, except for episode 1. That was bad. But I liked them. I'm like a casual Star Wars enjoyer
Hey man,
now.
good for you.
But I didn't know there was like a magical cow that Luke was milking for blue milk. What the hell is that?
Yeah, green milk. Yeah.
And no one even, it wasn't even stated that that was milk. So why? Sorry, I'm just like.
Did you see so there've been some memes going around since you're a gamer. CM Punk came back to WWE, and a bunch of people were pointing out like it's been this many years. He left in like 2013. It's like it's been 9 years, and CM Punk came before Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out.
Oh, I haven't seen them, but by the way, have you heard of the subplot that got leaked about that game? So by the way, this game costs billions of dollars, and we're gonna play a single mother.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. Is she actually a single mother? I just knew that it was like a Latina woman. I didn't know that she's actually a single mother.
So supposedly there's some leaks on Reddit, and she's doing a robbery, and she like leaves her kid to with someone and be like, hey, can you look at this kid for a while? And then she gets arrested and like put away.
Okay. Well, that puts the Disney movies in perspective, right? Like I said, I the movies that I saw here. So we saw 1, 2.
How many of these did you see, Dane?
3.
Did you see any of the Disney movies this year?
Let me see.
4, 5.
You're not really into Marvel, so
Yeah.
you didn't see those.
I didn't see any of them.
None
So
of them.
like the Creator, I liked. I had no problem with the Creator. A Haunting in Venice was forgettable, and I fell asleep during a
I
Haunting
got
in
a
Venice.
$20 from Bucky Ducky. Old Star Wars was not cringe. You stop that right now. Star Wars was special before Disney made it cringe.
There you go.
Good.
So yeah, like I don't know. So I was asked last night when I was on stream with Colonel Kirk, like, how do you fix the Marvel, Disney, Star Wars problem, right? And I said, there's no way to fix it other than they literally need to have like a Michael Jordan Bulls run from 93 to 97 or whatever it was, where they do nothing but hit movies for like 5 years if they're ever going to win back the public's trust with their films.
It's mass
not
firing.
possible. Yeah. I don't think that fixes the problem. I think there's too many people just like, unless the hiring policies change, firing bad people and bringing in more bad people won't do anything. They've been in the middle of layoffs all year.
Yeah, but I guess it's looking at the mirror and being, maybe Buzz Lightyear doesn't have to have a LGBTQ subplot in space.
I think my favorite thing about that is from that whole movie was he's got like a high and tight, and it says in the first image that came out from Lightyear, it says Buzz Lightyear looks like he turns the body camera off.
But I don't know, because the thing is, it's that they shoehorn in again the subjects.
Yeah.
Like it's always forced. It's never written. elegantly. Like, for example, Final Fantasy had like I wouldn't even say a subplot, but like a gay character, and he's pretty like the most beloved character of the new.
He's not a gay character. He's a character that
who's gay.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a $20 super chat here from Corey Anderson. Says the best decision Tim ever made was hiring Mary and Hannah Claire. They are both beautiful, intelligent, and are great role models for young ladies.
Wow.
Thanks.
There you go. How do you feel about that?
It's a lot of pressure.
The interview portion of this show. How do you feel about that, Mary?
Is it therapy or?
Yes, it's the therapy version of the show. So yeah, like better writing would certainly go a long way. But even if you have 3 movies in a row with great writing, it's going to take a lot to get the audiences back in the theaters in mass. People want to forgive these companies. I point this out all the time. They want to forgive. They want to forgive these companies because they want their properties that they loved from their childhood back. There's a reason why, even after all of the shit that happened with Star Wars, people were so excited when Luke showed up in The Mandalorian. They are desperate to want to forgive these companies. They don't want to hold a grudge,
Rogue
but Disney
One was
won't
cool.
give it to them.
Rogue One.
Yeah, that one was cool.
Well, it's probably because you don't like Star Wars that you liked Rogue One, because it doesn't have any of the original characters.
Maybe. I don't know. It was.
It's like if you're trying to get Star Wars fans to come out and see it, it should probably have Star Wars characters. You liked it because you're not into Star Wars.
It was a decent action film.
I don't know. I only got through like 20 minutes and I couldn't do it. It was so boring.
Really? Well.
Yeah.
All right. So I think that to fix these problems, we're not going to see it in the next year. We're not going to see it even in the next 2 years. Corporations are so vast and there's so much structure to it that think about this. They would have to overhaul the company. They'd have to fire people, change corporate hiring policies. And
does a brave secretary just need to print out this John Nolte article and just place it on Bob Iger's desk?
Absolutely.
Because I feel like no one's going to tell him.
No.
Like they're trying to save his feelings and he doesn't know.
I wish he'd gone back and run for president like he always said he wanted to.
He said that?
Oh yeah, he wanted. That was like one of the reasons why he left Disney originally.
Yikes.
He was hell bent on running for public office, which a lot of people believe correlates to why Disney went the way it went as far as social justice causes in a lot of ways. There's a $20 super chat here from organizedbusinesssolutions.com.
Services.
What?
Services.
What did I say? Solutions?
Yes.
Same thing. Not the same thing. Happy 500. Go for 1 million subs. I just hope when you hit 1 million, you guys will still read super chats. Is Tim showing up? Tell Tim I have a business idea for Timcast to save him money. I'm going to email Tim and Mary. Stop shopping and invest.
No, I'm going to keep shopping. Women be shopping, and it's what I do.
I saw like a meme the other day. It was like, this woman looks like, it was like, it wasn't funny, but it kind of made me laugh. It was like, this woman looks like she had Beanie Babies as an investment.
Okay, I'm not that far gone. Brittany Martinez tweeted about this.
Yeah, well, let's move. Like, so you want to talk about what's going on with Microsoft?
No, this was related to Disney, not AI. Okay. But like, this tweet went viral. It said, "What do people want from Disney? Every single movie seems to be struggling at the box office, even if it is high quality. Is it because of Disney Plus, or does the right-wing political aisle just hate Disney now?" Which are both incorrect diagnoses. And Brittany Martinez of EV Magazine replied and said Disney has been focusing its marketing on millennials without kids for a while because a Disney-obsessed couple is more likely to be able to afford a trip to Disneyland than a family of 6. But as that demographic is growing up, Gen Z doesn't have the same Disney or Harry Potter obsession as millennials did.
Dinks.
Now you just have the parents who have been fed up with Disney in recent years. They're not going to be willing to spend their dollars on a company they feel hates them or their children. And even if that isn't true, they should still fight back against that perception.
Yeah. I'm picturing the meeting where they're like, we're going to go for the DINK market, the dual income, no kids.
Oh yeah, I forgot that acronym.
Like that's a real thing, right? That they actually look for people who it's like, look, we've got disposable income.
It's intentional the way that they're pricing out families.
Yes, absolutely. So the only families that can afford are the ones that are so wealthy that
yeah, but there's like nothing wrong with raising your kids today on the Disney properties that you liked growing up and not the new things. Just have them watch The Lady and the Tramp,
Hercules,
the original Snow White,
Hunchback
Hercules, any of these.
Hunchback of Notre Dame. KB says, for $20, says, Brett and Mary, my favorite pop culture companions. Dane's not so bad, aside from the bad takes on Star Wars. Congrats on the milestone and more to come. What should we do for
The
sleep?
morale
So
is
I was
low
saying
with
yesterday.
Dane.
So what do we do? Do we when we get to do we just add an hour to every stream for the 100 milestones? Then when we get to
Ain't no way
2400,
that's possible.
we just bring pillows in here and sleep, and we're like that guy.
We're not doing a sleep stream. No.
You can leave. I'll stay and sleep. It'll just be me on my phone the whole time.
Yeah. You don't sleep,
That's
so you couldn't do that.
That's a fair point. I've
also,
actually
you,
been sleeping more than normal lately.
Speaking
Wow, 2
of-
hours?
3 sometimes.
Oh.
Speaking of Disney adults, apparently a man was arrested recently for getting naked in It's a Small World ride at Disneyland.
Ironic.
When we said Disney adults, this is not what we meant.
No. A 26-year-old man was arrested at Disneyland in California after stripping down naked and wandering around the theme parks in the It's a Small World ride on Sunday. Well, that could happen to anybody. What do you think? Like he's gonna get like on a list. He's gonna end up on a sex offender list.
Banned for life, hopefully.
No, he's gonna end up on a sex offender list.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's not a good idea.
Isn't this
man.
the one ride that everyone says is really scary?
I don't
the theme
know.
Park?
Oh, it's not scary.
It's not.
It's very cute. You ride out.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
But also, like, if you go to San Francisco, this is just like normal.
Friday
You see
night.
like nudist colonies in San Francisco.
It's their culture.
Yeah,
The,
it's their culture.
The best part about this when I saw this, I didn't realize that this was an emoji that she put there or put there. So I thought the guy was carrying around like a foam finger.
Oh, yeah.
It just
No,
looked like a foam finger
no.
to me. So, but also Disney is being litigious right now because they're going after, they basically got Microsoft, Mary, right?
Yes,
to
they made a
shut down.
request to Microsoft, specifically Bing's engine to make AI generated images to stop people from making all of these offensive Pixar movie posters that we love. We can't even show them all on stream. We showed you some of them the other week, but Microsoft complied with their request, and now you're no longer allowed to use Disney trademarks in AI prompts.
There's a $20 super chat here from Joseph Bruce. Says, happy 500. Brett, you've gotten pretty good at this. Well, thank you. I'm on my way to the 10,000 hours it takes to master a skill. Right?
10,000 hour
That's what
episode.
they say.
To master a skill.
Yeah.
So
ironically, Disney wants everyone else to be banned from using AI with their trademarks. They want to have a monopoly on that. So they used AI, allegedly, to make this Thanksgiving post. It's based on an older version that actually, it has heart. It has soul in it. You can see this illustration. It's cute. And then they created this AI-generated monstrosity to replace it. Also replacing some of the characters. Snow White is no longer in it. Peter Pan no longer in it. I see Alice from Alice in Wonderland is no longer in it. Pinocchio is no longer in it. All of them look demonic. I guess they were trying to do this as a promo for
worship to the god Moloch,
parks.
Mickey.
You know, and it sparked
Yeah.
that image sparked up a conversation that it's they think that in 2024 the animation guild in Disney is gonna have a strike.
Oh, that would be
That's
interesting.
completely believable, right? I like the
People
idea.
already felt like Wish was written with ChatGPT and the illustration wasn't all that much better.
So what's
They might
the-
as well just resort to AI for their movies.
What's the premise of that movie? Why is it so?
Yeah, so she lives in this kingdom of Rosas, and the king is a godlike sorcerer who can grant people's wishes he deems reasonable or good for the kingdom. And she applies for a job, finds out that he's been hoarding all of these wishes, and she assumes that his authority is illegitimate. So she makes a wish for everyone to get their wishes back, even though they voluntarily gave them to the king. And it's basically communist and anti-religion propaganda. That was what we said in our review. I'm not even exaggerating and trying to be sensationalist about it. That's exactly what it was. And on top of that, the writing and art was just mediocre.
People were pointing out these images here that you can see where the problems are with the art. That looks like some type of torture tool that would have been used in the Saw movies.
It looked weird in the original photo as well. It didn't look like that was changed very much. But yeah, they did these characters dirty.
Yeah.
They look soulless.
They do.
They said they did Max dirty. He looks insane.
That's been the biggest issue I've seen as these AI things get better, as well as other graphical engines like the Unreal Engine get better.
Yeah.
Is that they look more human, but the life in their eyes they can never seem to replicate it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, everyone noticed the sunlight is always way too much. Yeah. We have a guest here,
Hello.
ladies and gentlemen. How you doing? Go ahead and have a seat, my friend. This is going to be the least structured show ever. How you doing?
I'm doing well.
Yes.
What up? Are there
Headphones are underneath there. Yep.
Look at this.
There you go.
So right now we're talking about the offensive AI Pixar movie posters that people have been making. And Microsoft complied with Disney's request to stop people from using their trademarks in AI prompts. And I think that this is against human creativity.
The loss of Disney AI memes, of Pixar memes.
It's
is the
truly
saddest
like
part.
burning the Library of Alexandria. It's worse than that, actually.
Tim is actually looking at the money for the first time.
You guys have to clean this up every day.
Every day. Every day. I want to.
I thought you knew.
You gotta get all that.
I want
It's
to
on your
raise,
side.
bro. I want to raise.
Well, yes, done. Here.
Yes.
Thank
Perfect.
you. Thank you.
I'm making more now. This is fantastic.
Do you want to show Elijah Schaefer's
We can
compilation?
Yes.
Just because they flash the offensive ones on the screen really fast, so we'll be fine, right?
Yes, I believe we'll be good here. So it starts out with Tiffany Gomez, but then we'll go full screen here. Go to no music. I don't want to get copyrighted.
Yikes! Yikes! Yikes!
Oh wow, the Donkey
I like
Kong
the Waffle
one.
House one. Oh. I want to see wellness check.
Yeah.
I still think the Unabomber ones were my favorite.
I liked Luigi arresting Donkey Kong.
Yes.
Waco. Jeez. So
How could they rob the world of all of this creativity heartlessly?
oh my. Jeez.
It gets brutal.
Truly a
man.
crime.
Yeah, these are brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, I bet someone's working on the
That was
new
offensive.
prompt
that,
right
that,
now.
That last one was really offensive. Kyle Rittenhouse holding a shotgun.
Yes,
He had
it's
an
very
AR.
bad.
Give
He
the
didn't have a
power
shotgun.
back to
Oh
the people.
jeez.
Oh no.
The Redditor.
There it is,
it.
ladies and gentlemen.
Not
So,
real.
I still think the Unabomber ones, or what was it, My Pal Ted, for the Unabomber. That was
The
my favorite.
Killdozer
of
one
the-
is the newest addition to the Cars cinematic universe.
Yes. We got a $20 super chat here from DCNC. He says, "Who's the beanie guy?"
I'm just.
I'm not sure. He kind of just wandered in.
He just hangs out. He's just hanging out here.
Did we
just
miss
work
some
here.
other $20 ones?
Let's go up. Yeah. So
I hope not.
Bucky Ducky says, "Tim, how are the chickens?"
They're well. The
Yeah.
roosters are in the suburbs now, so we have too many. So the roosters had to get evicted, and I mean, my suggestion was we eat them, and nobody wants to eat them because
I'll eat them.
how about we eat them? But nobody else wants to, and I guess it's like if one person wants the roosters to not die, we can't kill it.
Yeah.
And some of them are pretty cool because they have mutton chops. Some of them they have mutton chops. So
Whenever I'm
I would try it.
coming up here in the morning, it's the first thing I hear. The chickens out there, and they're very, very loud and boisterous.
They're like the Medici of chickens.
Yes.
Like no better living conditions ever.
Well, no, every guest that comes here, they're like, those chickens live better than I do.
oh, they do.
Like in a lot of ways. There's a $20 one here from Shane H. Wilder. He says, "The elusive Tim makes an appearance and sees the actual madness. Well, it's been a nice ride, guys. At least we made it to 500.
Oh, seven's in chat.
"This is a
It's
disaster.
over.
We can't-
It's so
we can't-
over for us.
Well, we were saying earlier, it was like this is because today is short notice in its planning. This is actually the least structured the show has been.
this is all real money.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This is mine.
Yeah, we use this at the gas station all the time.
Actually, what I said
Haven't been checked yet.
We're
One
the
of the
Fed.
ways to one of the ways to get people to clean it up is to, like, I've got 10 real hundreds in there, and if you help me pick it up, you can keep the real hundreds if you find them. Gets them every
It's an
time.
easy way to get them to clean it up for free.
It gets them every time. So yeah,
It actually does say copy money on it.
Yes. Because it's really funny. Since noticing it, now when I watch movies that have like scenes where they pass me, I see it right away.
Oh,
I'm
right.
like, you see the copy money right there. When I was watching that horrible movie, that horrible Russo brothers, The Gray Man. The guy's got the big roll of bills. I'm like, well, that's the fakest money I've ever seen because I see the fake money every single day.
The best was in the first months when the AC people came upstairs and we just had oodles of
Should
money.
we explain ourselves?
Anytime like workers come up here, I'm like, it's not like I just imagine they come up here like when we're not here and they're like, what the hell is going on? There you go.
Thank
Crisis
you
party.
guys. We're on number 9 right now.
That's party number 9.
Only 6 until we react to old episodes.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we got two $20 ones here. One from Ed Pie over there says, hey Brett, did you see Hell Freeze Over the other day with the return of CM Punk to WWE for the first time in over a decade? I did watch it. It was actually really funny because knowing that he's such a douche was one of those things where it's like, I emotionally, when you've loved wrestling growing up and you see the person come back after a long time, your body says you should love this, but because you know the dude's an idiot, you're like, this is stupid.
Why is he an idiot?
He's just a loudmouth. He's annoying behind, like backstage. He's also like, he brings his politics onto the show. Like he wears like pro-choice shirts to the ring, which is just like, I don't watch wrestling to watch somebody like, I don't want a guy wearing a pro-life shirt
I don't watch
to
wrestling.
the ring.
It might be the CTE from the UFC of getting his ass kicked every time.
Yeah,
Brett, do you know that wrestling is fake?
Yes, I
Did
know
anyone
that it's
tell
fake.
you yet?
Believe it or not, the stunts in movies are fake too. Did you know that? What? Really, they're just doing stunts from movies all at once. That's what it is.
Well,
I haven't
and that's
watched
not
any-
fair, actually. Some of WWE is actually real. They do stunts.
Yes.
And they're actually doing flips and stuff. That's cool, but no one's actually fighting each other.
No.
We got another one from Organized Business Services. I knew Tim would show up. Best $40 I ever spent. Tim, I have a business idea to your company.
Oh, God.
I'll email you a detailed idea I have. If yes, if no, no big deal.
Oh,
Ah.
I gotta.
My email is a toilet.
Yeah.
I get too many. I don't even look at it anymore.
There's another. The whole time Tim's gonna be here is gonna be just super chats because we're not gonna be able to get back to the topics. $20 ones from
Do you want to talk about Tim Allen?
Let's.
I don't know.
Well, we got 2 more $20 ones here. One from Benjamin Mauser says, from the very first episode of this momentous 500th installment, let's raise a virtual toast to the next 500 episodes filled with excitement, surprises, and endless amounts of joy. Endless moments of joy. Well, that's what we want. We want to bring you guys moments
We're
of joy.
spreading
guys-
joy.
Did you guys already talk about what you're doing tomorrow?
We didn't know whether
It's
we
top
were-
secret business,
Right, yeah,
Tim.
we didn't know whether we were allowed to talk about that now.
Oh, right.
I have no idea whether.
It's not
Well,
on
now
our end, it's on
everyone's
their
gonna
end.
ask.
Yes.
Right.
Like I don't know. So I just
Guys-
better safe than sorry.
Guys, just so you know, tomorrow we are not going to be live with an episode, but I promise
Yeah.
it's for a very good reason, and you will see on the channel the reason why.
Yeah.
So
It'll
we
be
will
great.
see you again on Friday with a special guest.
And we'll let's do one more from. Do you want to read this last one, and then let's try to get through a topic with Tim without reading some of the super chats because otherwise it's gonna be literally
about
nothing
another
super
Tim,
chats.
yeah, Mr. Allen,
Yeah.
from Lonzo Harris.
Yeah.
Some may look up to rappers and streams who talk about drugs and money. My inspiration comes from a man in a beanie who talks crap online. PCC is awesome. Happy 500. Let's
Sounds
go.
lame.
We need Let's Go merch. So I was on a stream last night with a YouTuber named Colonel Kurtz, and we were talking about your back and forth with Pearl over the weekend.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I had to be like,
What's the deal with that?
I was like, full disclaimer, I am an employee of Timcast, so I like my opinions being what they were. What did you think of that?
Let's talk about this.
Okay.
Is this pop culture really not?
Yeah.
We've talked about Pearl before.
Yeah.
Okay, I think someone broke up with Pearl. Like I think she was smitten by some guy, and this
This is proven.
Oh, okay. Well, this explains a lot.
She's had
So,
one boyfriend.
Look, when a woman goes on Twitter and says all men are liars and all men cheat, I'm like, somebody dumped her. Like somebody cheated on her.
Yeah.
Because
She's
And
usually
what she
the
needs
opposite.
to do is eat ice cream and listen to TLC.
and then, a week later you get back on the
recover,
horse and
yeah.
you recover, She posted this clip where it's a guy who's like, if there was a red button that you could press, you go to a guy and say, you press this button, he looks around, you can cheat on your wife and no one will know, and then go back to your wife and hold her hand and tuck your kids in. Every man would do it. And I said, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. That's absolutely not true. In fact, some guys would punch you in the face if you made the suggestion. You go up to some guy and you're like, hey, you want to cheat on your wife? She'll never find out. He'll shove you. He'll be like, out of my face. How dare you? And so then you get the Myron from Fresh and Fit. He's like, it's true, Tim. All men do this. And I'm like, dude, so what ends up happening is conflating, do men have honor? Are they trustworthy? And are they loyal with men like banging hoes?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like all of a sudden the argument then goes, men like having many wives. And I'm like, no, hold on. That's not the argument. You said any man would break his vow to God if given the opportunity. And I'm just like, get out of here, dude.
And
Not
there's a
true.
certain detachment from like understanding a life outside of the rural, like the area you live. They don't identify with the rural
I think
America
it says a
or
lot
people who
about
see the
how
world
you see
differently.
men.
Yeah.
If you would say something like that, you think very little of men.
Yeah, she hates men.
If you make generalizations all day like that about, and it's not particularly appealing for women to see these messages all day long about how terrible men are.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to incentivize them to settle down and start families with these men who supposedly don't see value in them?
You could probably say most too. Like, given their demos, it's probably like 21 to 25-year-olds. Like, yeah, most would, like, if no one would know.
No,
or be harmed.
they're demo, like people. It's not the age. The people who listen to them are looking for excuses to be dishonorable. That's it.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna, we know fatherlessness leads to terrible outcomes for kids. I think motherlessness probably is to other degree. Like we've talked about this on IRL. Without dads, kids do drugs, they get into crime, all that stuff happens. I think there's probably emotional stunted issues if you don't have a mom. There's a reason why you have a mom and a dad.
But generally, kids that have a dad but not a mom do better than kids that have a mom but not a dad.
Define better.
Yeah. More likely to finish high school, more likely to go to college, more likely to get a job and enter the middle class.
So we track those things, but my question is, do we track emotional stability, empathy, things like that?
Right.
And I wonder if you have a stern, stoic father who's like, work hard, son, and you don't have a mom, you might end up, you'll be functioning. And that's the thing, we do think that's
yeah,
better.
yeah.
But maybe there will be social aspects and social elements that you might be lacking. I don't know for sure.
It would be harder
I would like to see, like,
quantify and define those
How
things.
long
Right.
do those people's marriages last?
Also,
for
for most of the people in those spheres, whether it's Pearl and all of this, I'm just like, look, take it with a grain of salt. They're selling you a product, whether it's the show they're doing, a lot of them have their programs and stuff like that. Anybody who's selling you that type of rage against the opposite sex has a product to sell you. And I'm not saying don't make that, but understand that they're entertainers first, and you shouldn't be looking for life advice from somebody who doesn't understand your specific circumstances or upbringing. And you should take all things like that with a grain of salt.
Yep.
Oh, you got a $20 one
Bucky Ducky.
from Bucky Ducky. Marriage is one of, if not the single biggest commitment a man will make in his life. If he goes back on that, he is nothing and deserves nothing. Even if no one knows, I would have to live with it, and I wouldn't want to.
Well, that's one of the things we talk about a lot now is guilt versus shame. Like
Yeah.
back in the day, you would feel guilty, so the idea of feeling guilty would prevent you from doing something. You'll get used to it. We're so
used to
dead. We're just dead in the eyes when we see it now. But like the feelings of guilt would prevent you from doing something. Therefore, you didn't have to rely on social shame because you were moral enough that you would feel guilty for doing something
Right.
wrong.
Scruples.
Now we don't even shame people in culture when they do things wrong. So we're kind of losing at both ends.
I got an idea though. Whenever you hire someone, you should play that video and then just say, do you agree? Yes or no? And if they say, I do, be like, thank you for coming in. There's the door. I'll tell you, if the idea that any man would betray their word so long as no one knew, imagine going into business with someone like that. Imagine a guy being like, how would you like to sign a contract with me where we provide shared resources to start a company? And you go, great. And then at a moment's notice, as soon as you're not looking, he breaks the contract. Like, the argument from these people is that marriage, I don't think they actually think of marriage as a thing. Marriage is a bond between you and a person, depending on how religious you are, a bond between you and a vow you're making to God that you will be with that person. I can look at it very stoically. You go to a woman and say, you and I together, we're going to do this thing. You have my word.
Thank
you also have to
you.
get used to that. Sometimes the party happens right as you finish the sentence.
It worked out perfectly.
And sometimes it happens right as you're about to make your point. You're like working up, you're like, oh, I've made this great point. I'm about to send it home, and then just boom. And then your point you have to start over, and then you're like, damn.
No,
lost it.
But it was
right
a
at the
good
last
point.
word.
Yes.
I agree with that too. And there's a post on Instagram that's going viral. It was this guy saying that his job interviews is he would take people to play golf, and he was talking about a merger with some person, and he noticed that the guy cheated on one of the holes, and he was like, cut the deal. And basically his argument was like, how people play is how people act.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so he saved himself as well because that guy ended up being in a multi-million-dollar embezzling scheme.
Wow. There you go. $20 one from Marie D says, think this is because that's usually due to a death of the mother, not her deciding not to stay.
True.
It's been shown
Right.
that kids who lose a parent to death actually are more stable than if a divorce or parent is absent.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. Yep. And a $20 one from 810 Metalworks. Congrats on episode 500. I discovered you guys when Mary was on Drinking Bros. Been listening ever since. This is the first time listening live. Let's go.
Thanks for joining
We need
us.
Let's Go merch. We need Let's Go merch. Let's talk about Tim Allen. Tell everybody what the hell's going on with Tim Allen.
So Tim Allen's name was trending on Twitter or X yesterday, and I was wondering why. It had nothing to do with Toy Story, unfortunately. It's because apparently Tim Allen hates dogs and is a terrible person and is a Yahtzee Trump supporting bigot.
Well, he's always been. They've always. Remember, we also had a story earlier this year where they said he flashed Pamela Anderson.
Oh,
on
yeah, I
Tool
forgot
Time.
about that.
That was a big thing that was going on
Yeah.
earlier in the year. Like Tim
It was the
Allen is-
90s.
Yeah,
It was
the
a
90s.
different time.
That's literally what it was. Like I was just talking last night about Sharon Stone. Where the guy from Sony flashed her and then ran out of the room when she laughed at him.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, she was crying and laughing at the same time.
Yeah.
But apparently Tim Allen did not say that he hates dogs at all. This is completely untrue. This was from a line in Last Man Standing where he said animals don't love and they survive just fine.
We need to get Seamus
totally
on
taken
here.
out of context. Seamus does have a very controversial view in regard to pets. Can
Yeah.
they love their owners? And I have to agree with him. I don't think that animals are capable of love, or at least not the same
Come on, bro.
love that humans are capable of.
Well, it's not just that. It's like Mr. Bogus is dying, and he's very sick. He's getting better now. We'll see how long it is. But early on, he's like very sick and he's dying. And I'm like, man, I'm really sad about my cat. But I just know that he'll go to a better place. And Seamus, no, he won't. He didn't say it
But
like that.
even if you
but he
think
may as
that,
well.
don't be that guy.
Seriously, bro, read the room.
Don't
That's
be
not
that guy
this
that
is
brings
not
it
the
up.
time to do that. Like
He didn't say it like that. But
Yeah.
he did. He was like, your cat's not going to heaven, Tim.
He
I
will
was like,
actually
"Aw."
cat heaven.
I'm sorry, but the worst part of that is the self-satisfied look that person always has on their face when they say that, because they've been waiting for years to tell a person that. They're like, actually, let me tell you about it. Cat heaven isn't a real thing, and he's going to go into an abyss where he will not have a soul and nothing will. And he's
He'll
like,
be annihilated.
yeah, he's just they love it. They
So
love that stuff.
here are some angry tweets. Per Tim Allen, animals aren't capable of love. So what does it mean when a dog licks you? Or for example, a man goes hiking with his dog, has an accident and dies. When the rescuers finally found him a month later, the dog was still there by his owner's side. Another said, Tim Allen, dogs are incapable of love. No, Tim, dogs can sense horrible people. I assume horrible people like Tim Allen.
Yes.
And they brought up his prison sentence
Have you ever seen
for
his
his
mugshot?
dope bust in
Yeah,
1978.
it's amazing.
They were just, excavating every bad thing that Tim Allen has ever said or done. People are really mad at Tim Allen, but he hates animals, but he sold cocaine, but he's a MAGA cult Trumper. Boo-hoo, don't drown in the river you've made from your tears. Dude's got it made. If it comes down to it, I'd pick Trump over the PDF file family any day. Stay mad.
Plus, he's the Santa Claus. To millions of people, he will be the Santa Claus. To millions of individuals. Not just Tim the Toolman Taylor.
No
He
one
was the
can hate
Santa
his
Claus. You can't
voice.
He was also in an amazing movie called, Man of the House was Chevy Chase and Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
Yeah.
That was back in the 90s. So, do you think that Tim Allen is this is like the least of the things that they're going to roast
It's sort
him
of
for?
like Chris Pratt, where I just don't understand how one
hate.
person can evoke so much hatred from the public. Like
with such little
Chris
actual
Pratt, as
negative
I've
things
said,
being
is a living, breathing banana nut muffin, like the most inoffensive person ever. Tim Allen, I don't feel any type of way about him, but apparently all these people just hate his guts.
Yeah.
Well, it's because he's a Trump supporter.
And he was
That's
he was,
really it.
He was
Find an
Hollywood
excuse,
conservatism before Hollywood conservatism.
Everyone would have looked
was
past
really,
the drug smuggling charges.
Oh yeah, no, they would have loved.
They would have looked past the flashing Pam Anderson. All of that would have been water under the bridge.
That's
but
normal
supporting
for
Trump.
Hollywood.
Yeah, okay.
Oh boy.
You can literally shoot a woman in the chest and kill her, and they will defend you as long as you don't like Trump.
Yep.
Yep, pretty much.
Did you see the video that came out later of him like on set? Like,
yeah.
And he's like, I don't want to shoot the gun at you.
Wow. No, I didn't see that.
Yeah. So there's a thing of him on set like that came out recently where he basically says he's like pointing the gun. He says like, "Can you please move? I don't want to aim this gun at you."
Wow.
Like, which shows
that changes a lot
because he's a very he was in ROTC when he was in high school and in college, so he knows his way
Or
around
is it
firearms.
Lady doth protest too much?
Yeah.
I don't want to shoot this gun at you. Be careful, lady.
Knowing that 2 days from now he's about to go and
Yep. The perfect crime. He knew. He knew exactly what he was doing.
The worst was like after all of this happened, he did this weird Instagram live stream where he starts going on this rant about.
It was a year ago.
He's like complaining about the New York Post. He's like, except for their sports section. For some reason, they have a great sports section at the New York Post.
Like
But
no
everything
one
else that
believes you're
Murdoch
human.
makes- yeah.
Stop.
He's kind of awful.
I like
right?
sports. I'm a human being.
But Tim Allen was kind of Hollywood conservatism before that was really a thing, because not just Home Improvement, but Last Man Standing was, for a lot of people, considered to be one of the last like pieces of conservative mainstream entertainment that was allowed to be made. At least it was perceived that way. Kind of the way Blue Bloods was, and that got canceled this year with Tom Selleck. Like there's these shows that are allowed to exist because they're for older audiences, so they kind of slip by. CBS, for instance, has like a demo that skews older anyways, so their advertising can lean into that because it's not necessarily always just looking for the 18 to 49 demo, which is that key demo if you want advertisers that are actually going to pay for your material.
Is the Connors still around?
Yes, I think that
wasn't that like they were Trump supporting family or something?
No, the Connors came after they got rid of Roseanne.
Right.
Yeah,
But like
I didn't
the
watch
revival Roseanne was like, oh, we're kind of a Trump supporting family.
Well, speaking of Roseanne, there's the rumor that Tim Allen is going to be developing a sitcom with Roseanne Barr as a new Fox TV show.
Ooh.
I don't know if that's true.
What, isn't she
This
doing
was
her X
published earlier this month.
Isn't Roseanne doing like a show on X?
Well, whatever happened
Yeah.
with that? I never saw anything come of her at her X show. I thought that was just going to be like a talk show or a late night type of thing.
I'd watch that. She should do that with Blair White. Her and Blair White should have a talk show together.
Yeah, I don't know if we.
She made
got a
like 3
fact check
ongoing
on
bets
this.
on the
No.
time she was on IRL.
Snopes says it was satire.
What
If
was
you
Oh.
if you trust Snopes.
Yeah, I don't know if I
that's,
do.
That's not good satire because Tim Allen teaming up with Roseanne is actually like a really good idea.
Yeah.
They should do that.
The so what is it about the pets for this? Like, because I was thinking about how they make whole movies over like this, because your take on pets, or you guys' take on pets, is actually controversial because it hits home to people. It's literally why John Wick was able to become a gazillion-dollar franchise, because they killed a dog.
What's your
Right.
take on pets?
In the first movie.
My take on pets?
What is your take on this, that people are that attached to it?
It's the same one as Seamus, which I don't autistically bring up when it's socially inappropriate, by the way.
Tim's over here like,
I was kidding, by the way. He didn't just immediately say that to me.
But if you do believe it, you shouldn't just bring it up when someone's pet is dying. But yeah, I don't think that animals go to heaven. I don't think they have souls.
But
I
mine
don't think that
does,
they're capable
right?
of love. Sure, yours, Dane. Yours definitely.
so if it's
will go
not
to
love,
heaven.
what is it? Just attachment?
I think that your dog is capable of affection, attachment, companionship, and serves all those purposes very well. But I just don't think that they're capable of love because it's a rational faculty. The willing the good of another, that's something you can only do if you understand what death is, or you understand how to, I don't know, mutual self-sacrifice. That's something that only human relationships are capable of. So I just don't think that a dog is capable of that.
So would that be the
Well,
same?
higher love maybe, but you know, if we're speaking generally,
When a dog
They-
licks someone, I don't think it means I love you.
not in a human way, right? Humans, like I see what you're saying. Humans have a much higher developed mind and rational faculties as to explain why they would experience love. The dog has like, you know, let's just call it the arithmetic versus the calculus, right? Human love is quantum physics, and dog love is 2 + 2 = 4. It's an element of it, but humans is substantially more advanced.
They love to their ability.
Right.
Yeah.
Because like what would
Okay.
the, like think about like what we were talking about with Bruce Willis yesterday, and what was going on was like, is Bruce Willis like as somebody who is not mentally in control of their faculties? Are they capable of love?
Well, at least my point would be, thank you.
Number 11. Thank you guys.
Exactly.
There's there's a $20 one there from Benjamin Mauser, and Joanne's school says we should read it. See that one?
With the
By what
Benjamin
crisis party
Mauser?
do you read your body count?
30.
Cool.
30. I had to, yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Haichiko, animals love back.
There you go.
He
They
says.
say animals love back.
Well, at least in a human being who is like suffering from dementia or is before the age of reason, that's an impairment of the rational faculty that I don't think animals are born to have at all.
Now we all know the story of Hachiko the dog, right?
Yes.
I think so.
I think that expresses more love than a lot of humans express. The
wanna tell
dog that
people-
waited for 10 years.
Okay, that's what I was literally about to say. I didn't know that was the name of it. So
Yeah,
it was-
Hachiko.
Yes, okay. So I was going to say I remember that story.
Yeah, so simple version. Dude adopts an Akita. This is crazy because I didn't actually know this. Akitas were nearly extinct. There's like 30 left in Japan. Guy adopts an Akita puppy. One day the Akita follows him to the train station where he goes to teach at university. For 2 years, the dog keeps going with him to the train to see him off. When he comes back at 5 p.m., the dog Hachiko's waiting for him. One day while he was at the university, he suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and died. Hachiko was waiting for him. He never came back. For the next 10 years. It's a bit more nuanced than this, but the general story is for 10 years, Hachiko waited at the train station every day at 5 for him to come back, and he never did. At first, everyone hated him, tried to shoo him away. They tried rehousing him, but he would always run back and go back to the train station. And then after 10 years, he finally died. They built a statue for him at the station.
I think I saw
They
that.
celebrate Loyalty Day in honor of Hachiko. And the craziest story is that in the 90s, someone found a shattered vinyl that contained a recording from the station which had a bark from Hachiko on it. So they lasered the vinyl back together and played it on the radio, and like everyone in Japan tuned in to hear the dog bark.
That's
So
crazy.
if we can't say much for dogs, we can say a lot for humans in that regard to honor the dog who was so loyal.
Yeah.
It's because that's like one of those stories where I didn't know that story had a name, but I've seen like some really, really well designed like infographics or posts about that on social media that recirculate every few years. So it kind of does speak to that. I think this is actually one of those controversial topics where a lot of people would be able to give you a lot of different perspectives. Pet owners and not pet owners
Well,
alike.
I guess
right?
I'm also not a dog person. I'm a cat person, and as a cat person, I realize
Well,
that
cats go
affection
to
is
hell.
earned, not given for free.
I don't even think it's earned.
Unless
right?
it's Mocha, and then
'Cause,
Mocha is not. Mocha gets no love.
So like if there's a family living in a house and the house is on fire, what do they end up finding if there's a dog? There's bloody scratches on the door of the dog desperately trying to get through the door to alert the family to the fire, and the dog is just scratching like crazy. And what happens when the family has a cat and there's a fire?
It's
I don't know. The cat, I can't find it.
yeah, he's gone.
What happens when if an old man has a dog, the old man passes away in his sleep? They find the dog lying next to him, either dead from dehydration or just lying next to the. What happens when there's a cat owner and the
Eats
person?
Dogs are also smarter
It eats
than
you.
cats.
It eats your
It eats
body.
you.
Now, I guess that's smart. You know, don't starve to death, cat. Don't let it go to waste.
There's a $20 one that we missed from Derek Nall.
I didn't see that one. Could you read it?
It says, been watching since the strange Asian girl was the co-host. Brett and Mary give channels like Friday Night Tights a run for the best pop culture show. And Tim fans since the other guy was in Ian's chair. That's a
long time,
That's a spicy
buddy.
super chat there. Oh, by the way, this show is 2 years old on December 2nd. So on Saturday, we had our first episode. And of course, we weren't live at that time. We were just recording the show. And then
Look at all this money you've
and look
made,
at all
you know?
this money that we've made. Just
today.
How far
time
we've
period.
come.
It's a good stuff. So let's hold off on super chats and let's move on. Let's go ahead.
Here's a quick question: have these cameras ever moved?
No, because people bump them, and then
But I mean, like since we used this is the old studio we used to have.
Yeah.
And then it was rebuilt.
Yes.
But the cameras have
Same
these
place?
ones have stayed.
everything's same. So I did some minor adjustments when we built the backdrops and everything
Yeah.
like that. Some stuff had to be moved because of the perspective and the angle. Like where this one was originally to move over, I had to move it because it was going to run into. I can put it actually on the PTZ here. If you look there, like in the middle, like it was running sight lines to it, so you could see it. But yeah, it's there's been a lot of changes up here. I actually found some photos recently in a bucket of like what this place looked like before then, and I still want want to maybe post those one day, but it looks very different now. So let's go ahead and we wanted to do this one with Dane, right? Let's go ahead and talk about the best AI girlfriends by state.
Yes.
From Evie.
So men in every state in the country have answered a survey of what their ideal GF would look like. And then AI generated images of that perfect woman from every state.
Let's go. A lot of them look the same. I'm going to go ahead and say.
They all kind of have the same face,
Yes.
just superimposed onto different races and outfits.
So this is from Alabama here. Dane, you should be able to be topic 6 on there on the
She
laptop.
has tattoos. It's already controversial.
I thought they should have given her like a Confederate flag tattoo just for kicks.
Even though she's black.
Even though she's
Right.
black. Arizona. I do think that this list was biased against blondes. It seems like
She's
it
a
goes.
blonde.
That's like one of the few. The rest of them are kind of golden.
Birth control.
California. That's not what I think of when I look at it. When I think of a California girl, I don't think
She's
of this.
a blonde.
I think of a blonde or Katy Perry, but that's because the song. But
This
yeah.
is the most ethnically ambiguous lady
Listen,
I've ever seen.
But
California.
do you think that is because of
California.
like? Do you think that's going to become more common because of the Kardashians? Because literally everything is becoming like racially ambiguous with plastic surgery now.
When I was in an advertising agency, there was this one Shutterstock model that was in every single prompt that you would look for, and I gave her like a nickname, Jessie Mar, because it was the only thing, it's what came up at the time. And years later, I see that there's fan accounts about her on Facebook.
Yeah.
It's the something Shutterstock model.
Well, there was these topics today. Did you see the story about like Sports Illustrated getting in trouble for supposedly
yeah,
writing?
yeah. Yep.
They had like so they got in trouble for writing AI articles for their website for this company that runs them. And not only do they have AI articles, they have AI authors with AI created pictures of the authors
And their own biographies,
and
like-
the guy. In fact, I think I have that pulled up here.
I would like to replace journalists with AI.
Wouldn't that be good?
That would be great.
So here it is. You can see it on screen here. That's Drew Ortiz to them. That's just generic person number 5 from this
Shutterstock
list.
white guy.
Shutterstock white guy, Drew Ortiz, who looks kind of like a redhead, if you ask me. But I think that with the increased perpetuation of plastic surgery, especially in culture, that we're going to see more ethnically and racially ambiguous things happening because the idea of beauty has become so homogenized.
But here's my question about the AI girlfriends. So average, right? They asked 2,100 American men about what their perfect girlfriend would look like. So let's say you go to a place like Maryland, right? You got Baltimore, you've got a dense, and DC, if they include DC, you've got a dense black population. You move further west, you get more of a white population. So you'll have one guy in the west say, "Oh, I like a blonde girl with blue eyes and fair skin," and then on the East Coast they'll say, "Oh, dark skin, black woman, short hair." It will combine those things and create a mixed race person.
Yeah.
Right.
But that is not, so that it wouldn't actually, if it does it this way, it wouldn't actually be indicative of what the actual communities want in a girlfriend. It's mixing them together.
It's an
And
amalgamation.
It may result in the white Western Maryland people being like, I'm not into that, and the people and the black community in the East Coast be like, oh yeah, I'm not into that either.
Yeah.
So it actually creates something nobody wants.
Tennessee looks like she's in the Mean Girls reboot.
There you go.
Is that an insult?
Yes, it is.
It is.
Oh man.
I do think it's funny that the Midwest women all kind of look similar.
Yep.
Well, they're all in wheat fields.
Right.
So
Like the Louisiana girl just looks like the Alabama girl as well.
Did they say that? Like, I like a girl who's got blonde hair, blue eyes, and is standing in a field of wheat. And they're like, well, that's a
most
woman.
importantly,
Yes.
the wheat field.
they're
Nebraska's corn.
corn,
Yeah.
the corn huskers. She's literally hanging out there. There should be.
What do you
some
think
there.
of the Minnesota GF?
Yeah, I was looking at the Minnesota, the Minnesota girl. I definitely went to high school with at least a couple of girls who looked like this woman. She's a very pretty woman. She likely has 3
Mid.
kids.
She's
She likely has some kids and runs like a jewelry business while her husband works in the trades now.
Oh, you got a whole
And
backstory,
they're,
huh?
and they're
Totally.
beautiful and they have a very, very happy family.
Or she's a hairdresser.
She could, yeah, or that's actually a very, very popular one. I feel like she would have more, she would look a little bit less earthy if she was a hairdresser.
She looks like she
looks
thinks-
like an earth mother.
Is Tennessee overweight?
Wait, I'm trying to find
That's,
Tennessee now.
That's
I think
what I was
so.
saying. Yep.
Yeah, Tennessee I think is a little
plump.
Good for
little
them.
plump,
Good
yeah.
for them for admitting that. That's. Oh no, I think she's pushing her back out because she's got her arms.
Why
behind
is
her-
South Carolina kind of goth?
That's good.
She's a little bit alt.
Washington. look at West Virginia. West Virginia looks a little bit to me like you'd see her like that's a madam, like that. She's
That's
like
West Virginia.
That's West Virginia. She looks like she would be a psychic.
Yeah.
She like Madam Esmeralda the psychic.
I don't. What's with the Wisconsin? Like, how do you go from Illinois of having like blonde hair, blue eyed in a wheat field? Not literally in a wheat field. With you drive a few miles and all of a sudden darker hair. Is it maybe French influence or something?
Madison. She goes to college at University of Madison, right there. It's all the transplants.
Oh
from
wait, where was
University.
Alaska? Was in here, right?
It's interesting which ones have tattoos and which don't.
Hey,
I don't see Alaska,
where's
on here. There's no Alaska on here. This is a.
Oh, we've been robbed.
Wait, so there's a Washington, but no Alaska. Is there? That's
Well,
kind of BS. There is a Hawaii.
Yeah, I don't think there's a Nebraska either. Is there? There's a bunch of states.
No, there's
there.
Nebraska.
Nebraska.
There is?
There's
Nebraska and Minnesota actually have kind of a similar look, just different hair.
Dane,
color.
what would Puerto Rico
okay.
look like? I know it's not a state yet, but what would Puerto Rico AIGF look like?
Just based on me?
Yes, Brie Larson.
Well, what do you-
Exactly like my wife.
That's
What do you, no, but what do you
She's
think
watching.
the majority? What do you think the majority of Puerto Rican men would input into that image?
Big old butt.
Unfortunately, this is
Olive
shoulders up.
skin. Oh, well. I don't know, like olive skin, fair eyes.
They're all dressed somewhat modestly here.
Where's Wyoming?
They did not get all the states. What's
Oh,
up
I'm
with
offended.
that? That's so. Well, maybe like they.
I was
just didn't
expecting to
wanna-
Montana. It's like she's wearing a cowboy hat or something.
Yeah. The I actually feel like the New York one is kind of spot on because I feel like I'd see her at like a bodega in the city.
If New York is an Asian, this is fake.
It's she's not Asian.
Yeah,
She's
no
got
Montana
tattoos.
either.
New
She's got-
Jersey
she's
is
got tattoos.
Asian.
The we got a couple of $20 super chats here from Pat the plumber. Says there was a dog who walked into his owner's funeral procession. Then every day the dog visited his owner's grave. Happy 500. Let's go.
Greyfriars Bobby guarded the gravesite for 14 years.
There you
It was
go.
a terrier.
Take that, Seamus.
F you.
We'll just blame Seamus for all this. Ashton, I don't know how to pronounce that last name. STLL.
Stellius?
Says, hi, Mary. Hi, Brett. Hi, Mary. Hi, Brett. Hi, Mary.
Hi.
Tim. Ew, gross. Kidding. Love you all. Happy 500. How many parties to get all three of you guys to bleach your beards? I'm not.
Oh, I
bleaching
guess
my
you all
beard.
have beards.
And by-
3,000
that's the other thing. I
parties.
still have. Somebody's like blonde again. I'm like, I'm still blonde because at this point I need to make it long enough that I can cut it off without shaving it, so that I can keep a relatively normal hairstyle. But I don't want to have to just cut it to.
Now it's just like frosted tips. or
Yeah,
something.
it's it looks ridiculous in the morning. It looks absolutely. It's like sticking up like this, and I look like I look absolutely bonkers. I think a lot of this is more like this is an amalgamation based on AI, but I do think that one of the things that's going to happen, because we talk about it all the time, is plastic surgery is kind of homogenized beauty standards for a lot of the country, and that's why when you look at a lot
Well,
of
it's sort
these
of like how
influencers-
accents, like regional accents, don't really exist anymore due to
Yes.
mass media being a thing. And now, because of the internet, I seem to see all these guys have the same beauty standards for women.
They point out that I don't have the Minnesota accent that I should. I don't have a Minnesota accent like I should. Also, like I was looking at a thing earlier. Do you know who the Content Machine is? It's like an Instagram channel. These guys are really, really funny. And this one's like a day in the life of a Minnesotan. And they just get up and he goes to Target like 3 times because Target's based in Minnesota. He goes, I go to Target, I drink a pop. I go back to Target, I drink a pop. And I said, like, maybe it's because of the internet, but I don't say that anymore. I say soda. I don't
Because
say
you're
pop
ashamed of
anymore.
your heritage.
Yes, I'm very ashamed of my Midwestern heritage.
I went back to Chicago for Thanksgiving, and it is crazy how many hot dog shops there are everywhere. And I know this growing up. So here's what you get. Shout out to Nicky's on Austin and Archer on the south side where I grew up. You go in, you can order cheeseburgers, french fries, hot dogs, and gyros. Right? So people would be like, hey, I'm going to run to Nicky's. And it'd be like, oh, get me gyros with extra tzatziki. Like you could order Greek food with your friend who's ordering a hot dog and you getting a cheeseburger. And they also have shawarma. And what's crazy is there's no jardinera anywhere. Do you guys even know what that is? No.
Yeah.
You know
Because
what it
you
is.
would bring it.
Because we have some downstairs.
Oh, when you get the Portillo's.
Yep.
Yes. Okay.
And so they call it hot peppers. No, I special ordered jardinera.
Yeah.
And I was when we were in Chicago, I made this point, and some guy goes, "What's that?" And I was like, "You're not from Chicago." And he goes, "No, I'm from New York." I'm like, "I knew it," because anybody who grew up here knows exactly what it is. It's amazing. And you know what we're gonna do? We got to open one of these Chicago-style burger hot dog places out here, so that people can bask in the glory that is getting a burger or or a hot dog.
I loved Maxwell Street whenever I'd go to Chicago.
Yes.
That was like whenever because I'd go to Chicago a couple of times a year to skate. They had a competition called like the Windy City Riot. We'd go there in the summer. So we'd go there for the competition, and then we'd go there once at another time to go film with dudes who lived there. We'd spend a week there, like 6 days there. And we'd always go to Maxwell. So the first thing when we got to town, like, we'll skate in a little bit. Can we go to Maxwell Street first?
But it is really crazy. Chicago is a bubble.
Yeah.
There's music from Chicago that is massive that you don't hear anywhere else. I'll tell you, it's really funny. We went to a restaurant and they were playing Hey There Delilah. Right? Nobody plays that song anymore.
True.
But in Chicago, it's like, look what we did. We're Chicago. Alkaline Trio is huge in Chicago. And they're known. Are you familiar? You ever hear of them? They're
Trucks and Trains is one of my favorite songs.
They're known nationally. Yeah. They're a decent. They're probably a mid-sized band, but in Chicago, they're the biggest.
Yeah.
There you go.
I loved Alkaline Trio. Actually, that first album was incredible.
Guys,
And that wasn't my genre. Like I didn't like do punk.
3 more until we react to old episodes.
We got a $20 super chat here from Chris C. Says, happy 500 episodes. Breton is great. Oh my gosh, I'm not going by Breton. At least he spelled with 2 T's. They like to spell my name wrong on purpose. Holy Mary is cool. Big D is pure man beard. And Tim, congrats on taking a lot of my screen time against the mainstream media crap. I used taking a lot of my screen time from the mainstream media crap I used to watch. We need more aggressive Tim drop in visits.
Well, we got to keep it to be a once in a while thing. This is the first time you've been on.
Yeah.
Because I needed a way to try it out. I was like, 500 episodes.
Yeah.
And if it works.
He's like, look, in 2 years we'll have a discussion about it. We'll think about it.
Well, actually, it's because usually when I finish working in the morning, I go eat. Or I'll exercise and then go eat. So there's just like...
Yeah. Well, that's the downside is, like, a lot of times on Fridays, there's food here at the castle, and it shows up, like, right before we go live. So me and Mary have to, like, wolf it down right before we go live, and then I'm in a food coma for the rest of the day. It's worth it, though. It's absolutely worth it.
Let's have a $20 from Marie D before you go.
Yeah.
These were more wholesome than I imagined it would be. If the prompt was what women thought men wanted, it would all be Kardashian lookalikes. The idea of beauty is skewed right now because of women.
But, Dane made a good point about California, because that's kind of what I was saying, too. You said she's so ethnically ambiguous. And I'm like, right, because you've got white, Latino, and Asian populations. So when they all add it to the mix, it's like, let's make a mixed race woman of all backgrounds. Mm-hmm. She's white, Asian, Hispanic.
I wonder if she's
Nat
packing.
Geo 2050 vision for the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that song, Hey There Delilah, do you guys know the background of that song?
Tell us.
So it's this guy that goes to a party. He has a girlfriend, but he's talking to another chick that's not his girlfriend that he found hot. And he wrote that song about not his girlfriend.
That kind of makes it less wholesome.
Where'd you hear that?
The guy in the band
Oh, yeah?
on MTV, I think.
So being from Chicago and knowing people, I can only say I have a general
NewsGuard
idea.
certified.
Well, the story that I
NewsGuard
heard.
was didn't NewsGuard get decertified recently?
NewsGuard got decertified.
Like at least NewsGuard took like a hit recently. Didn't? Like,
They're getting sued and stuff
Yeah.
like that because they got a government contract. But so I don't want to say it. I've told people the story, but it's all hearsay. The rumor out of Chicago is very, very different.
Go on.
When this story first comes about, I think the band was from Villa Park. I have a bunch of friends in the area, and people who are friends with him are friends with me and my friends. So I don't want to say it publicly because it's none of my business. But the rumor in Chicago, for those that live in Chicago, they know the totally different story. Okay, I'll just say it.
Yeah, just say it.
The rumor out of Chicago is that he was just like, I'll keep it very, very, very light, not get into the full details, but she was not interested, to say the least. Oh. And when the song first came out, this is just a rumor. I don't know if it's true. When the song first came out, she was creeped out and she was insulted. And then when the song got really big, she got really excited.
Oh, clout chaser.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's like, that's just the rumor in Chicago.
So it's only cool if it gets
There's a bit
big,
more to it,
right?
But he had a girlfriend.
Now that he's up and in demand,
now suddenly
now
she's
she
like,
wants
that was
it.
sweet, wasn't it? That was such a sweet thing for you to say.
Breaking
$20
news.
super chat here from Cycle Cleveland says, Tim, you're on Fool's Notice, Tim. Red Bar's watching. Red Bar?
Who?
I don't know what that means.
don't
Is
know.
that comedian?
I don't know.
Also confirmed, by the way, Dear Maria, Count Me In is about a stripper.
Okay.
Well,
No, there you go. All the memes are worthwhile then, given that song has become so meme heavy. I do think that the list of women, it's mostly a wholesome, like these aren't like the celebrity women you see these days. A lot of them do have a girl next door quality to them, which I like, which is good because most of the media you see perpetrated these days is mostly women that have a certain.
Notice they're all smiling too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well,
What's up
they
with-
probably told them to smile.
But what's with the backgrounds? You know, like let's look at the backgrounds.
South
Okay?
Carolina's background makes no sense.
Georgia, she looks very fancy, like high class, but she's in a barn.
Yeah.
You know, Hawaii
Farmhouse chic.
farmhouse chic. Idaho similar, like that's a barn behind her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Illinois, I don't know what she's in Naperville or something. That's what I only. I don't know.
The hardest thing for AI to get right a lot of times beyond just like skin tone and hands is like the lighting never looks right. Like the sun is always too circular, too perfect. Have you ever noticed that? Like if you look at AI pictures of people, it's always it's 5 o'clock. It's like it's golden hour from every angle, but that's not how light actually works.
I wonder how
It
the
hasn't
AI
quite figured
picks
it out
yeah.
yet.
jewelry.
I like how the perfect girlfriend in Massachusetts is going to the ball game with you.
Yeah, of course. That's what
She's like, she looks like this, and then we're gonna go watch a ball game.
The perfect
The Red
GX
Sox.
everywhere
the Red Sox.
Yeah.
wears a necklace. She has to be wearing multiple necklaces.
Everyone.
A lot of these look like crystal chicks. Let's be honest.
They
Right.
do.
They do. Like
It's in vogue.
Illinois,
one-
in particular.
And Michigan, even Michigan too. There looks
wait.
like.
West Virginia
Wait,
is...
hold on. Does Mississippi have mountains?
No idea.
I don't think
I don't
Mississippi
think
has
so.
mountains. Am I? No. Wait. They do. Right?
Wait.
They have the Smokies extend.
By the way, I'm gonna say it. Why do none of them have cans?
Why is that? Then like you'd have to ask them that because none of the guys wanted to admit that that's what they liked.
I didn't get surveyed.
Because they care about
Oh, yeah.
personality. They want their AI girlfriend to have a good personality.
That's exactly right.
Mississippi has lots of mountains.
Okay, there you go.
I was just wondering. I was like, that's like not the usual background that I'm thinking
got-
of.
Let's do two. we got two- Let's go
to
to
get
two
through.
20s too, and then we'll move
Ninja
on.
from Pop Culture Planet said, "Hey everyone, be cool. The boss is in the office."
That is.
Yo, New Hampshire looks like my friend's girlfriend.
There you go.
She's not from New Hampshire. Oh wait, she is.
Seriously?
Wait, really? Send
Yeah,
it to
I think
her.
she is.
Pat the Plumber said, "Tim, we need some Let's Go merch."
Yes.
Let's go.
Ann ML said,
there was a story about Ann's Frank's hot dogs. Ann's Frank's hot dogs.
"This was Brett's idea for a kosher hot dog stand."
It was not my idea. It was somebody else's idea. And when they said the idea,
Oh
I said,
yeah, then you were like, "Let's go."
I like stopped myself halfway and made it a question rather than a statement.
I know that out there somewhere is a woman named Ann who has Frank's hot sauce in her fridge, and someone's like, "Oh, that's Ann Frank's hot sauce." Ann's Frank's hot sauce, and they're like, "Wait, what?"
And ML said, "My loving rats are descendants from lab rats. I'm going through cancer treatment. I'm paying them reparations."
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. All right. All right, let's go ahead and move on. Let's talk about Natalie Portman here a little bit. I want to talk about this because this is a more serious issue. So everyone here knows that Hollywood is full of degenerates, a lot of which has seen us be shown. A lot of children have been harmed in Hollywood over the years. It's almost sadly an open secret now that if you're an adult, if you're a parent, the last thing you want to do is invite your kids to a career in Hollywood because there is a very good chance that something bad could happen
The
to them,
child
as we
star
know.
to train wreck pipeline is
Is real.
very real. It's been talked about for a long time.
Yep.
Very few have escaped it. I can think of only a few exceptions, to be honest. And Natalie Portman herself is a child star.
Yes,
and felt it
beyond
was
the professional.
necessary to talk about this.
So she says, as a former child actress who is now a mother, would you encourage your children to get into the industry, or do you see enough change that it feels safe for them if they choose to get into it? In turn, the actress who made her feature film debut at the age of 13 in Leon the Professional, everyone should see that movie, by the way,
a good
firmly
movie.
declared when Mary said that she'd seen that movie, I was like, what? It's like the
You're
greatest
like,
thing
let's
ever.
go?
So, yeah, she says, I would not encourage young people to go into this industry. She then clarified, I don't mean ever, I mean as children. Yeah, like
A lot of people aren't even cut out for it as adults, clearly.
It's one of the things that I've seen, like a lot of these old shows that I love, a lot of actors will leave in like the first 2 seasons because the workload is just so insane because they're working 18 hours a day. Like an adult doing that is one thing, but a kid who's under the age of 15 or 16 is working 12 hours a day, even with the child laws. And then you have to worry about your kids being around a bunch of people you don't understand how bad some of these producers, directors are.
That's true, but did you see her follow-up quote? It's made people more aware and careful, but ultimately, I don't believe that kids should work. I think kids should play and go to school. Wrong! Kids need jobs.
Send them to the mines.
They yearn for the mines.
They yearn for the mines.
Yes.
They do. No, I don't think we should send them to the mines or factories, but kids definitely need jobs. And the job should be like clerk at a family grocery store or paper delivery. Like, kids should be working. They should be understanding, generating value and exchanging things for resources. I think this whole idea that kids should just play and go to school has resulted in a lost millennials are. Do you guys swear on the show?
Yeah,
Well, I'll avoid swearing. Millennials are just they're gone. Okay, I was talking about this last week. They asked millennials. I don't know if you guys saw this. How much money do you need to make to be comfortable? Yeah. Boomers are like 120,000. Gen X 128,000. Millennials 520,000. Gen Z 120,000. What happened to millennials, man?
Yeah.
Even Gen Z are more based, and millennials are just like, I want to make $500,000 a year. Are you nuts?
2008
Otherwise, you're unhappy.
happened
Oh, okay.
when they were in college.
In defense of our generation, boomers have the assets that are worth millions that they paid 2 strawberries for. Okay? Gen Z does not comprehend money. Mary will leave with a handful of this and then pay her rent and then be like, I don't know what's going on.
Gen Z landlords are like, looks like money to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never seen money before. I don't know.
The crazy thing about this is a discussion that I've had with quite a few people where the problem I have is like a lot of millennials have this very, very doomer approach to money when they're talking about the the fact that they're never going to own houses, the fact that all of these things have happened. We grew up when I was in high school. I graduated right around the time I graduated in 2005, 2008. You have the financial crash. All of this stuff happens, and the problem is it's not going to create free market capitalists. What it's doing, it's basically shooing people into a lifestyle of wanting communism.
They're gonna own houses. Yo, it's gonna be wild when boomers die. Yeah. So boomers are retaining all the assets.
You don't think they're gonna get bought up by BlackRock and all these other
Mostly,
companies?
yeah. And that may be a big component of what happens. But look, if boomers own houses, those houses are worth like $500,000. When they die and that house gets transferred to their kids, those kids are going to be like, okay, let's sell this $500,000 house. Guess what? Other millennials aren't going to be able to afford a $500,000 house, so they're going to say, I won't buy it. These people will be sitting on assets that are worthless that no one can pay for, and then the property values will collapse.
So they'll have to stay in the home?
No, the boomers. Let's say a boomer's net worth is $1 million because they own a big fancy house. They give that big fancy house to their kids. When the boomers have passed on and are retiring or not buying houses anymore, millennials are going to be like, I can't afford to buy $1 million house. Yeah. So they don't. So when these kids who inherit it try to sell it, they sell it for half the price. The housing market collapses and all that wealth is erased.
Yeah. That was the first thing I thought of. Whenever people would bring up the housing market crash, I was like, don't any of these kids like inherit the homes from their families? That's
only worth what they'll pay for it.
Yeah. So I think
returning to Natalie Portman's point, I agree. It's she's mistaken that all kids should do is play and go to school. They're not even learning that much at school anyway, and you should, imbue a strong work ethic in children from a young age. Like, even if it's just doing chores. I mean, they used to live and work in the home.
Yeah. And
you were like, a farmer, or you took care of your siblings. A lot of them don't do that anymore.
I just don't think it's worth it to send them to this industry.
Yeah, don't send them into Hollywood to learn their work ethic, where they're around these emotionally unstable adults, some of whom are predatory, who get away with it. Dan Schneider is one of them. I'm sure there are many more who are going to go unnamed because they have the right friends who protect them. And
we'll never get that Epstein client list.
Nope.
Yeah.
No.
We were talking about that yesterday when we were mentioning Tom Hanks.
Yeah, there's
Is he
two.
on it?
There's two. Yes, supposedly he's on.
Supposed
He's on
to
those. There's
be,
two.
yeah.
There's. Did you see the Hanksgiving thing that was going viral?
Oh, just
What was that about?
We
Thoughts?
talked about that yesterday.
we talked about-
millennials are a broken generation, Dane. They're broken people. That's why.
Did you not see this? The
I mean-
Thanksgiving video?
Yeah, but like,
Giving.
if I'm making a theme party, I'm not thinking about Tom Hanks.
Yes, I told you
Why
millennials are broken
him?
people.
Why not Chet?
Because it's LOL so random humor. They love the idea of this stuff that's is supposed to be like. Notice how the lady's voice when she's doing that video, it's really, really monotone.
So I was
because they think
invited
it's
to
cool
a
be
Tom
monotone
Hanks
and be-
Friendsgiving party, and I was
Yeah.
so excited to go. It was a really top-notch event. Like, everyone went full out with their costume.
She sounded like
Millennials
Yeah, she sounded like she wanted to
doomerism-
die.
Millennials doomerism has like it's seeped into their actual behavior. So what they find funny has to reinforce their doomerist view on the world. So they can't. There's no idea in the world that they will consider sincere and worth it. Right? They don't like sincerity. They love the sarcastic humor and they love snark. Because it protects them from having to actually get emotionally invested in things that they then feel are going to fall apart.
But like, I mean, I feel like half millennials are gone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
13. I'm out of money.
Why do crisis parties wait for you to finish? Like,
Yes, they wait for Tim to finish, but they interrupt Dane. Right? It's just
I can't hear anything you're saying.
The pop culture gods smile on him.
guys,
the crisis parties wait for you to finish, but they interrupt Dane.
every time
I'm watching the meters. I can see the meter,
Yeah.
so I'm just making sure.
you're like, and done.
Yeah.
No, I think half.
We're halfway to another party already.
Yes.
We're 40%.
Yeah.
I think half our generation is like pretty. Like they're done. You know, they're going to Disney every.
How about this? If you guys reach 30 crisis parties, we'll eat a rooster.
I would have done that anyway, but okay, sure.
It's like no one will. We have to create a threshold. Well, I'm sorry, guys. I know you don't want to kill the roosters, but we have to because we have the parties. So
We'll do it
yeah,
live.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll make a YouTube video where it's like, here's how you cook and prepare rooster.
Yeah.
I think most people haven't ever even actually eaten rooster.
I don't know if I've eaten rooster.
Yeah.
I haven't.
Apparently, you have to like pressure cook it.
There's a difference.
We can't make fried.
because the meat is really tough.
Okay.
Because roosters are men and men are strong.
Okay.
Based.
I want
Yeah,
rooster
exactly.
nuggets.
Yeah, chicken nuggets.
Think about all the stories that came out when they were talking about the Olsen twins before their 18th birthday and how Hollywood sexualized.
It was before that
did you
too.
Did you see the roast of Bob Saget?
Yeah.
That went viral where people were like, "Can you believe the jokes they made about children? Holy crap!"
It was back in a time period where people had to mail in their complaints. So by the time the complaints got mailed in,
They forgot their
Yeah,
outrage.
like,
they were-
that episode
Well,
was
no,
a-
they need to go back to that. What these companies need to do is like they need to treat social media as if it doesn't even exist. Use it to promote your brand, but don't respond to anything.
Dude, but
it does not matter unless they're willing to mail you a complaint. Just make your stuff.
Respond in countering the complaint to generate press.
They're,
When someone
they're
says
too,
like,
they're
"Hey,
too
you're."
afraid to it. Mary likes to point out. She says because the people that run social media are they're boomers or they're
No, it's the people that directly run those accounts are millennial and Zoomer interns. The people that are overseeing all of it are the boomers and Gen Xers who don't quite understand social media yet,
get
even
one
though we've had
complaint
it
and
for
they
like
freak
10
out.
years. And they see one complaint or one negative comment or their name is trending for 2 seconds and they think the world is collapsing in front of them and they need to respond and apologize, and that's never the answer.
Did you guys see that story about the Hollywood or HBO who had the woman make fake Twitter accounts to then
Yes.
give positive reviews?
Yes.
Dude, we live
It's
in a fake
exactly
world.
that mindset. Like,
Yeah.
I saw one negative critic review or one negative comment about my stupid HBO show.
That nobody
And
watched.
I have to go fight them in the comments. Like, it's just not worth
You know,
it.
but also how they go and edit shows now. Like when what was it? There was like a water bottle on Game of Thrones or something, or a Starbucks.
there's a Starbucks cup.
Right.
And that should be there forever. Like in Wizard of Oz,
Yeah.
they claim there's that corpse hanging in the background.
Yep.
Wait,
And that
what?
Yeah.
That was a thing?
Yes. And I don't know if
Okay.
it's true or
I
not.
think that's been disproven.
Yeah, but either way, it's like
that
it'll-
was one of those stories where just like Marilyn Manson removing a rib, everyone's heard
But
that
the Tin
story,
Man
but
did
yeah.
die from the lead paint.
Think about how think about how crazy it would be if you watched a show and in the end the hero, it's a superhero movie and then he saves the day and a water tower's falling over and then you go to your friends, you're like, I saw this really great movie, the superhero he like stops a water tower. Then they watch the movie and in the end there's no water tower, the superhero's at a beach and they update and change the
do
whole
that.
show. I know, it's crazy.
They did
it's
that
gonna
with
break
Falcon.
people's brains.
They did that with Falcon and the Winter Soldier when they moved when they started moving Netflix shows over to Disney Plus. They started editing out some of the
It's not the
scenes.
Mandela effect. It's intentional.
And I actually think
gaslighting.
that that's going to lead to a certain level of psychosis because one day I'm going to be watching it and I'm going to be like, I swear that's not what happened there. Like, and then I'm going to think that I'm losing my freaking mind because I'm watching something that I've seen 5 or 10 times and then suddenly it's different. Nothing's real anymore. It's all fake.
We have a couple $20 ones we didn't get to. Chief Media Urologist said, Tim, this is for you. Your quips about Chicago always take me back and give me a laugh. She's from Naperville, LMAO. Not many out there get that. Grew up in St. Charles.
There you go.
Everyone who says they're from Chicago is from Naperville.
Is that it?
So it's like, I forgot who we had on the show on IRL, but she was like, I'm from Chicago. And I was like, oh, Naperville? And she goes, yeah, how did you know?
So they're from the suburbs outside of Chicago.
Yeah, Naperville's west,
Okay.
slightly
Okay.
south.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Wilder?
Naperville's nice.
Yeah.
But everybody wants to leave.
As somebody who's from like I never said I'm from Minneapolis, even though I didn't, even though I grew up in like 20 minutes outside of Minneapolis. I'm not doing that.
But if you said Naperville, no one knows what you're talking about. That's why everyone says Chicago. So we're like, it's okay, it's okay. I'm like, I'm from Chicago. Oh, what part? And I'll be like, Chicago. And they'll be like, no, but which suburb? No, I'm from Chicago.
The
And they
actual
go, "Oh,
Chicago part.
actually in the city.
Shane H.
You show the
Wilder,
gun wounds, like-
he
Right.
said, Tim, please do not cancel PCC. Who will I meme if the show goes? Meming IRL just doesn't work. Giving the topics and gamer maids is too new to get my top material. That and I've grown accustomed to Brett and Mary. LOL.
You got to share the show.
Keep them
Hope
around
we're gonna,
for the memes.
We're gonna be okay.
Yes.
DCNC. Yeah.
I was going to say, everybody should share the link to the show on their social media.
Yes.
Yes.
Every day.
DCNC said random beanie guy looks a bit like Chris, the superstar of gamer maids.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sorry, gay
they ever-
mermaids.
Did they ever end up playing the Alex Jones game?
If they haven't, I'll be
They played the Alex
outraged.
Jones. Did you see the Alex Jones game?
Of course.
It's amazing.
Yeah. And I do look like Chris because he's older, so therefore I look like him. You know?
Also, like from different, like if I'm listening to them in different rooms, if there's a wall between us, they sound a lot alike too. If like not as much if you're like both in the same room, but if there's like a door between me and you guys and you're talking, I can't tell you apart.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Chris is speaking in riddles. That's how you can tell them apart.
So yeah, all right, let's do a couple of super chats and then we'll move on.
Yeah, we're starting right
And then
from
I'm
the
gonna go eat.
beginning
Yep.
here. First from Andrew Jacobs, happy 500th and happy 1 year of Who's They Though.
Yeah, that was another one that got brought up recently because somebody talked about it too on stream. They're like, what's the deal with that? I'm like, bro, we were here that night and
Yeah.
then it all fell apart. I was actually over by because he was over at the airport that's over in Frederick, right? Is that where he's like? I was just by
Yep.
there the other day.
He was eating hibachi in
Yeah.
Frederick, and people were shocked. I am deeply honored that Who Is They, though, is now like a meme.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
That's so great.
It's entered memedom.
It's
It's
memedom.
forever in my brain.
Who Is They, though?
DCNC said, let's go. Yesh said, great job. DCNC said, chat confirms, drop dry ice in your vodka and inhale. The potatoes provide superior nicotine content to Zins.
What?
Mary should get a Zyn sponsor.
That sounds
hate
worrying.
Zyn.
I don't know if I want to try that.
Let's do. We got two more. We'll move on to these. There's a $100 one here from Gordon Shumway. Says, "Sorry, I'm late to the party. I just saw an article where Sports Illustrated actually have published AI-generated articles. It says art." Icicles. Articles. Buckle up. Skynet is taking over. P.S. Here's another crisis party. Get the rooster on the chopping block. Let's go.
Yes, let's go.
The thing about that is like everyone should go back and watch Terminator 1 and 2 this weekend. You should go watch that. And if you
I've never
have
seen it.
time, watch the far underrated television show Terminator Sarah Connor Chronicles, which was really, really good and really does kind of offer you kind of a prescient look as what it's going to look like when the physical manifestation of our AI overlords come from you. It's never going to be so glamorous.
I'm going to say one last thing, and then I got to go. We can't actually eat the roosters.
What?
We can,
Right, so there's not going to be a party.
Seriously?
Well, so what we're doing is we're going to give them to people. So we have a
Okay.
bunch of roosters, and the idea was people who wanted a rooster for their flock, we would give a Chicken City rooster, and then you could be like, this is a guy, and then his kids are, we're creating this big, basically all the descendants and everybody.
The Genghis Khan of
Yeah, we're taking
roosters.
over. And so Kim, who's the chicken tender, is going to be finding, like, I don't know how we're doing it. It might be auction, but I think we want to have people reach out to us who have chicken coops already who need roosters, and then either sell, like, I don't know, $20 or something.
Can we fry a chicken?
I think we should, But the problem is the people who watch Chicken City like are in revolt. Like, no, that's Janet.
Generates
you can't eat
all
Janet.
all press is
Yeah.
good press.
Isn't that why they tell you not to? It's why farmers tell you don't name your pets. Like that's why they
You
don't
name them. You name them holidays.
Yeah.
You name. I think Kim told me that she names the chicken like Thanksgiving, Christmas, because that's when you know when you're gonna eat them. All right, I gotta get out of here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Right, that's like on the perfect note. It's literally as he finished his sentence.
How's he doing?
We got a $20 super chat here.
Ellie Ray says, happy 500th episode to Mary and Brett. Here's to another fun and crazy 500 episodes.
Yeah, by 1,000 we'll have Hollywood fixed.
We're gonna have a lot of super chats to get through if we don't.
I'll be like, hey guys, I'm gonna open my soul. Crisis.
He's like, I have something deeply important to tell you.
When I was 20, crisis.
Jeffrey Knutson said, first time catching PCC live. Let's go.
There you go. And then
No
there's
question
a
mark.
$20 one here from Brandolph the Strange. Says, y'all are the best podcasters on the internet.
It's true.
I mean, thank you.
We're the best. The best pop culture podcast.
All right. Which means actually before we get started, there's something I of the AI stuff that I want to show Dane because it's actually prescient to Dane being here.
Oh yeah,
So
before you go, you need to see this.
Before you go, Dane, I don't know how long you're going to be here, but I need you to see something very specific.
It will improve your quality of life.
It's not just the song. There's one before that both of you are going to love. Let me find this one here. Everything's so hardly organized today. I want you guys to listen to this one, and you two as fans of a certain movie will love this. So here we go. Refresh.
All right, guys, Melania said I could have one night out for the boys, so I was thinking that we could go see a movie tonight. What do you guys want to go see?
I was thinking about going to see John Wick 4. I thought the past 3 movies were pretty good, but everyone is raving the new one as a masterpiece. So I think that's what we should check out.
Sleepy Joe, that shit is like 3 hours long. Ain't no way you can go that long without taking a nap 2 hours into the movie. I think Puss in Boots is a better baby movie.
Yes!
40 minutes.
Yes!
Trump, first of all, Puss in Boots. The Last Wish is not a baby movie. It is an animated masterpiece that I think
Hell
anyone can
yeah!
enjoy.
Obama?
Second, I also think we should check out John Wick 4. The action and cinematography alone are things that need to be seen in a theater. If not for the writing and story, then most certainly the action.
Okay, fine. Let me see the show times.
Make sure to get the IMAX one.
What's an iMac?
He said, IMAX, you fucking dummy. Personally, I think Dolby is better, so you should find a showtime with that instead.
IMAX Dolby. What the fuck? What's the difference?
Dolby offers reclining rumble seating that is found in every auditorium. It also offers Dolby Vision HDR and Dolby Atmos for the premium movie experience. You basically get your money's worth with the price of admission.
Is this
The
an
IMAX has the
advertisement?
biggest
Great
screen
arguments.
now. Plus, it's loud enough for my ears to hear properly.
Oh, Biden.
My
80
old
fucking years
ears.
old, ancient ass Joe. And plus, the nearest IMAX has the shittiest seating ever. It literally feels like I'm sitting on cardboard. Like, Trump, look at this.
Okay, I guess we'll go with Dolby this time. Oh, what the fuck? $21 for each ticket? Oh, hell no, I ain't paying that.
Trump, holy shit, you literally have a gold fountain of you pissing into a well, and you're too cheap to even pay up $21? We're all like billionaires here, Trump. Your stingy ass can afford it.
You're assuming that I have to pay when I have A-list, ha ha ha.
Then you pay for our tickets, Joe.
The laugh.
3 hours later.
All right, guys, looks like we made it just in time so we could see the trailers. You guys gonna get some popcorn?
Wait a second, what movie are we watching again?
God damn it, Joe, your dementia-ridden ass strikes again. We're seeing John Wick 4, like you fucking asked.
I could go for some soda and popcorn. I'm pretty hungry right now.
I could go for a hot dog.
Of course, you're the type of person to have wieners in your mouth, Joe. Okay, fine, let's go to the concessions.
I like boys' night.
Hello, welcome to AMC Theaters, where heartbreak
Oh
can
my
happen in a place like
God.
this and where we make movies better. How may I help you fine
What
gentlemen?
the fuck, Ben? I didn't know you were working here now. What happened?
I called a random person online and liberal one last time, and now I'm canceled for all of eternity.
Base.
I'm now living off $8 an hour. So with that being said, how may I help you fine gentlemen?
I'll have 2 number 9s. A
If
number
only.
9 large. A number 6 with extra dip. A number 7.
We'll just get everything from the menu.
Fuck.
Later.
All right, did we all get what we needed? I don't want to have to miss the movie just to order some shit again.
Yes, Trump, I think this is everything we got. Plenty to eat during the movie, most of it for you since you're a fat ass Trump.
Shut up, Obama. I'm not fat. I'm big boned.
Yes! He's just big boned.
Oh my God. Ooh, honey, baby, Nicole, my wee wee is up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What the fuck? You already have a wife. Why
What
you gotta
is
be so
this?
excited about that?
Sorry, it's just that she was my childhood crush back then, and I always thought I had a shot with her.
Joe, she was born 30 years after you were. Finally, the movie's starting. I'm sick of this fucking ad.
This video rules.
Wait, what the fuck? This isn't Dolby.
Joe, I told you to get fucking Dolby tickets, not piece of shit IMAX. I want a refund.
Just shut the fuck up, Trump, and watch the movie. Your fat ass already paid for all that food.
Hell yeah, John Wick time.
20 minutes later.
Unfortunately, guys, due to some technical difficulties, we are unable to continue the movie at this time, so we're going to ask you guys to leave and come back at a later show time.
What? That movie was just getting fucking good. How can you possibly stop the movie at this time? What the fuck? I swear to fucking God, I'm gonna sue this theater to the ground, and I'm gonna make sure nobody comes to this theater ever again.
Sir, I'm sorry that you feel this way, but there just isn't anything that we can do about it right now.
Shut the fuck up,
I want
Ben.
Trump
Let me speak to your
cinemas.
fucking manager.
Okay, fine.
Anyways, I just thought like it's literally like it takes you on a roller coaster ride.
That was emotional.
Dude, imagine if Trump, Obama, and Biden were boys.
Yeah. No, that's like one of my favorite metas on Instagram is like AI conversations of all three of them hanging out.
They play video games together.
Yes.
Trust me,
Incredible.
I know.
They need to hang out all the time. It would be better that way. All right, let's before Dane. Dane, I don't know how long Dane's gonna hang out here today.
Well, do we have to show the Trump country song as well?
Oh yeah, Dane would love the Trump country song. Let's
It's
go.
a Dane pleasing hour.
It's
necessary.
It is. It's we're making you.
We're emotionally recovering from all the crisis parties.
Here we go.
I just want to hear Brett's body count.
Yeah, that's gonna be 15 from now.
Front to done, back at it again.
Yes.
This time in the countryside. Shout out Jason Aldean, Morgan
Shout
Wallen, and Dana White. I could have just retired in peace. I could have been golfing with my niece. I could have been chilling on the beach. But I got too much love for the streets. Hey, let's make America great for every religion and race. Yeah, men don't have a vagina.
Nope, they don't.
The radical left works for China. All I ever wanted for the USA was a good economy for your family. Protect the southern border, make a place that's safe for your kids to go outside and play. Look at San Francisco, take a look at LA. Look at New York City, man, it just ain't the same. We all know the radical left is to blame for weaponizing your religion.
Was actually not bad.
That was a banger.
You know,
Yeah.
it's a banger. I think that he should release a whole album.
Yeah, we've missed a couple $20 ones here. Perriette, the Prince, said, Brett, Dane, you ladies look lovely. Oh, hi, Mary.
Well, thank you.
Thanks.
Kyle Dixon said, my dogs watch Chicken City. They vote to eat chickens. Happy 500th.
There you go.
I'm with them. Okay, so do you want to continue with the super chats?
Yeah, let's continue with super chats up top here because it's going to be a long show anyways, and we're just going to be hanging out.
All right. Serenko Productions said 500 episodes. Let's go.
Let's go.
Shane H. Wilder, Purple Monkey in a currency I don't recognize said congrats on 500. Get your butt on FNT, Brett.
What you should do then is you should go let the guys at Friday Night Tights know that you would like me to go on there. It'd be difficult, I think, because they go live when we're live.
Well, we'll figure it out sometime.
I just leave one day. I'm just like, I gotta go, guys. Bye. And I just walk out.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like it's
Dave, do you need to make your sign off here, or are you staying?
Sure.
To which one?
Oh, great question. I mean, is anyone coming up?
It's okay if
open
they
door
don't.
policy. I don't know who's gonna come up when.
Just
but
force
people will come
someone
up.
when you go downstairs. Just force someone to come up. How about
I'll
that?
do that.
Yeah.
So, I guess by the way, I wanted to bring Taco Bell.
Oh.
That
would've been nice.
My idea was to bring Taco Bell and for us to all have cheesy gordita crunch.
Yeah.
But then I found out last minute that I could make it into the early thing. But anyway, I want to say like happy 500 episodes, you guys. Wow.
And no,
Look
thank you
at us.
also for coming today, because I didn't you're so busy these days that I didn't even know if you were going to be available to do so.
So
Look
busy.
at this hot shot. Barely made it to the show.
Yeah.
Look at us. But everyone should and can follow me on Twitter at Dane Font, and now I shall spell that out for you. DANEFONT.
Thank you, my good friend.
That is all.
Thank you, my good friend.
That is all. Thank you.
Dane's been on with us since the very beginning, so he's
Yeah.
a true OG here on the show. Yeah, we'll just so Sarah will be here in about 20 minutes.
Sounds good.
So we got some.
We got more super chats to get through while
do it.
Dane is making his loud exit. Big Dave sent us 99 cents without a message. Good
Thank
to
you.
see you here. Thank you. Corey Anderson said in episode 400, Mary said 40 crisis parties and she would wear a bald cap. Let's hold her to it. Did I really?
Yeah.
Did I really say that? I'm gonna need proof. DCNC said I already read that
Corey
one. Corey Anderson said, Mary, your hair looks great. I appreciate the effort you put into it. May the Lord bless you with healthy children.
There you go. That's good.
Thanks.
Let's hold off on the rest, and we'll just we'll move on. We'll talk about a couple of things here.
Do you want to get into
really,
the
really
Barbie?
No, like I was gonna
just some
show you.
random
I
stuff?
wanted to share one. Actually, no, I'm gonna share this one. I'm gonna save this one for. I've got one here that I forgot to send you, but I'll save it for when Sarah gets here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk Barbie, since me and you were the ones who spent the most time talking about this year. Actually, one thing that would be interesting to talk about is there's kind of there's this notion here when we're doing the show where like we go through periods of time where like a topic gets really, really like hot for a while.
And Barbie
like-
was a movie that we just agonized over with the audience for seemingly forever,
Well, it
but
was-
it only lasted a few months.
Like I don't even think it was necessarily
Not
a few
even.
months. I think it was like a month and a half. But what's interesting is like I'm one of those people where I do tend to get very like I get tunnel vision and I get stuck in like what I'm doing right then. And sometimes I have a hard time kind of removing myself from the big, or like removing myself and looking at the big picture. So I do worry about it. Like, it's like when people say you talk about Taylor Swift too much. But if you look at 500 episodes, I looked it up the other day and it was like 60, it was like 40 videos over 500 episodes, 10 minutes a video. How much time is that really for somebody who's like the biggest pop star in the entire world right now for a show that's on 5 days a week, right?
yeah, it's not actually that much.
It's weird because it's like you put that much time into stuff. But the other issue is that for a lot of it is like people would like other stuff covered. But one thing that I've never wanted to do is I don't want to cover stuff that I don't feel like I have a good grasp on. And stuff like a Taylor Swift or a movie coming out, anyone can to have a take on that and really have an opinion on what they're talking about without having to worry about too much deep background. Now, people who want us to cover stuff like video games, when me and you just like I work 10, 12 hours a day. When I'm done, a lot of times like I do other streams or I've got other stuff going on. I'm just not someone who's doing that right now. We can't really afford to cover stuff that we're not super knowledgeable on.
Brett, I just realized something. We have reached 15 crisis parties, which sounds like it's our cue to react to some older
Actually-
content now that we're actually getting into it with our conversation.
Actually, before we do that,
I think the audience
else.
does deserve that.
I do have, hold on, we have one other thing that we need to look at here really quick. Hold, please.
That's okay.
And here we go.
What is this? Oh.
From
Little
Shane
meme
H.
review?
Wilder.
Okay, let's see it.
Oh, what's going on, everybody? We're just going to go live.
Ah!
With that saying, F it, we'll do it live.
Yeah, that's
yes,
right.
That's what we're doing right now. We're testing the stream right
Look
now.
at
We've
the,
got, the colors and the lighting are
How
different
did you
back then.
save this?
Disarray. I didn't save this.
No, this. How did Shane H. Wilder save it?
Look at how tiny Mary
Whoa.
looks in the seat where
It's insane.
she's sitting.
Oh, wait. And we also have, I don't know if they know about the surprise super chat system.
Well, do
What
we
is
tell them?
this?
I mean, the surprise.
Like every time someone
Lydia!
super chats over $5.
Lydia, where's
I look
Lydia?
so ugly.
You did not look ugly.
Just wait.
Are they gonna torture us?
Yeah,
I've definitely polished my on-camera appearance.
Not on me,
by a
only
lot.
on Mary. If you super chat $5 or more, you will get mealworms dumped on Mary.
So weird to see you with brown hair, by the way.
And I could do that.
Wow.
Okay, here we
I
go.
didn't know this like Fear Factor.
I thought literally no one watched
I'm not sure
this.
If I can be a guest on the show anymore.
Look, like you have minimal stuffed animals back there.
Yeah.
What is going on, everybody? It's too late to go back
I
now.
still have that tape. I still have that tape.
Oh no, 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 not this,
119
not
of
this.
Pop Culture Crisis. My name is Brett. I'm here with my co-host. Please introduce yourself.
It's Mary. Hello, everyone.
She's more nervous than she thought she would be, I think.
I'm getting those butterflies in my stomach.
Do you have butterflies still?
In your what?
My stomach.
I don't even know what that is.
Do you get butterflies before any shows still?
No. Where is this from? This is more recent.
Here it is. These are all stills
the
that
mosaic.
he took. The mosaic.
Wow. Whoa.
Maybe get that.
That must have taken a lot of work.
Might need to get that printed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang it up in the studio. That was cringy, but I don't think we did it justice. I think we should go further back into the channel and take a look at, I don't know, maybe episode 200. Would that be cheating? Maybe let's look at a random one. Let me look at the titles. Let's see.
Pick a.
I'm gonna go oldest.
I don't want to do that. Let's do middle of the. Let's do like halfway point. 250.
What if we went to the first one that?
Oh wait, no. Wait, what is the date? No, literally, episode 250 is from exactly 1 year ago today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, go to that. I want to see the first one that I was on. I don't remember exactly which one that was.
Here we go.
Over that whole 5 days, internationally and domestically. And that was compared to the, 80 million that they wanted to open to?
Yes. And I
Still
think they
dunking
said
on
they
Disney.
saw like 24 they were
Insane.
going to get from international.
I look
and they
like
got
a
way less than
rodent.
that.
That does feel like a controlled demolition.
I'm never shaving my
and the other
beard.
thing is
That
the holiday release. So
Dane looked
normally the
exactly
holiday
the
release
same.
is
Why do we look
literally
so
exactly the
different?
same as he does now.
confidence in, and that doesn't seem to be the case here, given that there was no marketing. Not that I saw. Maybe that marketing went places we don't go.
Well, being
So-
in theaters when kids are out of school and it's most likely the time when families are going out to the movies.
What does the chat
you would
feel
think
about
they'd
this? 'Cause
have
I'm deeply uncomfortable
smooth
by this.
sailing.
I am
also. And people just weren't interested in this.
So this is super telling of A, where the culture's going, and B, where Disney is at right now. Because the 5-second ad was essentially
Our layout was also
Disney's
different,
Strange World
obviously.
out this holiday weekend, boom, and,
Yeah.
and it's done. And so when you analyze it from a marketing perspective, the first word Disney, so they're using their brand.
Let's actually, you know what we should do? We should
to
go
get
to the
out.
super chats at the end to see what they were saying at that time. I don't know what it would have
Yeah.
been like a year ago. Let's see what it would look like back then.
This is a pre-recorded episode, not a live one?
No, it
Or
was
is this
live.
live?
It was
Okay.
live. So we're here at the.
When again, like using Puerto Rico as an example, if someone would get a haircut, it's like, oh my god, you're looking great today, or
Here we go.
The poster for... By the way, I've seen some disturbing things trending on Twitter throughout the show. I saw the word demonic. Now nothing changes. Alyssa Milano, that's disturbing. And
did you see her
and Cocaine Bear, which the poster for
in the
this
chat?
movie
Negative
called
YouTube says
Cocaine Bear
present
just got
Mary is trying to
released.
fix
Maybe we'll
past Mary's
review
hair.
that.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
Would have been right up
I'm
my
like-
alley a couple of years ago.
Interesting.
I'm intrigued.
Did you see the
No one
Alyssa-
told me.
Alyssa Milano self-own about Tesla and VW?
Oh yeah,
I can't
remind
listen
me
to that
what she
woman.
said.
She basically said she got rid of her Tesla because Nazis.
I mean, at least she's sticking by her principles.
No, she got rid of it for a VW, which
You
was
look so
literally
different.
created by the Nazi Party. So people pointed
Oh.
out
We've
that
grown
that's a
so
huge
much,
self-own
Mary.
to get rid of your
Yeah.
Tesla because
Nazi, and then you buy a VW, which was literally the part from.
Where are the
party's
super
Nazi.
chats?
I can also.
I
if
can
anybody wants
dislike
to look
this. I
back
can
at the only thing that was the height of. Everybody points to the picture of the girl playing like the clarinet with the hole in her mask. As as peak COVID hysteria. Look back at the picture of Alyssa Milano with the crocheted mask with holes in it as peak COVID stupidity. That was when we hit rock bottom, boys.
All right, let's go to super chats. BMF Nate Dogg said, agree with Mary, would rather see a chick naked.
Yes, most of us would.
Wayward Soul said there was a dude that applied for our nanny job posting. I was like, GTFO.
And it's not even like you mean anything
That was
by it.
the-
You're just like, I'm not taking any chances, dude.
Yeah.
No.
That was a Jeff Dye bit where I think I mentioned it the other day where he says like, he's like, none of you got a male as a babysitter, not because you're sexist, but because you're not dumb.
Hiring a woman is taking a chance.
Yeah,
It's
and,
just less of a chance.
But are there? When are women going to get into the buttling profession? Do women buttle? Are there female
Yes.
butlers?
Oh, I
Does
didn't
anybody know any female butlers?
I was more shocked that you said buttle.
Buttle, yes.
It's a verb.
It's a verb.
What you were talking about for a second. I didn't know that
Butler.
was the verb.
That's the verb. It's buttle.
Oh, there's a $20 super chat here from Philip W. Let's go ahead and read that one really quick. Hold on, guys. So it says, congrats on episode 500. Only started listening a few months ago so I could talk to my wife about pop culture. Wife was shocked when I asked her opinion on Lizzo's backup dancers Banana Gate saga on our date night. Let's go. Hey, well, that's what we're...
not a great topic of discussion when you're eating.
You're like, so how is that banana bread? Speaking of which, I would like to talk to you about something I saw the other day in the news. How do you feel about Bananagate?
Well, thank you for sticking with us.
All right, let's keep going here. Let's listen to this one a little bit more. Does one
I
bubble?
love that. Does one
Depends on which
bubble.
websites you visit.
Your lighting also
gonna
looks
clip
different.
you.
I
need to know now. Are there female butlers?
It looks
And
darker
Are we
behind
going
you.
for gender parity and equal?
Well, now you can't say waiters and waitresses. You have to say servers.
And
wouldn't waiter just be non?
And what
No,
about
'cause
like
then
airlines?
You're assuming that male is
It's you don't call them stewardesses. You call them
flight attendants.
Flight attendants.
Yes, the default.
Yeah.
Waffle Sensei said, I agree, Dane. Why do people get so weirded out when I French kiss them at the board meeting? These people have such hang-ups.
That is weird.
Honestly.
I hate it when that
Super
happens.
Jazz used to be a little
It's just
crazier.
Like, hey, I'm just showing.
Or when you show a pornographic video to the entire room of board executives.
How else do you get main guest house?
That is a good point. How does one become the main guest host without French kissing someone at the bar?
Truly.
Waffle Sensei said, for real though, kings, never listen to the feminists. Hold the door open. Buy nice girls nice things and be a strong, positive male role model.
Seriously.
It does feel to me that the women who seem, and maybe it's your own bias, it's like confirmation bias, but the women who seem the most authentic are the ones that talk about how they prefer. Now they're not saying like where are all the masculine men. They're saying that the men that I am drawn to in life have more masculine tendencies, take control of situations, take the
I'm
lead
literally
when
dying right now.
when a situation
I hope you
calls
know that.
for it,
Chat, I'm dying right
wants
now
to be the
listening to
breadwinner in
myself
the
talk.
household, this and that.
Mary knows this. Okay, Mary knows this. When we do this show, when we are done with this show every day, she has to go through and she very graciously, she gets all the timestamps so that we can put timestamps up so everyone can find their segments where they need to go. And what she does is she puts the video on 2x speed, and there is seldom anything in
You
life.
sound like a chipmunk.
Yeah, well, I hate the sound
you're
of my own voice.
sped up.
I hate the sound of my own voice in regular speed. I never listen to anything I say back again. And for those 2 to 5 minutes while Mary's making those timestamps, I'm literally in hell. So what I'm experiencing right now is far and beyond hell because I said we would watch this.
I think maybe the first episode I was on was like 85 or something in April last year.
Okay.
I want to find that one. It'll be difficult. I'm just scrolling.
Okay. We'll find it. We'll watch a few minutes of it. I'm not doing more of this. I'm literally dying.
I like how our thumbnails look now, not how they looked back then.
Far better now, right?
Yeah.
I can't do much more of this. It's actually killing me a little bit to listen to.
Oh, it's
myself
not. It's
talk.
not that bad.
Yeah. it's very difficult for me to listen to right now. So let's wait for a bit and let's talk when Sarah gets here. I guess maybe.
Do you want to react to the?
Or have you found 85 yet?
How do you look at just the episodes?
I mean, you can go to the actual stream channel right there. Here's episode 400 with Ian.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's not.
What do we need? Like,
How do you find I'm just looking at 2023 right now. I need to go back further.
I'm gonna keep talking to the chat here. How's the chat doing right now?
Go to
In the chat, P. Trent says Brett did get a lot better at this.
Go to week of April 4th. I'll send you the link.
Yeah, just send me the link
here.
Because
then I would definitely
capacitor in the chat says, yeah, Brett's voice sounds different.
I think BTS band members must join the South Korean army was one of the first I was in. I just sent you the link to that playlist.
Please keep it up here, and I will. All right.
One of the first segments was like
something I didn't ever think would be something I
What
would
is
talk
this?
about, but we're gonna talk about K-pop.
Mm-hmm.
K-pop. Miracle likes K-pop,
hold on.
right?
Yeah, sometimes.
Miracle likes K-pop.
Yep.
You listened to a K-pop song from this band.
Yes. I
it was-
listened to Butter.
Oh, that
I had heard
one?
it, but I didn't know what it was called or the lyrics.
It was it was exactly what I expected it to sound like.
What?
Catchy. But
It's catchy pop music.
Nah.
It was exactly what I expected it to sound like. But
A lot of people
this
don't
is from
remember
TMZ, and it says
that there was another
BTS
co-host
boys in
in
the
the
band
past.
must join South Korean army. So conscription is a bitch.
Yeah, this is very old news.
See, the article's from today, so technically it's not old news if they're.
This has been like years they've
they
been
end up-
saying
did that
they were
end up
supposed to go
happening?
to the
No, they
military,
got-
but they kept
I thought
on
one of
pushing
them
it
did.
off
I
because
thought one of them
they're
did.
a popular band and they're still representing South
Probably
Korea.
got, like, a
so
soft
they kept on
baby
pushing
job.
off like their time
When are
to
they
go.
going?
So half of them, I believe, is already over the age of like 20. So I think they're going maybe soon, right? Soon, because the new president told them like you have to go now.
So we'll get into it.
Good
So
for him.
they have a
Somebody
new.
says in the chat, Luke himself says, Brett, you should make up 2 videos of yourself arguing with yourself, a past video on one side and one from now, come back in the future and make a second half.
They have a new president there, and basically
look
one of the first
homeless.
things they asked him was like, "So what about that BTS exemption?" And there's been no answer yet. But it says, "In shades of Elvis, the biggest band on the globe will be walking away from the mic for a year and a half to serve in South Korea's army. South Korea's ambassador to Great Britain made it clear K-pop band members have the same obligation as everyone else, an obligation to protect their country. There's good reasons to worry these days. North Korea has become super aggressive. Kim Jong-il, he recently
Put it on
fired
2 times
a
speed.
missile that could carry nuclear warheads.
Ooh.
That's very yes.
The Rocket Man.
And what I think of when that happens is like BTS on the front lines, like looking
I don't
really
know how to do that. How do you do that?
The settings.
really like.
Oh, one of them could have got away with it because he's already let's see. He's already 28, so he could have went away with it if they didn't say anything.
Well, maybe it ends up passing before he has to. Like they haven't gone yet. So
Well, because like in South Korea, it's supposed to be 18 to 28.
yes, right here it says South Korea requires men ages 18 to 20
How
to serve
far
at least
we've
18 months.
come.
The ambassador said it would.
Take it as a compliment. No, we have to finish this.
He did not give a
I
time
wanna
frame on
see
when he would
more.
call for duty. It does bring back memories of the stories of Elvis, who was at the height of his popularity in the 1950s. Joined the military. He was able to restart his career, but it was never quite the same after that. There was also the pro football player whose name always escapes me.
This is
who joined
hell.
the NFL, who was in the NFL, got a large contract,
This
and
is
then
hell.
after 9/11 enlisted and was actually KIA. Was actually killed in action over there. But there's like a list here. It's like a bunch of celebrities. It's amazing how many celebrities had that you wouldn't expect. Like Clint Eastwood, yeah, I buy that he served in the military. Tom Selleck, Hugh Hefner, but there was like some
Okay,
other ones
I
that
have
I
to
wasn't
stop. I
expecting.
can't
Who
do
wasn't
this
like, actually.
anymore.
Oh yeah.
No,
Chuck Norris,
I wanna
Air Force
hear
Medic
something
Service.
I
Bob Barker,
said. I
not
wasn't
exactly something I've
talking
seen
'cause
as a
I was
military man,
nervous.
But a lot of them, like Mr. T, it fits right into the character. But Drew
I
Carey,
want Hugh Hefner doesn't make sense because I just picture him wearing a robe.
on the battlefield.
Yeah.
On the battlefield. So I like how they put John F. Kennedy as like a celebrity rather than a
Yeah.
politician.
Oh.
That used to be very normal for politicians to have military service. Ron DeSantis is like Navy SEAL.
Well,
Retired
you
Navy
know John F. Kennedy played in the movie, right? Like he was an actor once before he joined
Was
politics.
Elvis
I
on
don't
the
remember.
list?
Yeah, so he was in them. I forgot what
You have to
movie
look
it
it
was.
up. I know Ronald Reagan was an actor. But okay, so this other article is from the Korean Herald and says BTS military exemption not discussed yet, according to the presidential transition team. And it says basically, I get down here.
It's
We're
not
not going to go
my
with the names.
fault you
Miracle.
didn't say
I
anything,
apologize.
Miracle. We have to get
They don't want
through
you don't need to do the names. Like it's politician A, politician B.
Okay.
But it says that there was no mention of the military service at all during the presidential transition committee. The president of the transition committee told reporters after the visit from HYBE headquarters, HYBE, late Saturday.
How are you
something that should be
guys
decided in the newly
feeling?
launched Union government after
Is everyone
discussions with the
liking
National Assembly.
this?
But they're leaving the door open
Or
for
do you hate it?
There was speculation that Saturday's meeting could lead to the removal of the biggest hurdle for the group's global career. The
I got a huge compliment
here.
here. Ben in the chat says 2 times Brett sounds just like Ben Shapiro.
quite
So
deserving
I'll take that as a
It's just a little bit slower.
Recipients of the 5th class Wagwan.
Ben, another Ben says Brett on crack.
So it says they won, it's like the Order of Cultural Merit. So it's like,
Oh,
kinda
that- I don't know how to
it's kind of like how they have like they give like awards to
Is this content?
magnets in Britain for
This
people.
is not
and stuff like that.
content.
So they're talking about it says the 7 members of the group can prolong enlistment until they're 30 years old. So that flies in the face of the 28-year-old
Yeah.
thing that we heard earlier. It says this means Jin. Is that how you pronounce it? I'm assuming that's Jin. The oldest
The
member
live
must enlist by
numbers are
December of this year.
dropping
Well,
there.
he was
People
almost
can't take it.
free. Like,
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, they're making way too. Yeah, you should have done it earlier.
Okay,
But
okay,
it's
we'll
funny because
stop.
they
We'll
didn't want them to
stop.
Thank
Clearly,
you
guys
live
don't
chat.
like it either.
Yeah,
So
and even less than I like it.
We'll
That
put
is
that to
for
rest.
sure right now, right? Okay, so I do want to thank Shane H. Wilder for making that 500th episode mosaic. That was very, very cool of him to do that. So back to what I was saying. So we were talking a bit about all of the topics in which, oh gosh, I took my hat off earlier as like a joke, and now I have to put it back on. Okay, I wanted to show that my hair was still blonde from episode 400. That was 400 that I did that, so I've kept it this whole time. It's crazy.
what was the first time? At the first time you
300.
bleached, it was 300.
300,
yeah.
but I did it again at 400. But I've kept
Wait,
it.
what are we talking about?
The other thing is, like, I've kept it now, so that way they can't bully me into doing it again.
Yeah.
For 500. So I'll have
Let's get those roots done.
Yeah, well, we're not getting it touched up. That's not happening. So I wanted to talk a bit about Barbie because Margot Robbie is saying that they're probably not going to make a sequel.
This was very annoying for me when Barbie was still in theaters and everyone was asking, when is the sequel? Like, nothing could encapsulate the state of Hollywood better than that, because one thing does well. You get one thing right and everyone starts thinking about how you're going to regurgitate the same concept with less thought and effort put into it.
They made the same point about Top Gun Maverick. I said, you do not need to make another one.
And it was already another one in and of itself. Yeah. So she said, I think we put everything we had into this one. We didn't build it to be a trilogy or something. Greta put everything into this movie, so I can't imagine what would be next. And Greta Gerwig already said as well that she is not planning on making a sequel, nor should there be one. And there was enough discourse between the political factions about the meaning of this movie.
Yeah.
I don't want to repeat that all over again.
Yeah.
I don't even know how I feel about Barbie anymore. We've talked so much about it. I don't even have an opinion on it anymore.
There's a $20 one here from what is that one? Pretty the Prince. Brett.
Perrite?
Perrite, is that what it is? Brett, if you don't trust mainstream media, why does your Grindr profile say I heart BBC?
Why did you read that?
We
did
it.
not.
I look. He paid the money.
Are
for
you
it.
going to fact check that?
I'm
or?
gonna. That is. I do not have a
Just
Grindr
leave it.
profile.
Okay,
So-
good.
No, because I've made the point several times on the show that I don't have. I've never used a dating app of any sort.
That's something to be proud of, I think.
Well, we had an interesting discussion yesterday off air about that, right? Because we were talking about like what percentage of the population even actually uses dating apps.
It turns
And
out
it's
most people
Don't.
don't have dating apps, and I think if you looked into it, most people have never. And for the people who have, they report that they had it only for a short period of time, either before meeting someone through it, getting into a relationship, or just getting fed up with it in general. So most women aren't on dating apps, and I've been noticing a huge marketing push from all of these dating apps, including Bumble and Tinder, because I am the target demographic that they want to join these apps. I get their ads all the time, every day, on YouTube especially. Because the big problem that no one is acknowledging with these dating apps is there are more men on them than women. They need to bring women in and incentivize them into this broken system that doesn't facilitate real human connection. So Tinder is actually doing this new marketing push because they have a new feature that allows your real life friends to have input in who your matches are. They can swipe right or left for you.
Okay.
Which is absolutely
That's
insane and just feeds into more of that mean girl mentality.
Yeah, I would never. If I was a woman, I wouldn't trust any of my friends with helping pick
No,
my day.
no.
There's a $20 super chat here from Patriot American. Says, Brett, are you serious? They canceled Blue Bloods. Where did you hear this? I pulled it up here, my friend. So Blue
real.
Bloods to end with season 14. The final installment of the police drama will split into 2 parts, concluding in fall of 2024. So it is coming to an end.
Yeah.
That's very sad. And one more $20 one here from Shane H. Wilder. He says, the Twix also has the high res for the mosaic. Glad y'all enjoyed it. And Mary, you did not look ugly. You were just growing into your role on the show. God bless.
That's nice of you to say.
It is,
but you don't
is-
have to lie.
It is very nice.
No one told me that I looked homeless.
I just met you, so I
you
wasn't
didn't
gonna-
know, like, is looking like a hobo like
that, like, your
normal
thing?
for her? Is that like her
that your
baseline, or should I say something?
I wouldn't say something anyways.
Yeah,
just dress how you
you're
wanna
just
dress.
too nice.
The other thing about the dating thing is it kind of runs in the same because of how much of a big deal it's made for people these days. It kind of falls in the same category. I feel like how OnlyFans is made into being this huge deal. Like everyone's on it, but it has a total of 2 million people creating content on it.
Right.
Granted, there's way
then you have to
hundreds
think
of millions
about-
more who consume the material, but
Right.
only 2 million people. Like not everyone you know knows someone who's making money on OnlyFans. or
Factor
trying
in
to
also
make money
how
on
many
OnlyFans.
of these women have made a creator account on OnlyFans and then stopped. How many of those accounts are even active? How many of them are actually the accounts making money on the platform? It's not actually that many. And just like dating apps, the big problem with OnlyFans is the majority of the user base is males who are subscribing.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys.
So like,
I love it.
porn and dating apps are products that you almost don't even need to market to men because they're going to flock to it regardless because of how degenerate our society has become. And, you know, they're just horny dudes are going to flock to those platforms regardless. The people that you have to market it to and sell it to as something aspirational is the women.
Yeah.
You have to incentivize women to start OnlyFans accounts, and you have to incentivize women to get on dating apps, despite the fact that in every possible way, it is an undesirable method of either finding people to date or making money.
I think one of the ways they do that is like every so often, whether it's like Lad Bible or the New York Post, they run some type of human interest piece that says this person joined OnlyFans and made this many millions of dollars in their first month. So they make it this thing where it's like, look how much money, and they almost turn it into
It just
like
seems
a
like this
get
social
rich-
contagion is taking over society when it's not. If you look at the numbers,
Yeah.
it's not the case.
Hello. Hello.
Hey.
We have a guest here on this side. Young lady.
Yeah. We
Yes.
just had Dane leave the studio, and we have you coming in.
There's money everywhere.
There is money everywhere. How you
Tim
doing?
also joined us
Doing good.
today.
That's
Yeah,
fun.
for the first time. It was the first time that he'd been on PCC.
What a treat.
Yep. I gotta fix her camera angle. We edit this stuff on the fly
Yeah, it's-
here. So there we go.
All right.
Made
hello.
for Dane's 6'3" height.
Yeah, it was the
I like your
OBS had
hair.
it.
Thank you. I curled it.
OBS was set for Dane's height. Now you have to adjust and make it to Sarah
Vastly
height.
adjusted.
You look like a miniature
Yes.
doll.
Yes.
I'm actually like one of the tallest girls at this company.
Yeah.
Really?
Strangely enough, yeah. There's a lot of shorties here.
Kara's pretty tall. Hey,
Hey.
Taylor.
We
also have Taylor
How's it
in
going?
the fourth seat.
Ooh.
People are gonna have to bear with us as I adjust OBS and
Just
everything.
for
on
the
fly.
record, I think I'm taller than Sarah.
You are an inch taller than me.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's
How tall are you?
like 5'7" on a good day, 5'6" maybe.
Okay.
Hannah Claire's pretty tall.
Oh,
Wait,
yeah.
is Kara taller than you?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, she's definitely the tallest.
I would say I'm like fourth tallest.
But any of these dudes who are like 6'4" could start identifying as a woman at any time and
That
just
is-
take us
that
all
is true.
out.
Enough,
Who is
yeah.
the shortest woman? Is Sarah shorter than me? The other Sarah. Game roommate.
I think
How tall are you?
5'1".
You guys are probably
Allison
close.
is, I think, the shortest one. Allison's teeny.
Oh yeah,
She's tiny.
I think she might
Yeah.
be the shortest of all the females.
There's a lot of us.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are
doing?
you?
I wanted to offer an apology.
Oh,
What did you do? I don't even. I haven't even realized what you've done yet.
I have to offer an apology here. So on over the holidays, I got really distracted, and you sent me a very gracious invitation to Thanksgiving, and I felt really
Fist.
bad because I didn't look at it till I looked at it and I was like, I'm gonna respond, and I didn't look at it till in response.
Well, you should feel very bad
I
because you
do.
know how much food was not eaten
Was a lot- was a
that
lot.
you could have consumed.
And you being a vegan meant that you had to make food for people who were not vegans, right?
We
So
did
there
a little bit of both,
a
yeah.
little bit of both. Yeah. So that was one of those things where you don't want to do the thing. I'm not not gonna lie and be like, oh, I totally typed out a response. Like I literally just said I'm gonna respond. We were very busy leading up.
You
to the
said
end
you
of the holiday.
basically forgot it was Thanksgiving.
No, I didn't know. So for me, guys, I actually have a tradition on major holidays. Growing up skating is one of those things where I would see my family most of the time if it was in those later years after my parents separated. So they'd some years you'd go to your dad, some years you go to your mom, some years you'd go to both. But one thing I did every Thanksgiving and Christmas is I always went and skated street on the holidays because it's those are the only days of the years where I can go skate government buildings and there will be no security guards there because they would be empty. So I followed that tradition and I went and skated on Thanksgiving Day.
Oh, you should have invited me to come skate.
I went and skated twice
double
on
whammy.
Thanksgiving.
Just drop the ball.
On Thanksgiving Day. And it was this but in the past it was always a solo thing because all my friends would be at there. And I had a friend, my friend Blake. He was Jewish, so every Christmas me and him would go out and we'd go skating on Christmas Day.
Well, you know what Jews do for Christmas, right?
Movie and Chinese food.
You got it.
He did that too with his family, and then me and he would go out at night.
You go see a movie with all the other Jews in town, and then you go to the one Chinese food restaurant that's still open.
Yes. Yeah.
What about Hanukkah though?
Hanukkah, some years it like coincides with Christmas, but some years it comes earlier.
Okay.
Like this year, I think it starts on the 8th of December. I like your shirt, by the way.
Yeah,
today.
I noticed
I'm
that
just
too.
noticing.
Super it's cute. 2 shirts.
I love
but...
the shirts that have the thumb holes.
Yeah, that's my favorite. Little sweater paws that are permanent.
Hand
but
warmers.
I wasn't raised super religious, so we didn't do holidays perfect, but we would do some traditional stuff like make food and
I actually
a lot of fried food on Hanukkah, and
I-
then you do like the menorah blessing every night.
I learned recently that Hanukkah is not necessarily the most important Jewish holiday, and it's actually Yom Kippur. Is that true?
Hanukkah is definitely not one of the more like important ones, but I think in America it's celebrated a lot just because it falls in the same time that everyone else is taking their break a lot of times.
Right.
But I like Hanukkah because I like latkes.
You made some great latkes last year, I think.
I did.
Oh,
and
yeah, I remember that.
There
They
will
were
be
good.
more.
Yes.
More latkes.
I will be making more, and I'll make more than I made last year
Okay,
because
good.
as I was making them and setting them on the paper towel to cool, people just came and took them, and I was like,
gone before you had the chance.
it's like I wasn't even able to plate these and pass these out. They just disappeared immediately.
Yeah, that was. So, what movie did you go see last year? Did you do this last year?
Last year, what did I do on Hanukkah last year? Well, Hanukkah was around Christmas time last year, I think. I don't know if I went and saw a movie.
I mean, movie theaters are open on Christmas. That's a bit. I mean, Christmas.
You mean for Christmas? Yeah. What did I do for Christmas? I think I went home, and I was snowboarding around that time.
That's cool.
All of like every holiday of the past few years has just blended together, and I can't remember what I've done.
Yeah.
Does that happen to you guys?
Yeah, a little.
Yeah,
little
definitely.
Bit.
After my mom died, for those those first 2 holidays, I think I spent one of them with my dad, but my dad spends his winters in Florida. So at that time I was back up and I was skating literally 365 days a year. So it was just another day for me on those, and I love it. Like in Minnesota, like you guys, so the ladies came in today, Mary came in today, and people were like, it's cold out, and it's what it was like.
It was snowing a little bit when I was driving.
Snowing out
Snowed today.
but us Midwesterners, like I looked forward to the 30s, right?
I'm not as tough as you because skating outside when it's really cold, it hurts so much worse to fall that I don't even want to push myself or try.
But the thing is if you're skating rails in their snow, you just fall in the snow, and as long as you got so every person who skates has several things in their car in the winter if you live there, which is salt, rock salt, a broom, a shovel, and various other things to clean off.
Your window scraper.
We'd be getting kicked out, and I'd be like, I'm scraping this guy, the run up to this. I'm like, I'm doing your job for you. What are you kicking me out of here for?
Clearing it for everyone.
I'm saving a lawsuit from you guys. See, I always wanted to be that guy who actually sued, but I would never do that because it's like when the people would get mad when we get kicked out. My friends would be really mad at the cops for telling us to leave. I'm like, technically they're right. We're not supposed to be here. You're just being kind of a baby about it, but we're not actually supposed to be.
We were talking about this on Culture War last week.
Yeah.
That it's like an insurance issue that they're scared if someone gets hurt and it's found out that they could lose their business insurance. So I get it, but I don't know. It depends on the security guard or cop that you run into. I think as a woman, I've had better luck too, because they look at me and they're like, she's not going to do anything. They're like, just don't mess anything up.
I always had, like, for the most part, pretty good luck, right?
Yeah.
Like, I was very good about finding places to skate that were either low security, or the other key is to go, like, into the city, because cops tend to have better things to do than to bother you when you're in a city. Like, they've got actual stuff to stop you from, to stop other
and then
people from doing.
if you see someone scoping it out, like you're going to get kicked out and you're in the city, you just skate down the road and go skate another spot for a bit, come back later.
Yep. What did you do for Thanksgiving?
I flew home.
You went home?
I did like a quick trip all the way to California.
Must have been a very quick trip, just like 2 or 3 days?
Yeah. I'm still like recovering from it, honestly.
How long is the flight to?
It is 6 hours.
Okay.
It's a 6-hour flight there. On the way back, I had a layover in Salt Lake City. My flight was delayed by like 4 hours. So I spent like over 12 hours traveling back here on Saturday. And then I don't know why, but I decided to fly in and out of BWI. So I drove myself an hour and a half there and an hour and a half back.
Where? Which one?
Baltimore Airport.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Like, I'm like, we're going with Reagan this week or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, and then like Jessica's like, where are we going? Who knows? But the point being that like, I've always flown into Dulles here, right? Which is just much
I like
quicker.
Dulles.
Yeah. Other than the train to get from like the
terminals.
The terminals.
Wait, do they have the train or is the
I kind of like
one?
those.
It's got the
I know it's got the little tram thing
The
you gotta
tram.
get on,
That's the
and
tram.
then the other one has the actual train, right?
I don't know what I've never flown out of Reagan.
Oh, okay.
I've
So
only,
it will be
or
your
no,
first
I've
time.
flown out of Reagan, but it was years ago. It's years ago. I
Okay.
don't even remember what that was like.
I've
but
flown
then-
out-
and DC are both decent.
I remember one time I flew out of Reagan. I was like, I went into the airport, hadn't gone through security yet, and I'm standing in line to get my ticket or boarding pass, whatever. And one of the security guards is like, "Hey, whose bag is this?" And there's a bag just like sitting in the middle of the airport, and I'm thinking to myself like, this is a bomb. This is it.
That's a big
like,
problem.
Why is everybody so chill right now? Why don't they move this thing and go search it? And they were like not making a big deal about it. But I was like, if someone were gonna attack an airport, this would be the place they would do it.
Yeah.
Right
Yeah.
before security, they'd leave something like that. And I'm looking around like, why is no one else panicking? I think I stepped outside for like 10 minutes because I was like, not worth the risk.
$20 super chat here from Quite Black Pill. It says, got a new car payment, so this is the extent of the love I can send y'all. Thanks for the 500, guys. Guess I missed every woman but Brett giving Dane a smack on his sweet ass for me.
What?
Whatever that means, I have no idea. But he said it, not me. People in the chat are like arguing. I see some people saying Dulles is better than Reagan. Yes, there you.
Anything's better than BWI.
Was
Just put
was
it
the
that
airport
way.
like crazy around Thanksgiving?
Surprisingly not.
That's good.
I've traveled on Thanksgiving. I've traveled on Christmas Day. Christmas is insane. Christmas Day is always crazy. Thanksgiving, it was like, my flight was super early. I think I had to hit the road at like 6 a.m. So it wasn't crazy yet. I got through security in like a half hour.
That's
if
not
even.
bad. That's
Yeah.
really good.
Yeah, it was great.
Last year, I did go home because Hanukkah and Christmas were like near each other. So I went home for both and I drove.
That sucks.
Which
How
is
long is that?
Like 11 or 12 hours. I think I split it up though. There's this like weird sketchy Airbnb that I just frequent.
Does anyone
or used to
even use-
frequent?
I see nothing but anti-Airbnb stories now. Like
I am
be-
anti-Airbnb.
Yeah, because like
Yeah.
nobody like I'm not doing your sheets. I'm just gonna go to a hotel so I don't
Yeah,
have to wash your sheets.
Also, like, by the
my
way,
dishes.
feed my dog or whatever.
like
It's always some weird rule.
Or
like
you like
that.
walk out to the kitchen in the morning and like people are out there.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I didn't expect you
Like,
guys.
how did that even
No.
become popular? Like
I don't get it.
Airbnbs.
either.
They used to be way cheaper.
Yeah.
They're
I
not
think-
anymore.
I haven't stayed at one in a while, but I would do it for the price.
yeah.
Or there's been a couple times where, like one time Wesley and I were driving back from I think Tennessee, and we were thinking like we're gonna make it home, like we're gonna do this in one trip, and it got to be like 1 a.m, and I was like, I can't do it. Like I can't do another hour and a half. We have to stop. So we got an Airbnb, and it was like $50 or something in some lady's basement. But yeah, a little bit sketchy.
A little
but
bit.
It was less
Wesley
sketchy than us driving that tired.
Yeah.
Remember the movie about the Airbnb that has the serial killer in it?
Oh,
what was it called? Predator? Or no, it wasn't Predator.
Wasn't
it was
it like Mama or something?
No. It was with the guy who plays It, right?
Skarsgård.
Yeah.
What's that movie called?
I don't remember, but yeah, that
And it
probably
had
put a lot
Justin
of people
Long.
off from Airbnb.
Well, that wasn't even like there's cameras or like some. It was like there's a monster underneath your Airbnb.
There are cameras in a lot of those Airbnbs, though, and the
I
owner
want to
has
look up
the
what that
key.
was called now. I can't remember.
Many Airbnb owners have been caught.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Peeping Tom on their guests.
Oh gosh.
It's just a no from me.
Yeah.
But
Beauty
that's
of being
happened in
a-
hotels too. So
one of the
Barbarian.
Barbarian, yes.
The good
Barbarian.
things about being a guy is you don't have to worry. They don't care about you at the creepy Airbnb with the camera. They care
You don't
about
know.
you,
You never
ladies.
know, Brett.
Yeah,
think-
right.
I mean, I'm just taking it as a compliment. Then. I'm
There's
like,
still
oh,
a risk
me?
of that
That'd be the
stuff at
ultimate
hotels
weirdo.
too.
Yes. There have been hotel workers caught doing the same thing. It's just
Or even I saw a story where you know the hotels that have a door in between two rooms so you
Yeah.
can like rent both or they
Yeah.
shut it off for
Suites or
separate
whatever.
guests. I saw one where there were a couple girls in one and they see like a wire go under that door and there was a teeny tiny camera on the end of it and some guy was like
Dude,
keeping
what?
Tom on these girls.
Also, baseball coaches have been known to get stuck between the doors with their arms like this. It's a reference to the movie Rookie of the Year. Anybody who's seen it?
I've seen Rookie of the Year and I don't remember.
I knew
Yeah, okay,
you were referencing a movie,
So
but
in
it
the
also went
movie-
over my head.
In the movie, when Roland Gardner goes on his first away trip, him and the pitching coach Brigma are in adjoining hotel rooms, and Brigma would just like barge into the room and the door would fly like this. And at one point, so he's like talking to him and the door would be slowly closing. He'd always stop it right before it closed because it would lock. So one time he finally then the door shuts and he gets stuck between the doors. And he's stuck like this for the whole game. And then somebody lets him out and he goes, oh. It's, it's one of Daniel Stern's better roles. Everyone should go watch Rookie of the Year. It's a masterpiece. So yes,
Do
no
you want to
Airbnbs.
get into some of these random topics? We've kind of gone through the main part of the show at this point and had random
didn't
stuff
really-
that we wanted to talk about.
We didn't have much to say on Barbie other than to say that it makes
There
sense
should
that
not
there
be a
should
Barbie
not
sequel,
Just like there
obviously.
shouldn't be a Top Gun Maverick sequel because the joy is in the getting it right the first time.
Yes.
Right?
But apparently Jurassic Park is erotic.
Okay, yes, guys. I do think you guys will have a laugh.
I'm
at
just
this.
as lost as you are.
I
Please
saw this
explain.
the other day and I saved it for today. So there is a woman. Her name's Emerald Fennell. Says that she would love to make a Jurassic Park film and pitches her own take. She says it would be, quote, very erotic.
Yeah, first and foremost, it's very erotic. There's a marriage between a man and a velociraptor, and it's basically a domestic drama.
This
Sounds
is why.
dangerous.
See, Mary, this is the perfect example. Yeah, remember yesterday when we were talking about women will do stuff like this and wonder why we've put limits on their sovereignty for all of human history. This is a perfect example of that. Like, you know, the fact that this was suggested kind of lends credence to the idea that, you know, maybe we shouldn't allow laissez-faire female writing in Hollywood. We should
Someone
put some limits
replied
on
with
it.
a picture of Martin Scorsese. This is cinema.
So, Jurassic Park fans of
The first one, yeah.
I've only seen the first one, but it's been a really long time.
Would you watch a romantic Jurassic Park in which a man and a velociraptor find themselves in love?
Hard pass.
Starring Chris Pratt as both the man and the dinosaur.
You should also watch. I still haven't seen it, but it's a big meme. It's one of those things that sat in my queue for a really long time because hold on here. Let me.
A Jurassic Park meme?
If they did like a comedy of that, yeah, but is it going to be like a romantic, like 50 Shades of Grey?
It'd be a difficult one to pull off, right?
There's a movie in 2018 that I still haven't seen called The Velocipaster.
What?
After losing his parents, a priest travels to China. He inherits a mysterious ability that allows him to turn into a dinosaur. At first horrified by his new power, a hooker convinces him to use it to fight crime and ninjas.
I like that.
Okay, so it's already
They
been
were
done.
like, this isn't
2018.
crazy enough. Throw in some ninjas.
Throw in some ninjas, and now we can take this movie, Velocipastor, and maybe it's the pastor who can turn into the Velociraptor that falls in love with the. Oh, that would be
Sure.
blasphemous, wouldn't it? We can't have a pastor falling in love with another man, even if it is a.
All the rules are out the
Velocipastor.
window.
You know,
clearly.
credit where
That's where we
credit
draw the
is
line.
due. Title's pretty good.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I bet you someone started with the title, and like this title is so good.
There needs
Yes.
to
You
be
have to
a
write a
film.
script around this.
I mean, and what I would like is for them to do this and cross over with Sharknado, in the Sharknado movies with Tara Reid. I think that would be good.
Yeah, dinosaurs and sharks. I was disappointed in Meg 2. I thought there was going to be a lot more dinosaurs.
Yeah.
And there wasn't.
Well, it also it was like pretty much all in the last 30 minutes, right?
Yeah,
like all
that
of it ends
sucks.
up coming in the last 30 minutes.
They
So
just couldn't
yeah,
afford the CGI.
she says, honestly, I feel like I've been so lucky. I've been able to make my dream projects already. Well, then maybe give up and don't ruin Jurassic Park.
Why would this
for the
be one
rest
of your
us.
dream projects unless
Yeah.
you're mentally ill?
Also, subversive spin on Jurassic Park. I'm so sick of the word subversive. We don't need everything to be subversive.
Just put the franchise to rest. We don't need any more Jurassic Park
Yeah.
films. Jurassic World Dominion sucked. I'm gonna just say it.
They ruined Campbell Scott, the guy who played the bad guy in that one, who's a great actor, and then he just ends up being a wet rag in that whole movie. He's just awful. in
Just
that.
ends up being Bill Gates.
Yeah, no, I think he's supposed. I think they said he's
Or Tim
supposed to
Cook.
be Tim Cook.
Tim Cook?
Which is
Like,
funny.
why would
like,
you-
Elon's right there, and they're like, "No, we'll make him an evil Tim Cook." Like,
Yeah, we
what?
got a $20 from DCNC. Hey Brett, I put some PCC clips together. Feel free to hit them up for some content.
Okay.
Where are they? Twitter? Should we delve into the PCC subreddit?
Oh, is that still a thing?
It's still a thing. It is still alive and breathing. We haven't looked at it in a while.
I've
but
never looked at it. I want to see.
Yeah.
We
Let's
used
check it
to delve into that for the PCC meme reviews, but we haven't done a meme review in a minute.
Hold
So-
on.
I've seen some pretty good memes on Twitter.
I don't know what's going on now.
Speaking of what you were saying earlier about like traveling back to Michigan,
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about when you were like, "Do you guys change your oil at 7,000 miles or 5?" That was
No,
such a funny.
I thought it was like 3,000 or 4,000 miles. I think when I was like 16, my dad told me that, and it just stuck with me.
So I recently I went and got my oil changed. I made a big deal about it. I said I went by the 5,000 mile rule.
Yeah,
right?
and
Like,
also
so-
when I posted that question, the amount of answers did not give me any clarity. It just made me more
a bunch
confused.
of all the different ones. So like I was like I went and got it, and I got it done early, which is like I literally stopped after I went and did it, and I texted my dad. I'm like, I got my oil changed early. I really am an adult now, you know, like because like I wasn't like it was already like weather was changing out here. I wasn't gonna do it myself out here, so I was like I had a guy out here who did it, and he put the sticker on it for 3,000 miles, and I'm like, no, it's a scam.
It is a scam.
Brett, this is totally unrelated to anything, but I just sent you a meme that I wanted to show everyone.
Okay, hold
Because if I had to see it,
I just feel like it doesn't hurt to do it a little extra, but you don't want to get caught slipping too far, you know?
Where have you been? You know how much deep shit you're in right now?
Why are you so angry?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because your obsession with middle schoolers! Look at the fucking news. Congratulations, you're not just famous for racing. What am I supposed to tell my agents now? Lightning McQueen is caught sending inappropriate pictures and messages to middle school girls.
Hold please.
Hold on.
Hold please.
It's Lightning McGroomer.
I'm like out of money.
I got some money over here.
I need some money. Okay, what is this, Mary, now?
It's Lightning McGroomer.
Light-
Lightning McQueen got exposed for grooming middle schoolers.
Here we go.
Showing pictures like his exhaust pipe covered in oil. Like, I don't get it. You're a fucking car. We lost so many sponsors. Adidas, Apple. You know you have to show up in court, right?
Fuck. That's a...
Not to mention you're all over the newspaper too. Lightning McGroomer? Yeah, that's a new one. I haven't heard that shit before. Oh wait, I've never heard that shit before because you never groomed fucking children before. What the fuck is wrong with you, Lightning McQueen?
They said they were 18. That's the
Who the
truth.
fuck is 18 in the 7th grade? See you in court.
What the hell did I just watch?
Also, we passed 15 crisis parties a little bit ago, and 15 was our wager for reacting to old PCC
I'm so
content.
glad that's over with now.
Yeah, we watched the live test episode and some of the older episodes where I looked like a literal rat
It's
It was awful.
A cute rat.
Yeah, very cute.
So here's
No one told me that I looked homeless, and
you didn't look homeless. You looked fine.
Don't-
You look
you don't
lovely.
need to lie.
You look lovely.
You don't need
Here
to
we go. We got some stuff here in the PCC subreddit.
Okay, what is this?
Probably
It
music.
says Gaza is becoming a graveyard for children with over 4,000 gone and over 1,000
What is
missing under the
this?
rubble. Daijobu janai. Ohio, America-chan! Since World War II, the United
What?
States has given over $200 billion to Israel in aid, adjusted for inflation.
You've never seen this lady? She does all these videos that have like
Is she doing like news reports
Yeah, she
in
does,
an anime
she does
voice?
like heavy political news with like this anime portrayal. She does this all the time. You ever
Kill
seen
it
this?
with fire.
Yeah.
Suguru-kun, as of September, about 62% of Americans are living from paycheck to paycheck. Ooh.
It's like the darkness towards
There's no
society.
point in advancing technology if it doesn't lead to increased happiness, safety, and quality of life. Ooh. Moshi moshi! Tens of thousands of people have been marching for a ceasefire, saying, "No ceasefire, no votes. Ikimasen ka?" Yakai! The U.S. Marines are now sponsoring gaming streams on Twitch, but Marines in my comments say there's still mold in the barracks. Ganbate! Ane-chan! 6.8 million American households had very low food security in 2022. Pew pew. Nya. Bed bugs have been around since the time of the dinosaurs. My best.
Just make it stop.
That lady
Make
can
it
she
stop.
can make a movie about Jurassic Park with Jurassic
I
bedbugs.
never want to hear that or see that
Is
again.
this is some sort of cultural appropriation.
I don't know what.
Oh, this was from yesterday.
This is our cringe of the
This was our
day
cringe of the- Did you guys
yesterday.
see this of the girl reacting to Billie Eilish, getting Billie Eilish Air Forces?
No.
Let the consumer, let the materialism consume you.
Oh. You're making me dizzy. Oh, those are absolutely gorgeous. I need to become a size 8.
Mental illness.
Yeah, this is
It's gonna be okay. It's super cute. Oh, somebody's getting on these heels, bro. Keep up straight.
How much do they cost? Are they really that big of a deal? Why are Zoomers sneakerheads now?
Okay, don't fall.
Don't fall.
I wish I could be this excited about a gift of anything in my life.
Right? Like,
Receiving
maybe-
gifts
maybe
is always
we're the-
so awkward.
Maybe we're the bad guys because we're just like, maybe if I had that much joy in my life for anything, I would be happy.
I couldn't tell.
I just
Is
wanna
it
feel
joy?
something.
Is it joy? Because it almost looks like she's like gonna throw up.
Yeah.
That's literally what
might be a little bit
in
of
the
a
chat.
show
In the
for the
chat, somebody
cameras.
said, I saw Marie says, yeah, it looks like she's about to throw up on the sneakers.
I do like her dress though. That's cute.
Yeah.
It's a cute dress. Way to look at the positives.
There's a $20 one here from Shane H. Wilder. He says, sadly, the subreddit is 90% me. It's the only subreddit I hit just to post the memes, although you could check out the PCC trailer debate and sitcom on it. Yeah.
It says they cost about anywhere from like $150 to $300. Like, I don't know if you should be reacting like that unless they're in like the thousands.
How much were they?
Yeah. It's only like 150.
That's not that crazy
From what I'm seeing.
for
Yeah.
a
Like, I'm not
pair of,
spending that on a pair
like
of
limited
shoes, but-
edition sneakers. I wouldn't spend that on shoes either. But
How great would that be, though, if you're in your life, you just go, you spend $150 on something, you wait for it to arrive, and then you get to have that reaction when it shows up.
Right.
That reaction isn't the reaction of something you bought yourself. That's the reaction of something that you got for free. I would love to be that excited for getting like maybe I'm the bad guy because I don't think I would be that excited for getting a gift that was like $150.
actually,
I'd be excited and I'd be grateful.
I get really excited when I get something like for a really good deal.
Yeah.
That's a Midwest
Like
thing.
I got some shoes in like the whatever Black Friday, Cyber Monday sale, some new skate shoes, $25 a piece.
That's a Midwest thing for it's like do you thrift? Do you thrift shop?
I do.
So it's a thing where if you're
I
from the
got
Midwest,
this
if you're from the
thrifted.
Midwest and somebody says, "Oh, I like your sweatshirt," you go, "Oh, I got it at a thrift store for like 30% off."
I literally
got
say
it.
that all the time.
See, it's a very Midwestern thing to do that.
But I don't thrift shoes. Gross.
I don't thrift shoes.
Yeah, don't
anybody
thrift shoes.
That thrift shoes.
Save and get some new shoes.
I do buy secondhand shoes. But it's
I
like
do
off
too.
of Poshmark.
Maybe
it's less sketchy if it's online.
Maybe for certain types of shoes, but not like athletic shoes.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
where you got to draw the line.
No, I wouldn't.
Maybe some dress
Get
shoes.
someone's dried up 20-year-old sweat. no, thank you.
I'll pass on that. Thank you. I'm not looking
Was there anything else in the subreddit?
so here we got a couple more here. Let's just look at this one. It says Corey Feldman. Enough said.
Okay.
It's 4 minutes long. We're not looking at 4 minutes. We're gonna get copyrighted on some of this stuff. Oh, here, look at this
Gamer
one.
Mates. Just shut up and game, you noob.
They should have switched the heads and put Chris on Ariel in the.
That would have
Yeah.
been even better.
The way Mary's eyes light up when Brett mentions authoritarian measures is so wholesome.
Yes, you did look unbelievably excited at the idea of being able to boss people around and controlling them.
Yeah. I'm just, taking notes for when I become dictator.
It's never going to be. I don't know if it's a fixable problem without
A married
authoritarian
dictatorship is
measures
kinda
that a lot of
scary.
people
Yes.
just aren't going to be.
Well,
comfortable with.
there's when I become dictator.
So it says, attention, Mary Morgan has taken over as supreme theological dictator. Her first act as such is to start a new crusade. Finish your prayers and strap up, men. We're going to war.
In the Catholic Slack. Let's go.
This is our future, people.
Why does this already exist?
Yeah, wait, what is this from?
This is way better done than it should be.
Yeah.
But I appreciate it.
When I become dictator.
Oh my gosh, what would that even look like? A married dictatorship would just be
I would
so-
treat you well.
That's good, I suppose.
That's what they all say.
Yeah, she says that now.
Brett would be her right-hand man.
Yeah.
But, like, slowly over time, just
I'm
watches
doing
her
my
become
part.
more and more corrupt.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is
It'd make
this?
for a great movie later, a
It would.
political thriller.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I didn't do fucking shit.
Shane, I think I responded to this.
You sell
when
yourself short.
Yeah, you have done plenty, my friend, so do not sell yourself short.
Making
Shane Wilder?
movies better for Mary.
Oh, I've seen this.
I don't know what this is. I haven't seen this, I don't think. Have I?
Put a cat in it.
Oh, yeah.
Do you like cats?
Put a cat in it, make it lame. I think any movie would improve from a cat.
But I'm going with you. You said you were going to leave this life behind.
We both said that we were leaving the life behind.
I'll show you with the box. What was it?
No!
I envy your
Please tell me the cat is okay.
It seems that envy is my sin.
Oh, what's in the box?
Of course the cat's in the box.
Yeah, if it fits, it sits. Everyone knows that.
I love it.
Today at Walmart Plus, parking lot fights for 10 hours.
They could you know what they could do? They could have their own Cartnarks show where like they have like the guys from Cartnarks who have like an episode every day.
Why don't they hire us?
They should hire us for planning their shows, guys.
A really weep skip, weep whoop weep whoop. Now the door's closed. Your cart map. Yeah, you just left it there.
I do want
Cart
those
return's
shorts.
there. There's also a cart return at the front of the store.
Exactly. And it's like, well, you didn't need to put it there in the first place.
She's staring me down. Appears to be reaching for something in her purse.
Taking notes for when I'm dictator.
You left your cart out like a big old lazy bones.
I don't know a lot about the rules and essentially morality clauses.
They have a great cart return over there, a great cart return up front. But it's just blocking a spot right there and it could roll and hit somebody.
So like this is kind of pretty far from what ordinary people actually give a shit about, obviously.
I promise you, the cart narcs are nothing but absolute professionals, and we appreciate the effort.
Fear Factor, licked ice cream edition.
There you go. That was good. That was good stuff right there.
Yeah, that was the 500 episodes nostalgia post there.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna put this off screen first here so I can.
I think there might be a $20.
There's a $20 here one from Bucky Ducky says. I just want to double check here. It says.
Sort by new on the subreddit. Make Mary watch mine. Is that the newest one that was posted? You know what's really delicious? Biodegradable packing peanuts. They're made of cornstarch.
Excuse me. What the fuck?
It took me a little bit to find them because I live out in the middle of nowhere, but got them.
Okay, we have a taste test video.
Mary, I actually think about that all the time.
Where I'll be proven right. I will finally be proven correct.
Packing peanut. Essentially, it looks like just a Cheeto puff.
Yes. They're made of cornstarch. They taste like, honestly, they taste like Cheetos or like cheese puffs. Huh?
Dude, what the fuck?
I was right!
There's no right to be this good. This is literally just an unflavored Cheeto puff.
Wait, so
controversial take, but I'm right.
Well,
you know what's really
what happens if you eat it?
I have an important
Nothing.
question. How did you discover this?
I don't know, man. I don't have an explanation. I just thought maybe I like smelled it, and I just thought it smelled like a cheese puff, and I wanted to see if it tasted like
this
one.
This wasn't like a trend. This was just something you discovered.
I just discovered. I thought I was the first one.
You
I
didn't
looked it
just
up.
taste it. You ate it.
Yeah. Well, once you taste it, it starts dissolving, and you're like, oh, this is actually like biodegradable.
I saw like a giant thing of cornstarch at the store, and I thought of you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take your word for it.
Were you on that
I
episode?
was.
Okay,
Yeah.
That is crazy. However,
but look, I was just proven right. Thank you, Bucky Ducky.
I have never looked at a single packing peanut and thought,
packing peanuts, so good. Well, now you ought to.
Disco Jensen says, thanks for 500 PCC. Here's to 100 more. Thank you. So much for that. Yeah,
10,000
the poll is still up there, ladies and gentlemen. I did ask you guys, I said, are we going to outlast Disney? And so far, they are saying 60% say yes, we are going to outlast Disney.
Will we live to see the downfall of Disney? Period.
We'll have to wait and see.
You guys are growing, and they're
tanking.
falling.
They're shrinking.
So,
that is true at the very least. We talked about how they lost like $1 billion in this past year. I don't know. Like, if they continue on this trajectory, how will they not go bankrupt?
I mean, we were talking about yesterday. Too big to fail. Like for the most part, like they could
just go like this. Are you telling me they could just continue like this for 60 years?
Probably.
And nothing would change.
They could get bailed out by the government.
Yep.
I guess.
That was a big thing during COVID, right? Was all these companies, especially the movie studios, were getting handouts from the government.
Yeah, airlines and
unless it's DeSantis 24.
Yep. Well, he's we need to get him in. Like, I would love to have him on here to talk about his boots. Like, it'd be like
we don't need to talk about Disney or anything.
Like,
we just want to talk about those Lucchese's.
I want to be able to have like hilarious political figures on here to talk about literally anything but politics. Like,
Yeah.
I would love to have Marjorie Taylor
Let's
Greene.
have George Santos.
I would love to have George Santos, Lauren Boebert, or Marjorie Taylor Greene on here.
we know you would love to
Rubio.
have Lauren Boebert, Brett.
Yeah,
that's
a given.
That's different than
Let's make it happen.
Yes. Then
I want Ann
Bryce's
Coulter
dream
on the
come
show.
true.
I think it would be cool to have Ann Coulter.
We could have Lauren Boebert on so I could ask her about. I was like, listen, we talk a lot about movies here. We go to movies. We need to talk about theater etiquette with you, man.
Yeah.
Like, I need to talk to you about your behavior inside an auditorium.
Hey,
I don't think it's acceptable.
Speaking of DeSantis's boots, did you see the Cass Castle short?
Yes.
Could you pull it up?
Yeah, we can.
On the YouTube channel?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Or on the Instagram?
I still haven't.
It's on the YouTube.
Okay.
I still haven't like posted the picture I had, which was of you guys.
Oh.
Is it? Hold on.
I think it's that one.
Was it the one that I just saw?
Yeah, that one.
Okay, here we go.
Hey Taylor, did you watch the debate the other night?
Yeah, I'm definitely voting for Trump after that.
How could you vote for Trump when he won't even show up to the debates?
Exactly. Power move.
It's not a power move. Whatever. Vivek killed it out there. I just hope he doesn't break my heart, you know? You know what I'm saying?
Oh. No, I don't. I can tell you who the clear loser is, though. DeSantis.
Yeah. I don't know anybody that's going to support him anymore.
You guys watch that debate?
What?
Hey Taylor, did you?
What did they have to stand on a ladder to get those shots of you guys down?
I love that.
No, he
literally was
actually on the stilts with the
filming you.
camera.
Like, and he's filming you up there.
He's like, I used to do drywall. It's no big deal.
How tall is Wesley without the stilts?
He's already tall.
He's already pretty tall, and he was
Yeah.
like brushing on the ceiling.
Well, I think it's funny that it's the
Ginormous.
tallest person here
Yeah.
who's on the stilts.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
he's 6'4", I think.
Look, Ron DeSantis is
Pretty
not 5'10". He's not. He can tell that. He can say it until he's blue in the face, but we don't believe that he's 5'10".
5'8".
Well, I think even if you're a shorter dude, embrace it.
Don't wear
know?
heels.
It's not a
Right.
big deal.
I've always-
Confidence goes a lot
He's like
further.
wearing those Forever 21 suede boots that are like thigh highs with the drawstring on them. It's not a good
And
look.
you know, he's got every right to dress how he wants, but people have every right to make fun of it.
It's sartorial criticism.
It doesn't make sense. I guess it makes a little bit more sense for him because he's a political figure. It's not like he's out there trying to get married, but like imagine you're a guy.
He is married.
I know I'm saying, but he's not out there trying to get married. So he's not like you meet a girl and she's like, oh wow, you're so tall and handsome, and then like you get back to their place and you take the shoes off and you come down like 4 inches. Like that's not a good look, my friend.
He's
Just
height
embrace-
fishing.
It's like when a
just
girl
embr-
takes off all her makeup and she's just a different person.
Or
It's
like
no.
a crazy push-up bra. And
Yeah.
it's off and
And the guy's
nothing
just like, that's a letdown. Like that's a height
that a deal
letdown for the women, right? Like,
Right.
so I wonder if Ron. We should ask what's his wife's name. We should ask Ron.
It's Casey, right?
Casey, like Casey. How tall was Ron?
She's a
when you
pretty
met
woman.
She's
versus
beautiful.
When you, yeah.
Yeah.
He definitely like shot above his league with Casey DeSantis. She's a beautiful woman.
She does always look stunning.
So all right.
Well, what else did we want to get into?
We've got
some-
no. I want to talk about this. So remember, not that long ago. I don't know if you were on the show, but we had a topic where Sabrina Carpenter, who had a music video called "Feather," which recorded the music video portions of the film or of the video in a Catholic church, and they got permission. And now, because of the content of the video, the person who runs the
It was the
who-
priest that gave permission for this Sabrina Carpenter music video. He just got removed from his administrative duties after allowing her to film that video in the church. And it looks like they got permission by misleading them about what the content of the video was going to be, because the
I said that
rest
might
of
be
the
a thing.
video is all her slaughtering men.
Thank you.
What number?
18.
Nice.
18.
Thank you, guys.
We are on our way to 19.
So they were honest about the manslaughter.
No,
Or no?
I
Okay.
believe at least that her production company lied about what the video content was, because in the church she's just dancing around. In all the rest of the video, she's killing men and like jumping over their corpses and bathing in their blood and stuff. Like,
Wonderful.
yeah, I said it was just like the power fantasy of a
Technically,
5'2" woman who can't actually intimidate men.
Technically, if we were actually analyzing the music video, I don't think she actually kills any of the men. The men actually lead themselves to their own deaths. The
Well-
ones they chase her around and wolf whistle and they get hit by
One
like
of them,
a-
she traps his necktie in an elevator and then hangs him as the elevator.
But the other
goes up.
ones,
But,
the other ones, like a bunch of men kill each other after fighting over her while working out, and then the three men follow her.
She
and
gets
like
catcalled because that's
and then
still
they
a
get hit
trendy
by
issue.
they get hit by a garbage truck.
Uh-huh.
So most of them die. I'm guessing what they're saying is they're dying of their own hand
I
because
think
of their misogyny.
if they had been honest about what the video was about, they wouldn't have gotten permission.
Yeah.
But also, they shouldn't have been granted permission in the first place. It was just a whole bad look in every way. And then the bishop had to respond and say, like, this is appalling. I had no idea that this was allowed. So, yeah, it looks like it just never should have happened.
Are there like examples of this? Like, would this ever happen at a synagogue? Would they ever grant permission
It
to
would
film something
certainly
like this
never
at
happen at a
synagogue or a
mosque.
mosque? Like, I don't see that ever happening, right?
It reminds me of like Madonna's wannabe edgelord behavior, where her whole career is based on spiting the Catholic Church, which is not the dominant cultural force in this country and never has been. And she posted something on Instagram a while back saying, if you're not doing anything that would get you killed by the Catholic Church 400 years ago, are you even living? It's just like, you're not edgy or interesting.
What a wonderful role model, Madonna.
Yeah.
The funny thing about Sabrina Carpenter is that she's doing, if I remember correctly, she's opening for Taylor Swift right now.
That's a lot of how
right.
like people are getting into her music right now because she opened for
And
Taylor
I
Swift.
see it's astroturfed as hell. Like I see like Sabrina Carpenter fan accounts. I'm like, how is this a thing already?
Yeah, I don't get it either.
The world, like most of these celebrities,
She was
feel
a
very
Disney kid.
Most of these celebrities feel very astroturfed.
Her music is like
propped up by the corporate enterprise around them. You know? So like these
her
stand
music
accounts-
just definitely sounds like it could be AI generated. Like it's not.
Maybe it is.
It's not anything new that she's offering here, and I don't think that disrespecting religion is a new and edgy aesthetic either.
What would be edgy nowadays? Would it be like she's having the music video and she's has a loving husband and kids, and that's the edgy thing to do now? Somebody's like, want to make an OnlyFans,
The
and
whole
she's like,
song-
no, I want to have a family, and they're like, whoa.
The whole song
Be
is
a
about
rebel, have a
hating
family.
men. The whole song is about hating men, and that's what pop music has turned into. It's just this girl bossified garbage.
And it's marketed towards like girls and young women. Like this is some positive thing.
Yeah,
Like,
and then
date a
Lizzo's
bunch of
songs are all
men.
about like self-love.
Yeah, like be a narcissist, be promiscuous, and then be mad that no man wants to marry you.
And wonder why you're miserable and lonely.
Well, I don't think they even well, no, they've got SSRIs for that. They've got
Oh,
antidepressants for
yeah.
that. They've got a medication. Pfizer can sell you the fix for that, so that you can have your girl boss music and your and
you
your
take the
fake
birth control
happiness.
until you're so depressed you need the SSRIs.
Yes.
And they just
Taylor Swift's music
their
as
lives.
like breakup songs, it's not nearly as offensive as all the girl boss pop music, I think. Like in Anti-Hero, there's the lyric where she says like, I imagine my daughter-in-law like fighting with the rest of my family over the will. So she clearly imagines herself in the future having children and grandchildren, which is contradictory to the other narrative. And
in the chat, Go Forth in Game says White and Edgy is going to be the new Weird Al song. It's the continuation of White and Nerdy. Did you ever hear White and Nerdy?
Yes.
White and Nerdy was it's his version of Chameleonaire's Ride and Dirty.
I'm sorry, Weird Al is not funny.
That's a generational gap.
Yeah, I don't.
That's a
It's okay.
generational gap.
Tinfoil hat.
Weird Al is amazing.
Yes.
But
Wait, what else were some really popular Weird Al ones? Obviously, Amish Paradise.
Eat It.
Yep. Stuck in a Closet with Vanna White was one of my personal favorites. Also, Party in the CIA.
Like a
is
Surgeon.
Party in the CIA is a personal favorite of mine.
I like AI parodies more than
the night
Weird Al
the
songs.
night Santa
That's
went
basically
crazy.
what it is now.
Oh, the AI parodies. Wesley has made me listen to Metallica covers of
I
every
didn't send,
song ever made. If you sent him
He's
that,
probably getting him from
this
me 'cause
is
I
your
post,
fault.
I post all of them on Instagram all the time.
I don't have a moment.
I don't
have
Sarah,
a moment of peace and quiet.
I
ever.
sent Sarah down a rabbit hole because Sarah and me, we bonded over her love of the song "Kiss from a Rose" by Seal, and I'm like, do I have the song for you? And I sent her the Metallica cover of that song.
What's
and
crazy?
so good.
I'm not getting
It's
up.
so good.
They're all so good.
Everyone check it out.
Yes,
they are all great.
Yep. The problem with it
I'm
is
just sick of hearing it all the time.
there's also like one of the things that I've realized, like I actually have a couple of critiques of things because I love all of them. But the thing is what they are is like there's also this one of Britney Spears doing like NSYNC songs, and it sounds exactly like the NSYNC song would sound. Like it
the
sounds
way that
just
she
like
did that nasally voice was already a lot like an AI Vocaloid.
So what it is like the problem is there's when you listen to it, all you're listening to is the exact song that came out on the radio, but in another person's voice. So there's no room for actual creativity. Whereas like if the artist actually covered it, they might be taking a chance elsewhere in the song, which is kind of what art is all about in a lot of ways. So it is very mass marketed and very mass media, but all of the Metallica ones, there's also there's a bunch of ones where it mixes Chester from Linkin Park, Serge from System of a Down.
Oh yeah, those are really
James,
cool.
and they do. I wonder if I can find the one that.
Is there one Instagram account that posts all of
there's
these?
there's one that I had. I'm gonna see if I can find it and send it. I've played it on this show before, but I want to send it to. I want everyone to see it.
I
again
love like
because-
weird music and weird things. So
I like
all of this
the-
AI stuff, I
think
I enjoy it.
one of the best ones was the Celine Dion "My Heart Will Go On."
Yes.
Metallica
then
cover?
there's also
Yeah.
there's also
okay.
Cartman covers of all of these that are also just as
the
good.
Cartman,
A lot of
the
a lot
Kanye
of Donald
acoustic
Trump
covers are all the
covers.
best.
Hank Hill covers are pretty good for country songs.
Yeah.
I
I like
gotta-
Goofy covering Bring Me to Life.
Oh yeah, that
That was a good one.
Wake me up inside. I found it here. I just have to.
It wasn't actually AI. It was Brett
Yes, it
voicing
was
Goofy.
Yeah.
Was that or was it a Mickey voice? Mickey.
Your Mickey voice is very accurate.
It is.
Let me see if I can pull this one up here. I'm pretty sure I've shown this one on the show before, but this one is a personal favorite of mine. Oh no, that's the one we just that's the one I just showed them, right? That was the one I just showed.
What, the AI country song?
I'm not gonna. No, that was the. I don't want to
Trump
send them
country
the
song?
whole.
Oh,
conversation.
is that High Res who is
Yeah, I
Trump the
think-
Don?
No, it's not that one.
No, it's not.
But is
Oh.
that High Res is Trump the Don?
I have that one too, but that's
No.
that wasn't the one that I showed him here. I'm gonna find it here. Hold please.
You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yep, we listened to that on the show.
Okay.
Yeah. that
But it
one.
is High Res, the rapper, who's doing that, right? I
We
see
should
him post
have him
it.
on the show.
Definitely, he's
I'm gonna
awesome.
reach out to him.
I gotta find.
I
this
think
one.
he's been on IRL.
He has.
How long
But he-
ago was that?
It might have been
a
while.
Just got a big super chat from Brandon M. That's a whole
Wow.
crisis party. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow.
Happy 500 PCC. Brett, keep recommending. Mary, keep being based and calling out the BS. Haven't missed a show in months and can't wait until 600.
Let's go.
Thank you.
How generous.
Let's see if I can.
Thank you.
Okay, here, let's check this one and see if it works. Yes. Okay, this is the right one. So I have to pull this
Oops,
up on
I
screen.
need to
I
refill
gotta
this
refresh it.
money gun.
And
Do you need some?
hold please. Here we
Hand
go.
me some money.
Baby, one more time. Oh, you have to wait now. It deserves to be heard.
I agree.
Thank you, Ian. You should have seen Tim when he was watching the Money Guns.
Yeah.
Like Tim's like, you guys have to clean all this up afterwards. Like
Did he like the crisis party sound?
He got okay. So every time Dane would be talking, the crisis party would interrupt him. Every time Tim would be talking, the crisis
would
party would
punctuate his
end.
sentence.
It would just end Tim's sentence. He's
Yeah.
just-
Oh,
just
wow.
And
walking
then
on
it gave
water.
him an epic outro as he
Yeah.
walked out.
Wait, was Tim in Sarah's chair?
No,
That's
he was-
oh, okay. I
he
was
was
gonna say
over
that's
here.
the one you get hit with the money
Yeah.
the
Yep,
worst.
yep.
Here we go.
I've never sat in that chair.
Here we go. Copyrighted on that one too, I think,
Worth
because
it.
the background music is technically there,
Oh.
but it was good, right?
It's so good.
It's I think there was a night where I sent you like 4 or 5 of them. I'm like, yeah, like this one, and then I'd hear more, and you're like, oh my god, you got to listen to this one too. It's
They're
so
so good.
good.
Yeah.
it's so good, right?
They all have incredible voices.
Yeah.
Like all those guys, they're powerhouses. But you just wouldn't think they'd sound good on this like pop song.
Well, that's that's kind of the point, right? Is that that's why Pop Goes Punk was such a big deal back in the day, because remember Pop Goes Punk?
I remember that.
Yeah, and you'd get to hear your favorite punk band play some pop song. I think my favorite was when Framing Hanley did Lollipop by Lil Wayne.
Oh, that one was huge.
Yeah, that one was a really big deal.
I don't remember how it goes, but I remember them doing that. I remember a pop cover of Lollipop.
Probably better than the original.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm a Wheezy fan, so I'm gonna hold off on my
Stirring
judgment
up
of
some
that.
controversy.
That is fairly controversial right there. And Chester has like a great part for that song. But the best part is like literally he does this when he says like, so some guy who made this video had to go and find the absolute perfect clip for that to show up, and it's too good.
Thank whoever did that.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I mean, that's like when I talk, like I tend to be very black-pilled about the internet a lot of times. I really do think it's the most dangerous thing that's ever been created, far more than nukes, probably. With the way things are going. But that's the side of the internet that actually is good to exist, right? Is the creative side where people are making stuff, and it's why I love I use Instagram more than I use like Twitter, because Twitter is just people arguing with each other. I like when people make the creative things, even if it's darkly comedic or even rude. I'm more likely. My favorite thing, I'm not even kidding you right now, my favorite thing to watch on Instagram right now is this lady who reviews parking lots.
Oh yeah, I've seen you share those, and I always watch them. It's weirdly entertaining.
She's like, I don't really have anything to say, so I'm gonna review parking lots. And she goes, I like this parking lot. The lines are nice and clear. It's clean, and there's a lot of parking spots, and they're all numbered. And I'm watching. I'm like, why the hell am I watching this? But it's wholesome.
Yeah.
She's like, and for all I know, she's an evil person who's actually like using it to monetize for evil purposes. But it's when people have
well, that could be helpful if you're going to a city you don't know.
Yeah.
Like, you ever go to DC and you're like, oh, where the hell am I going to park?
Oh my gosh, yeah. Recently.
And then you check and you're like, this one's $100 for the day. Like, this one's $20, but it looks like I'm going to get mugged.
Yeah.
Like,
my tires might be missing.
Jacob Edler in the chat says Instagram is awful, Brett. No, it's only awful if you use it awful. You have to the key is to curate what you use it for and not for things that you don't use it for. So it is I love that type of humor. It's good.
Yeah.
It works.
I'm back.
She's back.
Hello. What are we doing now?
We were still listening to the song
and talking about parking lot reviews.
And talking, I was,
you missed a lot of important stuff.
Parking lot reviews.
I said that my favorite thing on the internet right now is this lady who does parking lot reviews, and it's wholesome. She's like, I don't really have much to say, so I'm gonna go review parking lots, and she literally makes like videos where she reviews parking lots.
Okay.
It's amazing.
Yeah, she's like, I'm docking points because there's trash, but the spots are numbered. But I can't read the sign because it's in kanji. 2 out of 10.
She watched it. I post them and she watches them. It's good stuff.
Okay.
So let's we did that. There's
Do we
also
need to like catch up on super chats?
Yeah, let's go back to
This is gonna take a while.
to the top. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Tacti Platty said, congrats, Brett and Mary on 500. Mary, I didn't mean to give a backhanded compliment yesterday. Dane was here. He said, Dane, you rock. Keep it up. Please yell Jesus Christ at Brett for the crisis parties. I don't think I want to do that. Were you telling Dane to do that? The backhanded compliment was like, Mary, you're more likable lately and prettier lately. I took it wrong. I understand. Thank you. Yeah. Corey Anderson said, I'm the greatest crisis actor because I have a shirt with Mary's face on it. I still think that's weird. Moving on, Corey Anderson, shout out all crisis actors. You all make this show the best.
Yes. Thank you to everybody who's tuning in. And thank you to everyone that's watching right now. We appreciate you guys.
Bucky Ducky said, today is a long stream. Get yourselves some Taco Bell. Well, Dane promised it, and then
he didn't promise.
I'm hungry.
He said maybe.
Sometimes I'm so hungry, and literally the only thing I want to eat is Taco Bell. It's like they put some kind of crack in that.
There was like a day the other day, Mary's just like, we were working, nobody was talking, and she just looks up, she goes, I had Taco Bell again last night.
Yeah, it's like I relapsed. I had it for like 4 days in a row. Isaac Martinez said, happy 500 episode, Brett and Mary, smiley face. Thank you. Alex making beds and writing novel on the side said, happy episode 500, Brett and Mary. Thanks for all the hours of content that you've entertained me with at work. Here's for 500 more.
Thank you.
Bucky Ducky said, Mary, please finish Rogue One. It ends amazingly. Do you mean with everyone dying? Because that was already spoiled for me. It's too boring to care what happens at the end. I'll try to finish it eventually. MSMD74 said, I've been watching you guys ever since the show was launched. Great hosts. Mary, I'm also on an August 14th baby. Great guests. Thank you for bringing a little joy to these internets.
See, it's all about finding joy on the internet wherever you can find it. That's what it's about. Like that's the thing. Like if you like your algorithm really is curated to what you like, right? So if you love content that pisses you off and makes you angry, it's going to feed you more of that. If you like irreverent humor and things that make you laugh, it's going to feed you more of that. I don't think that the platforms are necessarily inherently bad. I think it's only as bad, I suppose, as what you choose to look at. For most things, right?
Yeah.
Twitter's a little bit different because you're following people, not necessarily like the content that I get fed tends to be more about the idea or the type of meme or the type of humor and less the actual people.
Okay, speaking of looking for positivity and negativity online, I actually did want to have a part of the show where we look at the reviews we get on Apple Podcasts or like the other podcast platforms. Can you look at us on like Amazon Music and see if we can have like reviews on there? I'm looking at our Apple reviews right now and I just find the negative ones so much funnier than the positive ones. Thank you to everyone who has given us a rate and review on all of these listening platforms. It actually helps, even if it's negative. I still appreciate that you care enough to say your opinion.
Would you guys ever do that thing where you like encourage people to just give the worst review and like vote on which one is the best of the worst?
Yeah, we're gonna rate their ratings.
Well, we've got reviews here. Are
you looking at the Apple
Yes.
ones? Okay. We have worst pop culture podcast.
Hold on, I'm going to put it on the screen. Hold on.
If you want your pop culture news and commentary to come from bigoted, boring, idiotic misogynists, then this is the podcast for you. The absolute worst.
There you go.
So we're bigoted, boring, idiotic misogynists. All of us.
You are extremely misogynist.
Okay, please stop this nonsense is the title of the next one. A bunch of spoiled millennials allow themselves to judge others and waste our time. They even say they're having this platform because of their parents, and they talk about nepotism. When you contradict yourself, the level of hypocrisy and ignorance is beyond imagination. Ridiculous.
What does the I don't get it.
I think they said
of parents.
I don't think we ever said that we have our platform because of our parents.
We are Tim Pool's children.
Yeah, I have had someone tweet that at me before. They were like, "You're only on PCC because your dad got you the job," and I was like,
"Oh,
what?
I get comments like that all the time too.
How do they even
it's
know
so weird.
who our parents are?"
I'm like, doesn't work in media, no platform.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Or people say stuff about my mom, and I'm like, I don't have a mom.
Yeah, like how would you even know? I got another one titled "Meh." So much crappy politics.
Yeah.
That's not the goal, at least. Here's another one. Moronic. Couldn't get through the first episodes. The hosts are obnoxious, uninformed, and go on tangents that last forever. They spend no time talking about the topic that is mentioned in the title of the episode and say whatever comes into their head for 2 hours, and 2 of the 3 are yelling all the time. It's really rough to listen to.
That's us. We're yelling.
Who's the third person? Is it Dane?
Yes.
Another one, mid. It's okay if you have nothing else to listen to.
Hey, I'm okay with that.
Oh,
That's
I really
good.
like
Not
this
so
one.
bad.
A 5-star review from Chris Motola. Go away, Tim Pool. Infinitely better than Tim Cass.
Let's go!
Let's go!
I'll take what I can get.
I love that one.
I'll take what I can get.
Some of these are good. Do you see any others?
Those look like the bad ones.
Yeah, we got one from Big Dave. The only thing that gives me hope for the future of our culture is this show. Well, that's a little worrying.
Oh, okay. Here, this is one of these funny ones that's bad, but I like it because it hurts good. This is I really wanted to like this. The hosts are super nice, and I love them on the Cast Castle blog, but it doesn't work in this format. Their knowledge is minimal, and they spend most of their time on random, not. Oh, hold on, I did click a button here. On random, not interesting tangents that are rather than on relevant topics. I was hoping for another pop culture nerdy podcast, but after listening for a couple of weeks, hoping they'd find their groove, I gave up on it. I truly hope they can find a groove and make it work. Well, thank you. I mean, he gave it a shot.
It's well intentioned.
That was
we got 2 stars.
He's wishing you well.
That was that was on that was like 112 of last year. So it's on.
Maybe he came back.
Yeah, who knows?
would
And aren't you like a film studies major?
I went to
Didn't you,
school
go to
for film production.
Who is it? Someone's at the door.
Hello?
I mean the thing's on the door, so like that's why there's an open door policy for the thing there.
It is an open door
here.
policy.
It's okay.
Who could it be?
Who is
Who
it?
are we guessing? We're putting bets.
Serge.
It's Soij.
Soij.
Hello, Soij.
How's it going, buddy?
Sergey.
You want to take my seat,
okay.
Serge?
Head on over here. You're taller, anyways. We'll have you over here.
Yeah, I'll dip out.
Yep.
Maybe I'll
Anyone
come
who
by
needs to go,
later.
you're free to
but
go.
Wesley
It's
should
fine.
come back.
Serge, come on over.
Yep.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
We were just looking at our negative reviews, Serge.
Negative reviews? You get negative reviews?
Yeah. Do you like looking at comments?
Serge loves to look at comments.
I do.
I do see you getting into back and forth with people,
Yeah.
Serge.
We're doing
It's not
review
healthy.
reviews.
No.
It's not.
Well, you know.
I mean, that last one was perfectly reasonable, and
Most of them were.
Like most of them were.
I just really liked the one that called us misogynists.
Yes.
And bigots.
A podcast with more women than men is very clearly misogynist.
We're even
If
feeling
you
the
want to
female
listen to a
Wednesdays.
bunch of misogynists and bigots, like that sounds good to me.
Yeah.
I don't
already
I don't
sold.
read the comments.
Thank you.
Like on there's some.
Bye.
Thank you again. Like I can't always like I can't avoid it all the time because like a lot of times when I'm setting up streams or when I'm editing and stuff like that, the top comments show up. But in general, I don't bother.
Wow, someone said, to be honest, I didn't know you guys were part of Timcast for months.
Let's
LMAO.
go. That's
That is
good.
funny since Timcast Media is
up in the corner.
right there. Says it right there, but it's easy to miss. I understand.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
We're doing good here. We're about a little over halfway through the stream. We got a $20 one here from Crispy Leg Transport LLC. Says, happy 500. Can you give me your take on the Loch Ness Monster bit from the South Park with Chief Parents? I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen
350.
that.
I haven't either.
Show me about 350. Pretty sure that's what we're talking about. It's where Chef's parents.
Yeah.
They
He put Chief here.
no.
They got rid of Chef, right?
Yeah, they did get rid of Chef. This is before Chef was off the show. But basically, like Chef's dad was tricked by the Loch Ness Monster, and then the Loch Ness Monster owes him like about 350. Yeah.
Wait,
so-
this is South Park?
Yeah, it's a whole
Okay.
bit. That's a whole bit. That's the whole joke.
We started talking about Pandaverse with Kellen, and he was like, you have to know, like, if you're not like a South Park enjoyer, you just
Oh,
wouldn't
nice
know like
gatekeep.
the years and years of lore that have just been building up to this moment. So obviously you wouldn't find it funny if you didn't know that Cartman actually is a Twitch streamer, and he's been like
I didn't even
trying
know
to
that.
become an influencer for 4 months now. And I was like,
What's
why would I
Pandaverse?
care? South Park Pandaverse was like this big special that they just did, making fun
Oh,
of
okay.
Disney and like Bob Iger and
Yeah.
Kathleen Kennedy, but also at the same time making fun of people who hate Disney,
Uh-huh.
which I didn't
Overreacting.
appreciate.
There's so many episodes of South Park. You have to watch all of them to get all the jokes and all the references.
Yeah, it's like
take a
Kellen was
long
doing the
time.
equivalent of MCU homework to understand
it's just
what's going
classic
on in South
gatekeeping.
Park, which I'm just not gonna do.
Classic gatekeeping.
Classic gatekeeping. Yeah.
All right, guys.
Gatekeep, girl boss.
Were there more
Gaslight.
reviews on Amazon?
I don't know. I haven't pulled up our Amazon
I gotta
page.
fit all the.
Let me look it up.
Check it out here. How's work been, buddy?
It's been good. Show's been good. We have quite an interesting week actually. Jeremy Boring, and then we have Jock Posobiec, and then we have Ryan Long, and we have the first musical episode with Carter running the show on Friday.
Cool. Wait, Jeremy Boring was already here?
He's here this evening. Yes, he's
Oh,
here this evening.
interesting.
Jack Posobiec is tomorrow. Yeah. Ooh. Crazy. I give you guys the inside scoop there. No, no,
Inside
haven't.
scoop.
Didn't know you were allowed to do that.
I'm pretty sure it's okay.
Well,
Should be
normally
okay.
we don't. They don't release guest information.
No, not until day of. No.
The day of, right? Just
Yeah.
because in case somebody cancels.
Correct,
Stuff
yeah.
like that. It's always better to do that way.
Right, that's correct. That's actually the reason we don't. People often ask us why we do, but that's why, because it changes like sometimes literally day of.
Yeah.
So better not to get everyone's hopes up, you know.
Yeah. So all right, if there's more reviews, all the rest of them seem fairly positive. A lot of these are a little bit older. So guys, if you do listen to this audio podcast, if you're listening right now in the playback, go ahead and leave a 5-star review for us. Do that.
Or just any review.
Yeah.
We appreciate if you care enough to leave a review or a rating. I pulled up the Amazon page, and I don't think that you can look at our reviews on there. But yeah, let's delve back into the super chats for now, I guess. Bucky Ducky said, Tim, how are the chickens? I think he already answered that one.
Yep.
Tree Goblin said, Tim, do a kickflip. Too late.
He's gone now. Sorry.
Sorry. DCNC said, pretty based take from Beanie Guy. Might have to start watching his show.
Yeah, I've heard he's got a
It's all right. I tried to like it. Vera Dark said 500 party.
Vera!
Thank you for
Thank you,
joining
Vera.
us.
Let's do 2 more.
Waffles Sensei said, animals can love you more than you will ever love them. I think noobs that say animals can't love you back just haven't earned their animals' love.
Serge, what is your take
This was a
on-
big debate
Serge,
earlier.
do animals love their humans?
I think so. I
You do?
think pretty. I mean, if you see many different animals that interact with their people, you can just tell of all different kinds.
Think that's true?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Down to like there's like what do you call it? A prairie dog? I think it's called a prairie dog. Is that? Yeah. Okay. There's one that just passed away from some YouTuber a little while ago called Big Ounce. If anyone watches that, anyone knows about it. Rest in peace, Big Ounce.
I don't know who that is.
He's literally weighs an ounce, so Big Ounce.
Oh,
his
that's
name.
cute.
It was a prairie dog?
It was a prairie dog. Yeah. And he definitely loved his owner, and you would think that an animal like a prairie dog wouldn't, but you can just tell. You can often just tell. So I think they're capable of it.
All right.
Everyone was mad at Tim Allen because they thought he said that dogs can't love.
Yeah.
Everyone's mad at Seamus because Seamus says dogs don't go to heaven.
Seamus is,
Yeah.
yes, the one that always brings that up.
Yeah, he'll bring it up anytime.
At inappropriate time.
At inappropriate time.
Oh, Seamus, my
Just to
dog
remind
just
you.
died. Well, I've got news for you, my
Just to
friend.
Doesn't exist anymore,
Guys,
loser.
I guess he's off into the blackness because you're certainly not
Like,
going to the light.
Go and tell children Santa's not real too.
That's probably what he does. He
I think he would have fun doing
Well,
that.
Ian was spitting like some very strong statements about Santa and how it's like Satanist propaganda, and I was just like, bro, aren't you like an atheist?
Yeah, I think I saw that. Was it on Twitter? He was like,
Yeah,
go
he was
to your
going off
children,
about
tell them
Santa.
now.
Wait, why is Santa that? What did you say is? He's Satanist propaganda?
I'm gonna try to pull up his tweets about it. He said, "R.E. Santa Claus. People that were lied to as children that continue to lie to their kids are perpetuating a cycle of abuse. The victims of the lie will grow up to question other fantastical things they were told were real, like God. Don't obfuscate real faith-based concepts with bullshit. Pretending is great. It's pretending when all parties know they are playing a game.
You know what he should do?
If one of the parties is not aware of the pretense, it is not pretending, it is lying. I know it may be hard to see this info in a text message from someone you may have never met. Cognitive dissonance is a bitch, and it is humiliating to realize you have been duped into abusing your child with lies.
I think
Suck it up. Be a better human than those that came before you, and by God, be honest.
We need to get you guys need to get Ian on here to defend that statement.
I think what I'm gonna do.
Has this come up on IRL?
I'm gonna copy. I'm gonna copy
Definitely not.
pasta this, and I'm just gonna write the whole thing out again, but make it about pro wrestling.
Yeah.
Like parents who lie to their kids about pro wrestling being real are bad. Okay. And you're perpetuating a lie amongst
cycle
your
of
family.
abuse.
A cycle
So
of
here
abuse.
was his original post,
telling
by the
you
way.
kids that wrestling is real.
His original post says, tell your kids that Santa is made up and has been used to divide the family unit.
What?
It gets kids to
Wow.
worship a
Santa's
fantasy
dividing the
man
family.
hero and turns them away from appreciation of the parents. It also makes kids think their parents are liars when they find out. Don't let this communist agitprop seep into
does
your
wear red.
family. There is no debate on this. Don't slander the name of Jesus Christ by lying to your kids on Christmas.
It is kind of like the meme that I was telling you about yesterday. It says like, "Hi, I'm the parent in a Christmas movie. I've never given my kid a gift on Christmas despite the fact that gifts end up under the tree every year. I'm neither concerned nor worried about this fact. I just go with it." Like what? Like, do the parents ever wonder in these Christmas movies when gifts just end up under the tree? They're like, "Oh, I wonder how that got there." Like, there's one of two options here. Either they really don't care if a magical fat man comes down the chimney and leaves your kids gifts that could have all sorts of problems with them, or two, they're not in good contact with their spouse and they're like, "Oh, my wife must have gotten him this one. Oh, he must have gotten him."
Or it's a crackhead.
Or
someone broke in and
or you
just
live in San Francisco.
Or you live in San
I always
Francisco.
got gifts from both, right? I always got gifts from Santa and my parents.
Interesting.
Same. When I was like really young.
Like my now that I can't remember, I wish I had like an Excel spreadsheet of which gifts were which to see like whether they gave Santa credit for the good ones or whether they took credit. Like when I got my N64, I want to know who the hell gave me that one. Was that one from Mom and Dad or was that one from Santa?
Which would be better?
Santa.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Santa.
I think for me it was
I
Santa.
already knew my parents loved me.
When did you find out Santa wasn't real?
I have no idea how.
You don't
old I was.
remember?
I don't remember.
That's like 35.
Okay, the way that Ian worded it, it actually made me think like, oh, so I'm the weird one, because I thought we were all pretending. Like, that's why I like thought we were all in on it. Like, this is just a fun like thing that we pretend to.
Maybe Ian
believe.
just figured it out.
But like, I never
Maybe
believed in
Ian
Santa,
just-
and I'm
Ian just
learning that a lot of
realized.
things about me are.
We had
unusual.
$20 super chat here from Capacitor. Says, "Congratulations on your 500th show. You keep randomly reading my chats, so I figured I could send you some money. I listen to your show at my third shift factory job. You keep me entertained overnight. Thank you guys. Yes, thank you so much. How's it going?
Hello.
Want to at least come up and say
Wesley.
Hey.
Pull up that chair if you want, or are you gonna switch out?
Yeah, you want to switch in here?
Okay.
Yep.
Shout out to
Wesley is in the building.
Wesley's
guys.
going to come for a bit. How's it going, buddy?
Do not come.
Do not come.
Look at this.
Yeah. How's it going, pal? How's it going, pal?
Very well.
Hair look good.
Oh, thank you.
I was literally going to say that. It's looking, it's like, wow. It's looking good there,
It's
buddy. I gotta
looking fluffy.
Fluffy.
set up your camera there.
What are we talking about?
So we're talking about Santa right now.
Is it a lie? Is it a Satanist lie that divides the family?
Is it
We were talking
Satanist
about
lie?
Ian's
Yeah,
tweets
yeah.
about this. You saw them, right?
Yeah, I definitely saw him.
Yeah.
I definitely saw him.
What was your take?
Nuanced take, I would say. I would say I understand his position, but I don't fully endorse it. I think there's subversive aspects of Santa, but I think at the same time it can be used as a really good intro into what I believe is the meaning of Christmas. But yeah, I mean, Santa's kind of like a amalgamation of other stories that was then branded by marketing personnel in the
and commercialized.
Yeah, commercialized. Yeah. But there's like old world origins for him that some sinister, some not.
Wesley's like gigantic on the
I
screen
know,
right
I'm
now.
fixing everything. We're changing everything on the fly here today, ladies and gentlemen. We do our.
You looked like a giant.
We don't do our
I always look
stuff
like a
in
giant.
camera because of the way the show is set up. So I always have to adjust in OBS. So we're doing it all on the fly. Continue talking.
We reacted to your clip where you were on stilts, the DeSantis short.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was good stuff.
Which is sad because I had that great photo of you, and I never posted it because
Oh,
you're
yeah.
like, don't post it. Now if I
Well,
post
no,
it,
you
it's-
could
I can post it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The funny part was like a lot of the comments on the video were like, "Yeah, short king," and I was like, "No, the joke is that I'm."
You're literally the tallest one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like my head was almost touching the ceiling.
Yeah.
But
I don't remember how old I was when I found out Santa. I don't even remember if there was ever even such a thing as like a revelation where it like hit me as being true, or maybe I was just dead inside and don't remember. But I don't remember a time
How old
where
were
I'm like,
you guys?
nobody ever told me. It was sort of just I was like, this isn't happening. Like I think it was like 1 year I believed it, and the next year I was like, I think I stayed up all night.
There wasn't like
one
a
time.
revelation about it.
No, it was more of like I had a suspicion, a long-held suspicion, and then I stayed up one night and like nothing happened. I was like, oh well.
And how old were you?
Probably like 7 or 8.
Okay.
Maybe 9.
Yeah.
Well, he says
No, it had been younger than that. I don't
it's
know.
pretending when all parties know they are playing a game, and that's like what I thought we were doing. I just thought everyone was pretending.
Yeah.
So there was never any moment.
That's kind of how I was as well. I was never
For
like,
you?
my parents were never like, this is a real thing.
They told you it was fake.
No. They told me from the beginning, it's like, oh, it's a story. It's like whatever. But
Interesting. Why is that? Did they explain why?
I don't know. Maybe different, probably culturally different, I guess. In South Africa, we have Santa
you're
Claus. We
African.
don't really have. Yeah. We don't
Which
really have,
reminds me
the
of
same
this
thing.
classic video
Saint
that I'm going
Nicholas.
to need everybody to take a look and see. If you guys remember this masterpiece.
Oh, Nintendo. Nintendo 64. I love this video.
That was literally me when I got my N64.
So.
This kid is on drugs.
Yeah, the drug of happiness. See, this is the guy, that girl earlier with the shoes. This is the type of happiness she's looking to recapture.
Yeah.
Do you know how much more amazing this is back at a time when cameras weren't so readily available?
Yeah.
His sister is a great hype assistant.
Yeah.
She's like, keep going,
She's like, yeah. She's like, yeah.
She's the hype beast. She doesn't actually care.
He's not as excited about the remote control car, but he loved the N64. And those types of videos are never going to be the same now because we're in an age where cameras are so readily available. I just think it's planted and planned anyways.
Yeah.
Right?
I like the one where they give him an avocado and he's like, it's an avocado. Because he's still being so gracious.
So Ian, we need to bring Ian some magic back and make him love Christmas again.
I wanted him to hop on this episode, but he happens to be out of town
Yes,
right
he's
now.
out of town
Actually,
right
He's
so
continuing
he doesn't
his
get to
red pill.
defend his Santa views.
He keeps getting red pilled in Miami. He's like just having this. This is his next arc with red pill.
Yeah,
arc. He's
like
now
Luke is the one that red
anti-Santa.
pilled him about Santa.
Yeah, now he's anti-Santa.
He's like going down the rabbit hole.
He's like, I've always hated the Fed, but Santa, holy
It's a
shit!
whole other
Don't even get me
level.
started. I know, right?
Come on, I mean, what is Santa other than a federal agent?
Yeah,
he knows when you're
he's
naughty and
very
nice.
clearly a
He's-
Fed.
He's got access to
Yeah.
you.
Oh,
As
God.
with
A
Indians.
North Pole installation that no one knows anything about. It's very mysterious. Yeah. It's
How do you feel about that? North Pole,
The North
Antarctic, or the Antarctic? Like
Antarctic is South Pole.
Is that, or not,
Yeah.
but like all
Arctic,
the poles, yeah,
Antarctic,
like all the stuff. What's going on there?
What? Just in general?
Yeah.
There's a conspiracy theory that the Nazis actually retreated to Antarctica.
Yes. That
So
was where
I knew you
exactly
would
what I
know
was going
that.
to say. Yeah,
Is it true?
Neuschwabenland.
Is it true, my friend?
I 100% believe it. Yeah, not just because like the 4chan post or something, but because there's a like legitimate documented history of them being very interested in it.
Yeah.
And photos there, placing a flag there with various other like national allies at the time, and they had a vested interest in it as a.
Are they still over there?
I would maybe. I don't know. That I don't know. I know.
It's just whatever we're told can't be the case, right?
Yeah.
It's just
But
most likely true.
yeah, and so 2 or 3 years ago, COVID, I went on a deep dive in the Admiral Byrd books.
Okay.
And he was one of the highest ranking admirals in the United States Navy. He was also an explorer, and he led an expedition called High Jump down to Antarctica. And when he came back, he was like, "We don't know exactly what's going on, but something's going on." There were
That's never the conclusion I want, because then
Yeah.
I just have more questions. Like, look, we don't know what
Right.
it is, but it's something.
right. Well, his claim is that he was flying, and then he started getting followed by 2 crafts that he didn't recognize, both marked with the, symbol of that particular party, and was like, okay, I don't know what's going on, but they're not aggressing me; they're just tailing me. And he continued, and then found a hot spring, and he was like, okay, this must be where they are. And I don't know. He has other strange stories as well, but aside from those strange stories, most of his books are extremely not. I don't want to say mainstream, but
Is the Earth flat? Am I going to fall off the end if I go out there?
no.
No.
but it is hollow.
It is hollow.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
oh.
does claim to have found the entrance to the Hollow Earth.
Yeah.
So.
Unrelated, what's your take on motion smoothing?
Yes, Wesley,
Kill It With
As
Fire.
someone with strong cinematography
Let's
taste.
listen to this
Kill It With Fire.
resurfaced clip of Tom
Cruise and-
Cruise talking about it. I had it here somewhere. Here it is, ladies and
In the
gentlemen.
Thanksgiving season, a lot of people had to be turning off motion smoothing
Hi,
at
I'm
their
Tom
relatives'
Cruise,
houses.
obviously. And I'm Chris McQuarrie. Obviously. And we're talking to you from the set of Top Gun Maverick.
We're very proud to present Mission Impossible Fallout, and we want you to enjoy it to the fullest possible effect, just as you would in a theater.
To that end, we'd like a moment of your time to talk to you about video interpolation.
Video interpolation, or motion smoothing, is a digital
such a
effect
hook.
on most high-definition televisions and is intended to reduce motion blur in sporting events and other high-definition programming.
The unfortunate side effect is that it makes most movies look like they were shot on high-speed video rather than film. Now, this is sometimes referred to as the soap opera effect.
Without a side-by-side comparison, many people can't quite put their finger on why the movie they're watching looks strange.
Most HD TVs come with this feature already on by default, and turning it off requires navigating a set of menus with interpolation often referred to by another brand name.
If you own a modern high-definition television, there's a good chance you're not watching movies the way the filmmakers intended, and the ability to do so is not simple for you to access.
Filmmakers are working with manufacturers
It
to
is
change
very
the way video
somber.
interpolation is activated on your television, giving you easier
It's like
access
they're
and
announcing
greater
that someone died.
Yeah,
It feels like an anti-drug ad
Yeah.
back in the
Weird.
day. It's like, look, don't do crack.
Like opiates are a very
They
serious
call
problem.
it if somebody offers you some motion smoothing, you tell them no. You say, I will
Just
not
say
take
no.
the motion smoothing.
Yeah, just say
voiceover
no,
when you
guys.
use this feature.
Meanwhile, a
They
quick
give you the
internet
dummy
search
manual
should
on
provide
how
you
to
with
turn it off.
step-by-step instructions on how to quickly disable the feature so that you can enjoy the movie you're about to see exactly as the filmmakers intended.
On behalf of everyone who works so hard to bring you the very best motion picture experience, thank you very much for listening.
He's like, look, I'm not hanging off the
It's
side of an
also-
airplane for you to watch me in the wrong frame rate.
It feels so genuine and it's so like efficiently done. Like there's no dead space. It's just like they did this 10 times. Like that's the one, guys. We are going to open the
And
eyes
why
of the
was
world
this,
about
like-
the smooth motion lobby.
Why was it deemed so important that they needed to make a PSA about it? Why?
Well, like what did that came out? What 2019, 2018,
After
something like that.
2020, right?
Was it 2020? Well, it was from the set of Top Gun
Top
Maverick,
Gun
which,
Maverick,
which
so-
was done by.
Okay, so probably
2020.
2019. But they might have filmed it at that time.
But they weren't the only ones. Christopher Nolan did one of these as well. Martin Scorsese did one as well. And like it was.
That's crazy.
I look at this now and I'm like, this is kind of funny. But I remember at the time being like, yes, like finally, like I hate this.
Really?
Like oh yeah.
And somewhere Tom Cruise was like, I am so glad it got that much of a reaction
Yeah.
from someone.
Yeah,
See,
no, it drives me. Well,
I like
I worked with
motion
TVs
smoothing.
all the time, and every time I would walk into a place and see it, I was like, this drives me crazy.
Like I'm picturing Wesley. He walks into a Best Buy and he turns off the motion smoothing on all the TVs.
You are 100% correct. I did
Motion
that when I worked at
smoothing,
Best Buy.
like,
What?
Yeah.
You did that?
Yeah, all the time. Yeah, like on all the displays, because it's also misleading because they put content onto that is shot at a high frame rate, and then put the motion smoothing on. Like this is what your TV's gonna look like, and they put it on the sales settings, which are like super bright and would break your TV if you had them on that all the time. And that's one of the reasons that they don't typically sell floor models is because they get burnt out fast. And so
I see.
it's not a genuine representation of what your TV is going to look like. And so, yeah, I would go there. I worked for DirecTV at the time, so I'd go in and just be like...
So you're actually an expert.
I wouldn't say I'm an expert at all, but I just have a lot of like time spent there staring at football games and like paint being poured on and like all those like display things all the time.
What's so bad about motion smoothing? I don't understand. I think that it's comforting and nostalgic because it makes me feel like I'm at my grandparents' house.
Okay, that's...
I like it.
Well,
see, didn't expect that one.
No, I do expect it because that's what most people say. It's like, I like
really?
the way it looks, and it is a taste thing. But especially when it comes to movies, like there is a look that the filmmaker's intending for it to have, and I think it undermines a lot of things.
Fuck
like,
their intentions.
like no, for like my favorite example is, have you ever seen Public Enemies? It's the Johnny Depp, John Dillinger movie.
think so.
That was shot on like 48 frames per second, or 60 frames per second. Digital
it's
video.
jumpy, yeah.
No, it's super smooth.
It's but if you're watching it at the wrong...
Yeah, well, no. Like you can watch it.
I love that movie.
I like that movie too.
More
but
than
I think
more
the
than a lot of
filmmaking-
people like that movie.
I think the filmmaking did a disservice. Same with Collateral, which
Yeah.
I think is a great movie, but they don't look like movies. So it feels, to me, when I watch it, the acting feels worse. It like,
Feels more like a soap opera.
right. Yeah, it doesn't.
suspend your
Collateral
disbelief.
also, I mean, taking place mostly at night.
That hurts it too.
Being a big part of that is a problem. Also, like, did you ever watch the Miami Vice movie, the one that Mann made? Right, that Michael Mann made, because it was like one of those first films that was shot on a fully digital rather than any film at the time, because it came out in like 2006. I look back at it now, and it's objectively what I think people would call not like, it doesn't look how a lot of people intended that to look, but I think it looks great, and it gives it a raw feel that maybe it wasn't intentional, but it actually adds to the production of the movie. Which I liked a lot.
We got our $20 one from Perryite the Prince. Motion smoothing bad for movies, motion blur bad for video games.
Yes, I would agree, and I
I'm
think
not a
like
gamer.
motion smoothing on sports and stuff that are broadcasting at a high, like shutter speed and frame rate, totally fine. That's what you want to see. But movies, I feel like it really undermines. Like, you use those facets of the medium to sell your story, and when you have something that conflicts with those, it is especially bad for movies with lots of CGI, because those elements are not made to look like that. So it really, like watching Lord of the Rings on something like that, the elements that are digital stand out almost like South Park, and it's like, this looks awful. And so there's a whole bunch of reasons why they're not made.
And
that
Tom
way.
needs you to know that you need to turn it off. You need to turn it off. Do him and everyone else a favor. I love that they actually put a logo on, like a thing on screen. Type this in, and then put this in there. I'm like, are they calling me stupid? I feel like they're calling me stupid. They're definitely calling me stupid. But Jack Basovic says Tom Cruise was right about SSRIs, and he's right about TV motion smoothing.
He was.
Wow.
Yeah, everyone discredited him at the time.
There's like when I started studying cinematography, there's a quote that's like, I think I have 2 cinematography books downstairs right now, and they both start with the same quote, which is, film is what the mind sees, video is what the eye sees. And that's kind of the idea, is that like the mind has been programmed to believe something that looks different than what their eye sees. So it's like, all of these are fairy tales. You believe them automatically, and it's just a mental thing that we've come to accept over time.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
Do you want to get back into the super chats? Or?
Yeah, go for it. I'm going to look for the couple of these. This is a very much, as we said earlier, fly by the seat of your pants today. We don't have a whole lot of structure.
Greg Duvier said, congratulations on 500th episode. I can't watch you as much because of my new job, but keep up the amazing work. I normally don't care about celebrity news, but this show makes it feel like it's important.
Good.
That's the goal.
I don't know if it's necessarily that
make you care way too much about things that don't matter.
What I think is what matters is that you should understand that these things do affect the culture. It's one of the things that we talked about with Alex Clark, right?
Yeah.
Like, and we got some comments when we posted the short about how conservatives don't understand or appreciate the importance of pop culture,
thereby proving her original point. By the way,
they're like, it's
let me
stupid.
take a look at that. Actually,
can you send
on the short?
Yeah, look on the. I mean, the comments are always meanier. The comments are always more mean on the shorts.
Conservatives don't understand pop culture. And then the first comment I see said, the people in the comments prove your point. They're concerned about themselves instead of winning voters. If you're conservative and you think that pop culture isn't important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Number 20.
Wow, that's so bad.
Thank you.
Wow.
Okay, the next comment said, we understand pop culture, but most of it is garbage. Well, the difference is, like, we're talking about why most of it is garbage, because that matters.
Which is actually like the hardest part for me personally, because most of the time when I'm not working, I don't like to focus on the things I'm heavily critical of, right? I want to focus on things that I actually enjoy, whether it's skating, whether it's like, most of my Twitter is not negative. I'll repost stuff if it's like stuff to do with the box office, but most of it tends to be like, this is something that I liked. This was a scene that I enjoyed, or it's neutral intake. Like, I don't aspire to go out there and be constantly negative all the time. First of all, it's not good for your soul.
Here's another one.
But it does matter.
Let's leave celebrity drama for people that do nothing for society.
That's exactly right.
That's us.
That's me and you. We don't consider. Actually, see, we kind of prove that the opposite, right? Because when people say that our show is something that they listen to at work, one of the things that Tim talks about a lot
I'm actually on a different wavelength, is he's very intent on the idea of changing the culture. And I do think that that's important, but I don't have such grand aspirations. I just want to give you something entertaining to listen to. And if it helps you get through the day, you help change the world a little bit by changing little things rather than necessarily grand scale ideas all the time. I don't need to change the culture. I just need to make somebody's day, hopefully, a little bit better. I think that's a more manageable
that's
goal.
part of it, though.
Yeah.
That's just
Okay, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you.
top down,
That's
bottom
me.
up. You know.
I am Mr. Rogers.
Anyway,
I used to wear
let's,
cardigans here all the time.
I would argue
Daniel-
actually that's as important, like because if
Yeah,
you're
I think it's
changing,
one of the
like
same.
like being critical is not inherently negative, and if you are providing a context or a point of view on things that is different, that opens other people's eyes, then what they desire changes, and that's a top-down change as well.
Yeah,
True.
Daniel G said, it's actually amazing how good Brett is at leading the podcast. I watch working from home and often rewatch with my girl. There's nothing else like this on the net. Brett and Mary are killing it.
I wonder if he added the part about the net for me. One of the things I've been pointing out recently, I said there's things I miss
net.
about movies and television prior to the explosion of the internet. One of them was I'm in the mainframe.
Yeah.
I miss people saying I'm in the mainframe because I don't even really know what that means.
What about surfing the web?
But no, it's and I'm surfing the net.
Surfing the
I'm
net.
on the net. I miss that stuff. Like old X-Files is great for that. Watch old or the other trope. When you're so you're an FBI agent or you're a spy and you sit in front of a computer and it's password protected. Back in the day, you know what they did? They look around for a clue as to what the password is. They're like, he's wearing a beanie. Black beanie. I'm in.
Yeah.
Like as if
Right.
people just had their clues to their passwords right there in the room with them.
Yep.
Well, the truth is now that people write them on a Post-it note and stick it on the monitor. So maybe they were right. Yeah, my favorite mainframe one, and I laugh out loud every time, is Alien Resurrection. I don't know if have you seen Alien Resurrection?
Or no, that's one I didn't see.
Oh, Winona Ryder.
Yeah.
Just she's like a one of the androids, and she literally says, somebody asks her a question, she goes, hold on, I'm hacking into the mainframe.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, it's so good.
It's
so
nowadays
beautiful.
it's been replaced by the dark web.
Yeah.
Everything's
Yeah,
on the dark web. So it's like, oh man, I found it on the dark web. Like you just know that there's just some meemaw who's just like, oh, that sounds very scary.
Go to 4chan.
I
on the
don't know
dark
what
web.
the dark web is, but it's darkness, and darkness is
Spooky.
inherently bad. Bad things happen at night, therefore the dark web is bad.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bucky Ducky said geese also mourn the deaths of their kin.
That's true.
And elephants do that, yeah.
Yep.
That's ducking sad, man.
It's so ducking sad. Pat the Plumber said, Tim's here, let's push for that let's go merch.
Yeah, he's not here anymore, but he
Well,
was
he's
here
also
earlier.
not in charge of merch.
No.
So he wouldn't be much help there anyway.
Let's do two more.
Waffle Sensei said they did that with the movie 1408, amazing movie, but they abruptly and completely changed the ending of that movie to make the main character die. I don't know what we were talking about when you sent that, but
Cool.
I haven't seen it. Naska J said, my family names our beef cows after cuts of meats or dishes. My favorites were Barbie and Q. Barbie's calf was Sauce. Happy 500. Yeah, that will help with when it comes time to slaughter them.
Let's hold off on the rest, and let's talk a little bit about the oncoming Kim Kardashian movie that's going to come out from Netflix. Which is
Yeah.
funny because apparently right now Netflix has the worst Christmas movie ever made. Supposedly,
What is it?
They released some movie that's it's literally getting called like one of the worst things. It says Netflix's best Christmas ever, panned by viewers, branded worst movie of all time. Not even worst
Who's in
Christmas
it?
movie of all time. I think Brandy's in it, if I remember. Yeah, Brandy Norwood, Jason Biggs, Heather Graham, in a comedy about a twist of fate that brings two families together. The film is currently performing well on Netflix, sitting in second spot on their global weekly top 10 list. You can't trust those lists anyways. They just put their own movies there if they want to. Who's telling them they're wrong?
What's so bad about it?
It says, trying to figure out the plot of hashtag Best Christmas Ever. A viewer declared alongside a meme of a confused looking Adele. Best Christmas Ever is probably the worst Christmas movie I've seen in a long time. And I saw multiple articles from different places, right? It says, AI must have written Best Christmas Ever. Very possible.
I wouldn't watch a Netflix original Christmas movie anyway, but that's just me. The Kim Kardashian female-led comedy film is going to be called The Fifth Wheel. I've only seen her acting in that one episode of Black Mirror, right?
Yeah.
Or no, it wasn't
American
Black
Horror
Mirror.
Story.
It was, the recent season
Horror
of
Story.
American Horror Story.
There's another movie
was
of her on the
okay.
internet if you want to go look for it, but don't if you have kids around.
That's really clever,
Just-
Brett.
Thank you. So it says news broke Sunday. So apparently there was a bidding war amongst a
who
bunch of
wants
studios to want to do this. I mean, her name carries recognition, and she would be able to do the funding for this. I'm guessing she would have been able to market this herself, right, before the studios even got invited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just never heard of these other two people. Have you? Paula Pell,
Not names-
Janine Brito.
Not names that I've heard of before.
Both kind of unsightly individuals. So Kim is going to play the lead, a fifth wheel among an ensemble of female actors. The rest of the plot details are kept under wraps. They immediately thought of Kim and pitched it to her. After she came aboard, they started as soon as the actors' strike ended.
Yeah. And also they're
So-
saying that Pell
They
has a
filmed this
lengthier-
for like a month?
Yeah.
Is that what that means?
The one writer has a lengthier resume, but I never saw Sisters from Tina Fey and Amy Poehler, nor did I see This Is 40
Wait,
from Judd
how did
Apatow.
they start filming after the actors' strike ended?
Might have gotten a waiver. For a smaller budget movie, they could have gotten a waiver to do that.
Wait, but it says they started after the strike ended, so they've had literally a month to make it. Is that
what- like,
realistic?
could you do that production-wise in a month?
Shoot it? Maybe. I mean, Napoleon was shot in 60 days.
Yeah.
So
That's
yeah.
crazy. I didn't know that either. Did you see Napoleon?
No, I didn't.
I mean, but this is also not out yet, so they still haven't done post-production on this film yet. It's going to take time before it comes out. There's a $20
But-
one
Paula
right there.
Pell
is it
was on
coming out?
SNL. Ugh.
When is it slated to come out?
It didn't list. They just said that it was picked up by Netflix. There's a $20 one right there. Can you read that one?
Cowboy Tom Tombo Slice said, last time I super chatted, I broke the news that Brett Cooper was going to be Snow White. No breaking news today. Just congrats on 500th episode. Yeah, I remember that. When you sent it, we didn't believe you. We thought you were joking.
Yeah, that was a lot of times one of the problems with going live at 3 every day is news breaks like right before the show's over or right in the middle of the show, so we don't have time to actually look into it before the show starts.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
The later time slot allows for more, more of the news is kind of filtered out by the end of the day at that time.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
East Coast problems.
Yes, in a lot of ways. Oh, dude, that's actually become like a thing. Like where, like, if you're doing like a somebody else's stream and you forget, like, if you're not all there in person, like, I'll have to like triple check and be like, oh crap, Central Standard Time. When the hell is Central Standard Time again? And then you have to look at your world clock and make sure that you're not. I'm like, could you send me the times in East Coast time so that I just know that I'm not going to have to sit there and be worried that something's gonna get messed up.
If I see female-driven comedy, I've just already checked out.
Yep.
I'm not interested.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Female driven is the key. If it's driven, that's like,
supposed to be the
that's how
selling
you know.
point?
Yeah.
I mean, it's supposed to be the selling point for me. That's like immediately I know, like, oh, this is not for me. I'm not gonna watch it.
There's a female driver's joke in there somewhere too.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to make it.
There
I'm,
is.
I'm not smart
There
enough to
is.
make it. But somebody can make it.
Female-driven, huh?
Yeah. I have no actual interest in what. I mean, it'd be funnier if I could watch a movie where Kim Kardashian tries to be funny for a movie. That might actually be kind of interesting to watch, just to see the attempt.
Yeah.
Like-
do any of them have personalities enough to be funny?
I mean, there's a possibility that one of them might have the chops and not even realize it. Like
They're funny, but they don't realize they're being
Yeah.
funny.
Maybe Courtney.
Yeah, like one of
Yeah,
them.
maybe.
Like, it's possible. Like, I mean,
don't know, Mona,
Kim
I
gets
don't know.
memed into oblivion, so she should make a movie.
That
called,
gif of her crying has been seen more than the sex tape.
She should make a movie called "Get Up and Work, Bitch," like or whatever it
You
was
better
that she
work,
said.
bitch.
You better work.
No,
bitch.
she said get your ass up and work. The
Yeah.
Britney
Yeah.
song was you
Nobody
better work,
wants to
bitch.
She should have a movie called "Get Up and Work," and it's just and it's a movie about and then write a comedy around that.
I'd watch it.
They should do that.
I'd give it a shot.
Yeah.
I'll watch it.
She's
whatever.
too busy studying to be a lawyer, Brett. She's a girl boss.
What is the best? Since I've got a music person here and a movie person here, what is the best soundtrack for a movie?
Like which movie has the best
Like,
soundtrack, or what is the best?
What is the
approach?
best? No, what is what movie do you think has the best soundtrack?
For me personally,
And I asked that question
tough.
with no like thought into what I think the answer would be for myself. Chat, I'd be interested to know what they think the best soundtrack for a movie is.
Recently, I thought that the TMNT movie had a good soundtrack.
Batman Forever has a good soundtrack.
Kiss from a Rose,
Yeah.
as we mentioned earlier
yeah.
with Sarah.
Smashing Pumpkins.
Yeah, there was a couple of songs on that one. Or you could go Batman and Robin, which had Gotham City by R. Kelly.
Yeah.
What did you think? What did you think of the Batman soundtrack?
The Batman.
The Batman.
Like,
Is it the Batman or the Batman?
I said soundtrack, not score.
Wait, guys. Is it
Right.
the Batman?
The Batman.
But how do you know?
That it's the Batman?
Rather than the Batman.
I don't know, because there's a long history in the comics of them just calling him the Batman.
Okay.
Yeah. Does it have a soundtrack?
Yeah.
It does.
Like
I mean, all anybody remembers is the Nirvana
Something
song.
in the way. Yeah.
Something in
but-
the way.
Yeah, that's the only one I could think of.
Yeah.
I mean, the real answer is Wild Wild West. But
True.
From Will
That's
Smith.
so true.
Yeah, that's not
it's
an
Venom.
that's
Pretty
not an
impossible
unreal-
to beat.
A lot of people would have said like a Disney movie from back in the day, like The Lion King.
I have
Because a lot of the originals were in the movie.
like old 90s movies. I can't believe I just said that. But 90s movies that were about music, like Singles or Empire Records, all of those. had
Coyote
really
Ugly?
fantastic- Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No.
Had great
Not a
soundtracks.
soundtrack, sorry.
Yes.
Almost Famous has
Yeah.
a fantastic soundtrack. So, I don't know. It's hard to say. Cameron Crowe movie's usually pretty good since he was a Rolling Stone writer. So.
Yeah.
And people just give him the songs for free.
Yeah. There you go. All right. Oh, also, Five Nights at Freddy's is now the highest grossing Blumhouse movie ever.
Wow.
That's crazy.
It's
Considering
not, I don't find that surprising, honestly.
considering it was day and date release, that's
Yeah.
that's kind of crazy to
Yeah.
me. I found that to be kind of
Okay,
wild.
that changes things. I
Yes.
suppose that is crazy.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I
Did
would've
you watch
thought-
it?
No.
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 Why not?
Didn't have any interest.
What have you watched lately that you've liked?
What have I watched lately that I've liked? I haven't gone to the movies since Oppenheimer. So.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
No.
It's been a while then.
Yeah.
No, you saw The Creator.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Did not like it. Sorry,
Yeah.
guys. But
Brett did.
Yeah.
What have I seen lately? Nothing new. Like I saw The Game for the first time the other night. And
Never
I just
seen it.
somehow missed
The
it.
one with
Michael Douglas.
Michael Douglas.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
One of those movies, like there's so many movies from that time period where I know them by their cover.
Yeah,
because
it's
they
the
were
puzzle
such,
piece.
like if you've ever gone to a Walmart, there's a lot of movies that you may not have ever seen, but you've just seen them in the bin so many
Oh, so the
times that you
covers,
feel like
yeah.
you've seen it,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Love Actually.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
You've never seen
that's
that?
Absolutely one of those. Deja Vu.
No.
Deja Vu with Denzel Washington was one of those ones where I had seen the cover so many times that I actually felt weird seeing the movie because I had seen the cover like hundreds of times or thousands of times in my life, but had never actually seen the movie. When I finally saw the movie, I'm like, I don't know what I expected, but it was good. But you know, I expected more.
Yeah.
Same with Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then sometimes I like see something that I think was that. Like
Yes.
sometimes I misremember Deja Vu as John Q.
Yes.
And I'm like, wait, no, these scenes are
another movie
yeah.
from
Or
Wait, that was Denzel too, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I get
Or
them
Freedom
crossed.
Writers with
Yeah.
they all had covers that were kind of similar back then.
The
right?
Freedom Writers and the Great Debaters, like those. Like,
Yeah.
they get crossed.
I miss the type of comedy movie posters that were just like a white background.
Yeah.
Or like rom-com.
The 90s, like Kevin Kline movies.
Just blank background.
I rewatched Van Wilder recently.
Oh, no.
Again.
Oh, those are so great.
Well, I've never seen the other ones. I've only seen the first one, but it's Ryan Reynolds, man. He's the exact same person he is now that he was back then. And I loved it. And one of the things that really bummed me out was I had to read this interview with what's the guy who plays Taj? The actor.
Yeah. Cal Penn.
Cal Penn, where he talks about how he didn't want to do the accent, and I'm like, bro, stop ruining my childhood, will you? Like, I get it, like, but it was 2001, and like, I don't know how much you would have actually like
put up a fight against something like that back then. It was just part of the culture.
I don't understand why you wouldn't either, because the point of it wasn't to be like
he was a foreign exchange.
Yeah,
student,
it was
right?
a
Like,
mark of innocence.
Yes.
Like, it was to say like, oh, you don't understand this.
Yeah,
Where if you
exactly.
grew up here, you'd be like, I
It was part of the
completely
story.
understand this.
Right, it was part of the story. He wasn't American at all. He
Yeah.
was Indian in exchange. Like that was the whole point.
Which
So,
explains why
it
he
would make
has
sense.
an innocent view of American
It
culture.
would make sense as to why he had an accent, because he wouldn't make sense if he had an American accent. I don't know why that's.
Which is funny
so
because like they
shocking, but-
played the same trope in Deadpool with
Yeah,
the driver.
Yeah. Right. Right.
And he came back. He got like a
Yeah.
bigger role in the second one. So
He did
everyone
good.
everyone liked
Did
that
good.
guy. He was one of the favorites
Yeah,
from that one.
he did good.
So this is not new, but this is let's look at some of this AI stuff here. So there was the thing about Elliot Page. This was such a depressing story. This is an old story, but the tweet
I never saw it before.
Yeah, this is from like last year. This says Elliot Page reveals his estranged dad engages with hate posts about him online.
He likes the hate posts.
That is tough, dude.
Nice. Hey, I like that.
Why is her dad estranged? Why don't they talk?
So it says in the near 3 years since
like we
Page
just
has become one of
found
the
out.
world's most notable trans people, frequently opening up about their gender journey and reveling in the joy of gender affirming care. Says, quote, "It feels so effing good soaking up the sun now. I never thought I could experience this. The joy I feel in my body. I am so grateful for what gender affirming care has allowed me," he wrote on his Instagram post last month. This is a little bit older.
Good for you.
And it says in the book, he divulges more about his experience of transitioning and reflects on how very different relationships he has with his parents. He writes that he hasn't spoken to his father, Dennis, in 5.5 years and probably won't speak to him again. With Page claiming that his dad engages with those with massive platforms who have attacked and ridiculed me on a global scale.
But after they stopped talking, not before. Or is that the reason why
they
they stopped talking?
it doesn't really articulate
Okay.
when. It says last year, right-wing author Jordan Peterson was banned from Twitter for making derogatory comments about Page's transition, branding the doctor who provided Page with gender-affirming care a criminal physician. When Twitter allowed Peterson to return, he did so by pathetically dead-naming the actor. But yeah, so his dad is engaging in hate posts.
Her dad.
What did I say?
Her dad.
Whatever. Like engaging in hate posts about them.
Yeah, it's like I'm not blaming any individual parent if their kid ends up confused about their gender identity. Like there are tons of parents who aren't complicit in that type of thing, and then there are other parents that specifically push their kids down that path.
Yeah.
Which is obviously gross, but like it doesn't necessarily mean that you did something wrong. It's just like the internet and all of these communities and allies and activists will like bring them into this ideology before you have the chance to do anything about it. But then if he's behaving like this after they've stopped talking and playing into hate posts about his daughter, then maybe he didn't have a good relationship with her in the first place, which didn't exactly help in terms of her, being solid in her identity as a woman. So what does that say about the reasons why people turn to these things?
Yeah. All on the idea of someone changing their entire gender and saying that they never liked their person who they were previously, and all this stuff, all the memories you may have with that person. I'm saying, yeah, that wasn't really me, and I didn't really like that stuff. Is probably, and I don't imagine it's that they just having a difference of opinion like this is really like has not been a discussion before. You know
As
what I mean?
far
it has
as,
to have been a discussion before, so. I don't know. I feel bad to always see a family break up, but like he's just liking hate posts about them. Like
I would like to know what the posts were,
Right.
but it doesn't
Also,
say.
It's not going to help. It's not going to help
Right.
these issues later. I
'Cause it could just be like-
I don't find it beneficial.
As far as the theories about why
lashing out.
women specifically end up identifying as male or like non-binary or whatever, a lot of it is that they have an estranged relationship with their father, or something is broken in their relationship with their father, and they want to become their father, which is like, it's hard to understand from an outside perspective, but I think I kind of get what they're saying with that argument.
Yeah. It says initially when Paige came out as gay, his mother wasn't supportive. I'm just reading the article here. His mother wasn't supportive as a minister's daughter. She allegedly told Paige that homosexuality didn't exist. However, in the years since, she has been on a journey Paige called Inspiring, morphing from homophobia to allyship. I don't want my mom or dad to be an ally. I just want them to be my mom and dad.
Right.
I guess.
Yeah, this is why, what was it, Marlon Wayans?
Yes.
Is getting praised right now for making this whole comedy stand-up special about his kid transitioning called Rainbow Child, and how he had to learn to be an ally and not be ignorant of these issues anymore. And all of these comments were saying, best dad ever, this is what a man should be. All of this is the problem. We're rewarding the wrong behaviors. He's rewarding the wrong behaviors in his child. And then the internet is just piling on praise and adulation because he said the right thing.
Yeah.
So,
and that's how that indoctrination starts with the kids too. So apparently it works on the parents as well. But I also like saying like, oh, this person's liking hate posts. Who's deciding they're hateful? First of all,
right?
I mean, who knows what they really said? I
Is it
don't
just
know.
a news article that you disagree with? Is it something that you're like?
If they think Jordan Peterson is hateful,
if they think
what are
Jordan
they
Peterson
talking
is
about?
right wing,
We got a $20 one from Perryite the Prince saying, Mary, have you ever seen Airplane or Top Secret? Would love to hear your opinion so I can see if you have a good sense of humor. Because as far as I can tell, your sense of humor is your only flaw. I have not seen either of these movies.
You should see Airplane.
You should watch them. Yeah, Airplane's great.
Airplane is great.
That's a legendary movie.
Let's keep it light. That is like a depressing topic. It is funny to use Jordan. Jordan Peterson is kind of like Jordan. I look at Jordan Peterson, Joe Rogan, and Theo Vaughn as litmus tests for how open-minded a person is. I've mentioned this in the show before. Like if you follow Theo Vaughn or Joe Rogan, or Jordan Peterson, you tend to be, at least in my opinion, you're probably more willing to hear points of view that differ from your own.
Damn, I'm a liberal, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to my nail tech last night, and he like mentioned that he listens to Joe Rogan. I was like, okay, we're gonna have a good talk. It was a good 30 minutes.
It's well, that's like most of the people that at least that I've found that criticize Joe Rogan tend to do so from article headlines rather than having actually listened to anything that he has to say.
I'm not even like some kind of Rogan bro. Like I'm not really a Joe Rogan fan.
I haven't really listened since he went to Spotify.
I kind of thought you were, considering you wore all of like the hardcore MMA stuff. I always thought. I always like, wow, you just seem like you'd be a full-on 100% MMA bro. From like the clothing you wore,
I see
the
that.
stuff you like and talk about.
The build.
I just thought, you know,
the fact that I look like
exactly,
an MMA
it's like you look exactly like Joe Rogan. I was like, wow, it's gotta be. No,
I can see how you would have thought that.
I have since you're here. This is you've seen Home Alone, I'm sure, right? Yes. You've seen Home Alone. So this is a question that is often posited as the holiday season comes out. It says the estimated market value of the Home Alone house is $2.2 million today. Let's say a 7.8 rate, 7.8% rate in a 30-year mortgage. The monthly payment is around $16,000. Tell me again, what did Kevin McAllister's dad do to afford this house and a vacation to Paris for 9 people?
Money laundering.
Oh yeah,
and
Enron.
Enron and
I thought this was known. I'm not saying I know. I'm saying I thought it was known that he was like an attorney, like a partner at an attorney.
Then he
law firm or
defended
something.
some bad people in his day.
I didn't even think a lawyer today of any.
A partner in a law firm, right? Like a
partner, yeah.
Yeah, if his name's on the wall, maybe he's got this much money. All I know is like my family was middle class. Like my dad worked for the government. My dad worked for the Army Corps of Engineers. Like we went on like one long vacation that was not to an aunt's or uncle's cabin in Wisconsin. We went to North Carolina, and we couldn't even afford to fly everyone. We had to half the people had to drive and half the people had to fly, and the other half then drove home and the other half flew back. Flying 9 people to Paris on your own dime, you must love your family.
It was pricey, yeah.
It's
and he had the credit card to let Kevin stay at the Plaza Hotel, yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's you know what, we'll just fly back from Paris and go
that
there.
bill wasn't even all that high. If I remember correctly, it was $9,000. I mean, that's a lot of money, but look at that house. He can afford a $9,000 bill. He probably gets a Christmas bonus.
I imagine he gets some type of bonus.
Mid 90s Christmas bonus, probably sitting pretty.
Yeah, like
he's legislation, or he's a lawyer, right?
I don't know. That was just what was in my brain that I thought I had absorbed somewhere at some point.
Like tech world.
My favorite, my favorite thing is there's like when they did the honest trailers for Home Alone, they list him as the dad from Home Alone. That's the name they give him.
That's great.
And that is kind of who he ended up being. The mom is going to be in Argyle this year. She plays Bryce Dallas Howard's mom in that. Hopefully she's like, there's somebody named Kevin in that movie.
Catherine O'Hara?
Yes. I think that sounds right. And like, remember when they removed Trump from the sequel?
Yeah, I know.
In
Part
like
2.
Canada.
Shout out Trump, Part 2.
They got rid of him from the sequel in Canada because Donald Trump is evil.
It was such an innocuous thing. He just is like a normal dude, and it
Also,
just shows how normal of a person he is.
The lady who plays the pigeon lady in the park is the foster mom from Angels in the Outfield.
Brett, I just sent you a fan theory about Home Alone. I don't know if you saw this, Wesley. It says Home Alone is a Christian movie about Kevin finding faith. He starts the movie in a non-praying house, making an evil wish to Santa, an idol.
Where's Ian? We need Ian here right now.
His family to disappear. At first, he enjoys his time without his family, and then he has a yearning in his heart to be reunited with their love. He consults a Santa impersonator asking for help, but comes to realize this is a false god who can't help him. He enters a peaceful, beautiful church where he encounters Old Man Marley, a patriarch who has inspired fear in him in the past. Marley approaches Kevin with pierced hands, asks Kevin if he has been good, and tells him a version of the prodigal son story. Kevin returns from the church changed, makes dinner, and prays to God at home before his final confrontation between good and evil. The home is defending us now, a Christian household. Kevin's victory is not just over the robbers, but his sinful nature, and by conquering that, he's reunited with his family and gets to experience the true meaning of Christmas.
What do you think?
I buy it.
I don't know if I buy this. The whole thing is intentionally made that way, but I definitely agree with the original post that says it's easily one of the most sincere and least irony-poisoned movies ever made. It is no Santa Inc., and that they say is why it's become an enduring classic.
Absolutely.
Because everything is so snarky now.
Santa
everything
Inc.
has to be
was
so
one of the worst things I've
self-aware.
ever seen.
Yes.
Santa Inc. was awful.
And not everything is Santa Inc. bad, but it always has to be like
They're
a big
usually
joke.
bad, like the Christmas with the Cranks and things like that. They're really like mean-spirited.
How do you feel about A Christmas Story?
I like it. I
like
just
that one.
Grew up with it, so I don't know.
The,
I've never.
My favorite thing for Christmas is still the Cheerios ad with Old Man Scrooge.
I don't
Ever seen
remember that.
I'll hold on. I'll see. I feel like I've mentioned this on the show before, but yeah. What do you guys prefer, Home Alone 2 or 1?
2.
2?
Yep.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are of that belief.
Huh. I'm gonna have to rewatch both of them.
Yeah, I like it for multiple reasons. I like the FAO Schwartz kind of thing with the doves and give the doves to your friend and the lady. I like all that.
If I remember correctly, I could be misremembering this. The guy who plays the head of the toy company is also, he plays the owner of the Cubs in Rookie of the Year.
Oh, does he?
I think I could be misremembering that. Here's that commercial I was talking
Oh,
about.
honey and crunchy nut. I said, did you say honey
Oh, I
and
remember that.
nuts?
I wish commercials still looked like
Merry Christmas, Mr. Scrooge.
Yeah, 90s Christmas commercials are on a whole nother level.
I know.
Like
Right.
late 80s
Goated.
through like 95.
this. How far we've fallen.
Life was just better.
I
back
definitely every year go through the like playlists, the YouTube compilations of 90s Christmas, like the Hershey's Kisses.
then. So what you're saying is you go and you watch the Folgers brother and sister ad every
Okay.
year.
Folgers.
No.
I'm gonna make it gross.
But like ads like that were why people have those fond memories of that time of year, because it wasn't filled with snark or mean-spirited sarcasm, which is so popular nowadays. I'll never understand that.
Yeah, for me, it's always been about Mariah Carey. It's all it's just been about Mariah Carey.
Hey,
That's all that matters.
she has turned it into a business model unlike any other.
Yeah, she has. She really has.
She literally likes like I just imagine she wakes up on
like November 1st, and her bank account just goes cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Home Alone 2 or 1?
Is there Home Alone 3?
Yeah.
I like
There is,
Home
and it's
Alone 3.
awful.
I liked
Don't
Home
believe
Alone
Brett.
3. I'm not saying it's a good movie. It's got young Scarlett Johansson in that movie.
What's the most controversial one for me to choose? Home Alone 4. Is there a 4?
I don't
No.
know. I didn't
There
see
is.
the
I'll
4.
do, I'll
3
do, I'll
would
do
be
4.
the most controversial, though.
Really?
I think
Okay,
the
then
new
I'll choose
one
3.
is the most controversial. The one,
Wait,
the
what?
Disney Plus original
Yeah.
that came out
Let's do
last
that one.
year.
I didn't know
know
that
I haven't
happened.
really
With the fat
ever seen
kid.
Disney
Wait,
Plus.
what?
Let's do-
They made a Home Alone with a fat kid?
Yeah.
This sounds like the most controversial
It's the kid from.
I'm doing
It's the
that.
best friend from Jojo Rabbit
one. Oh, okay.
I don't know.
with the glasses.
Why would they do that? Did Disney own the original? The original Home Alone?
I don't remember. I think they acquired it with Fox.
Fox, yeah.
Okay.
Fox purchase. I still think it's the first one for me. I'll always prefer the first one. Also, like there's now all the libertarians have been making memes of Kevin coming home with all the groceries.
Yeah.
It's like
true.
he paid like $9 or something like that
And a gumball.
for all those groceries. Like how did he?
It's kind of
afford that?
a Kill Bill thing. Like I take them both. They're one complete product.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
instead of like, oh, I want this.
Now they're talking about Three Ninjas in the.
Do you like the front of your steak or the back of your steak better? I like the whole steak.
So yeah, guys, and also AI is becoming too powerful. Mary, let's show them what has become of this very famous meme here.
I don't even know how to refer to this.
Hold on.
Okay, everyone is commenting saying this is like so impressive. AI technology is about to take over the world, and I think it looks bad.
It's and then here's the other one. That one doesn't look good at all. Did you see that they met up years later? The people in this meme, like they've like since seen each other.
I thought that was disproven.
Was that disproven? Okay.
It's not actually the
Okay.
same people.
It's not the same people.
Yeah.
See, people are saying it looks like shit. But there's what was the other one? We had the Cardi B one.
Yeah, Cardi B was put in a deep fake scam ad for I don't even know what it was, but they have her at the beginning pregnant, and then she does the voiceover, and she's basically threatening to sue over this. It's basically free money for her.
Yo, it's your girl Cardi, and I'm gonna show you how to put $16,000 in your pocket right
falling
now
for
for
this?
free.
I don't know.
So
I
pay
hear it immediately.
attention. The state's handing out these stacks to every single one of y'all. You don't even
Hold on,
need a
what's the-
job.
I gotta
It's all
figure
part
out
of a
how to-
stimulus
Go to the
style
link.
program
I was
to
seeing
help
these
Americans get
a
back on
lot
their feet.
over
They're
the
sending
past
out
couple
these
weeks.
health spending
Yeah.
cards
On YouTube. The Rock
reloaded
and
with that
Oprah
green
mostly.
every
Joe
single
Rogan.
month. Picture this,
Yes,
your rent
yes, Joe Rogan on Instagram,
Yo,
like
it's your
being like,
girl
"Hey, free
Cardi,
money
and
from
I'ma
the
show you how to
government."
put
Stuff just
There was Mr. Beast
inundated.
ones. There was
Yep.
Mr. Beast ones as well. Yeah.
I guess it's just marketed to the lowest common denominator that's going to fall for it.
Yeah,
but
That's a really nice way to say it.
It's like the Nigerian. It's like the Nigerian prince scam. You know, it's misspelled and done.
This is more
incorrectly, so you
frightening,
just-
though.
But at least with the
If you believe it.
Nigerian prince scams, it's targeting old people who are like senile and like don't know what's like how to use emails.
But now it's targeting boomers.
Now it's
that
not
don't
even
really-
old people. It's just like anyone who's dumb enough.
Did you see the thing where they're selling like fake
Cast a wide
fingers
net.
to wear? So it's like you
Huh?
could like if you commit a crime,
Mm.
you wear the fake finger and then you claim that what you're watching is artificial intelligence, is like something
That's
made
ridiculous.
with AI.
Huh?
Yeah, so you wear a fake finger to
Like-
commit
like
a crime,
you have 7
and then
or
when you
8.
get caught, you got 7 fingers on one hand, and they're like, "It's not real. Look at my finger. Look at my hand in this."
Well, I mean that's great for the
that's crafty.
that's great for like the practical effects industry.
Yes.
I'm gonna bring that back like that in a heartbeat.
I think girls are going to start getting sixth fingers grafted onto their hands so that they can look more
Sweet.
like the ideal AI GFs
Sweet.
that all of these men want.
Absolutely, that's what they'll.
And they're
end up
going to
doing.
get like extra teeth put in their mouth as well.
Wow.
The,
Gonna
Crazy.
make the whole image.
Yeah, that's crazy. We watched Trump. Should we play them the Trump song? They didn't
Yeah,
see
I feel it's warranted.
the people in the chat. I apologize.
It really made my day better.
This is for Serge anyway. Serge will love this. Here we
here
go.
for it.
Disrupt the dawn. Back at it again.
Wow.
This time in the countryside. Shout out Jason Aldean, Morgan Wallen, and Dana White.
Dana White.
I could have just retired in peace. I could have been golfing with my niece. I could have been chilling on the beach. But I got too much love for the streets. Hey, let's make America great for every religion and race. Yeah, men don't have a vagina. The radical left works for China.
Dude.
All I ever wanted for the USA was a good economy for your family. Protect the southern border, make a place that's safe.
He went to the Justin Timberlake School of Rhyming.
Look at San Francisco, take a look at LA. Look at New York City, man, it just ain't the same. We all know the radical left is to blame for weaponizing your religion and race.
It's a bop.
It
really is.
I declare it a
love
bop.
these.
Trump went
we were talking.
Yes.
We were talking.
Better than
Taylor,
try that in a small
like,
town.
Bars, dude. Bars.
About how like the memes of Metallica doing covers is like literally one of the greatest things ever.
And how she can't get a moment's peace because you can't stop.
Yes, I
showing them to
cannot.
her.
Yes, I cannot.
Every time I see one, I post it. And
Any James Hetfield cover is perfect.
yes,
Perfect.
His voice is perfect for it because it's so distinct.
Yes.
Right. It's too good.
Yep. And there's so much like material to draw from that he does everything. And
Yep.
but like there's a bunch of Trump ones, and some of them they're drawing from bad pools of, source material to make it. But as they get better, they're so much fun.
I mean, I love the Maestro Zikos ones of Trump, which don't even really sound a whole ton like him.
Yeah.
But there's one of him doing the Oliver Anthony song.
Oh no, the Hank Hill of that.
Of Oliver Anthony.
Did
Richmond, north of Richmond.
Trump did the. Trump did the.
But it's
the
like,
AI
it
Trump
turns
cover.
it into a pop song rather than.
I think that one was better than the original.
Yes.
The Hank Hill one.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the Hank
Far and
Hill
away,
one.
perfect. But also Plankton doing Godsmack, amazing. He's got that right voice.
How do you feel about the way that these types of things are being made? There's a lot of. It's really funny because a lot of these accounts that do these videos, they go and they have like they'll do like lives and have like ethical discussions about like they won't do it to other artists. They'll only do it to like politicians because it's different than using like a singer's voice to do it. I've watched a couple of them.
Legally it's different because at that point it becomes like a parody, and then parody law protects you. But one of the things you mentioned, you said like Plankton sounds perfect, right? And you said that like Hank Hill sounds perfect because those were recorded in studios on mics actually initially, and that's where those speech patterns that it's drawing from are usually going to be
more flexible,
right? A lot more flexible. So like a lot of the sounds that you hear, like in this cheap Cardi B thing we just watched, where she has been speaking there, you can hear all of like the computer working in the background, if you will call it that. What's really happening is like the different parts of the language model that were used to create that sound had background noise in it that had been bumped up via like the limiters and compressors, so you can hear all this other like
they're all drawing from Trump's like live speeches
that's
off of YouTube, and you got YouTube compression and all of these things that are like, but
but that's the thing. The way that I immediately think about it is like, it's like, of course, like someone like Plankton doing Meshuggah would be good, or Godsmack or whatever, that'd be cool. But like this stuff like AI stuff is like, I was looking into a lot over like the last like weekend or two, in terms of music. It still is like, it's not it's not. I said this a while ago when I was on the show, maybe like last year. It's not like a solve all where you can just click it and it'll just do everything. It's not like images on the internet. It's still not perfect. It's like the 7 fingers and stuff like that. So I don't know. I still think it's funny. That being said, do I still think you should do it? Yeah, you should do it. It's funny if you can find a better source material for like a particular voice.
I don't think we're anywhere close to the singularity.
One of my favorite is still Obama, Trump, and Biden doing "See You Again" by Wiz Khalifa.
That's a really good one.
I never saw that one.
It's so good.
It's really good. It's great art.
Can you show it to us?
I mean, we'll get copied.
Oh, damn it. Okay.
We'll get struck down on that one. But he's like in the beginning, it does the thing where they're all talking. He's like, Donnie, I haven't seen you in days. Like Joe Biden's like, Donnie, I haven't seen you in days, and the song picks up.
Donnie.
It's so
they
good.
call each other Donnie.
Well,
so
see, in my reality,
Barry.
In my reality, all of those guys are friends and hang out. Like,
that's what it's like on like those AI voices where they have them all chatting and playing video games. Them is just like
we
were listening to one
it's so
earlier
great.
in the show.
I love it. It's the best.
There's some great ones.
That gives me hope in today's dystopia. Just
Trump
that.
and Biden. Well, Trump, Biden, and Obama will Trump does speed runs on video games. It's so good. So, Shane H. Wilder says the only 2 Christmas movies I have to watch every year are "It Happened on Fifth Avenue" from 1947 and "The Shop Around the Corner" from 1940. There's something for everyone and a bit of wholesomeness you don't see anymore.
Shop Around the Corner is awesome.
That is the problem, right? The wholesomeness is gone. I also love Miracle on 34th Street. Like a lot of these movies.
You've Got Mail is a remake of Shop Around the Corner.
Die Hard, Christmas movie.
Yeah, true.
Anything's a Christmas movie if you want it to be.
If it happens around the Christmas season, then
I think
it's
there could be little column A, little column B. Christmas movie is about the spirit of Christmas. Christmas movie. Is it happen around Christmas? Still a Christmas movie.
There you go. I'm going to end the
entertainment.
poll so I don't forget today. I asked everyone in the chat, I asked you, please, I said, will PCC outlast Disney? And I'm ending the poll. 60% say yes. We are going to outlive Disney, which is
We're on the up and up. They're on the down and out.
How do you qualify the death of Disney? Is that just they fail or they get bought by Apple?
Let's hope they get bought by Apple.
Oh, I don't want that to happen.
That'd be terrifying.
I don't want that to happen. No.
It would only get worse.
Literally, it's just going to be Apple and Amazon are going to own everything by the time this is done and then everybody can feel bad knowing that, look, I don't want to support the death of the arts, but I need my products delivered in 2 days. Like, I can't give this up. Like, the amount of people...
You can only boycott so many things until you're just homeless and living in a barrel.
Right,
People dunk on like Jeff Bezos all the time, but I drive through small towns out here where they're like getting their Amazon packages in the middle of the day. I'm like, building that infrastructure is insane.
Trump flags and their Confederate flags and everything flying in front of the house
as they get their package.
As they get their
from
Amazon
Bezos.
package.
Yeah, of course.
I'm okay with the contradiction.
There's nothing wrong with that. I have no problem.
Okay,
with that
there was one more. Okay, if we don't get to the super chat soon, we're not going to have time.
Let's go to the super chats.
Okay, fine.
Yep.
Potatoes for Seamus said, happy 400th, Brett, and happy Friday and Merry Kwanzaa. Okay, Kwanzaa is not real.
Kwanzaa's
I'm not
fake.
going to entertain
As
this
an African American,
nonsense.
Kwanzaa's fake. It's not real.
Do you know anything about Kwanzaa? Like, why is that a thing?
It's not real. It started in the 60s by some dude who tried to make an African holiday in America, and it's not real. It's fake.
Got it.
It's fake.
Chief Op Off said, happy quincentennial episode. Love y'all.
Thank you.
That's a new word for us.
Quincentennial. Nice.
What'd you call me?
John. Gross John said, happy 500 PCC. Noise.
Thank you.
It is noise. Pat the Plumber said, conveniently no guests for the reaction videos. SMH. Yeah, this was when we were reacting to older PCC episodes and cringing at ourselves in the past.
The fact that I even showed it knowing how much I hate looking at anything of myself is that's all you get.
It was
Very
painful.
brave.
John Quixote said $1 Canadian per 100 episodes of PCC as per our arrangement.
Okay then.
Okay, thanks.
Quite the
DCNC
arrangement.
said YouTube. DCNC, what?
Oh, he probably wants us to check his YouTube channel.
All right, shout out then. Dreamcast Knight said, you didn't look homeless, Mary. You just looked, you had a cold. Brett, I get you hate listening. I get you. I hate listening to myself on playback. I feel that I sound goofy as well.
Yeah.
Especially when we put it on 2 times speed. The Manic Mustache said, hey gang, late as always. The dueling PCC is freaking me out. My PTSD is flares from my days in radio. Hashtag air checks killed radio.
So I checked out DCNC's YouTube. He's got Cutes of the Week. Brett is bad at parties. Mary goes to California. Taylor learns 304.
Can we see
Wesley's-
Brett is bad at parties?
Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds captivating.
Hold, please.
I want to see that.
It's 11 minutes long. We're not watching this whole thing.
Okay.
We are watching the whole thing.
If I made a bunch of presses like Brett Dasovic is not cool at parties, that'd be bad press.
That's
if Brett wants to go to parties, it'd be accurate because Brett is not cool at parties and no one likes Brett at parties. But it wouldn't.
He's just annoyed that I'm too cool to hang out with him.
I didn't know this happened.
He's annoyed because I'm too cool to hang out with him because I'm better than him. So it's
This
okay.
is crazy
he's
drama.
lashing out because he's angry.
If anyone in the chat is
Necessarily
interested, I've
be
never
the
heard
kind
this
of
before.
person
This
you
is
want
new.
out there. Do you understand what I'm saying, Brett? Because you're bad at parties.
Yes.
Wow.
My favorite
Dude.
part of this is since this happened, there is now a person who goes and leaves a comment every day about something I did at their party that was not good.
Oh, I get it
Yes.
now. I
Yes.
was just seeing those and I was so confused.
Yes.
Just bad at them.
Yes, and we don't like it when you attend them.
He's saying,
Jeez, they were just laying into you. What is this?
It's kind of rude though
it.
to be like invited and then all of your friends and then you're like, no, I won't join for anything. I'm just saying.
I'll tell you why. Okay, so one time I'm walking out of work. Hannah Claire's walking this way. She goes, "Do you want to come hiking this weekend?" I go, "No." And then
That's not a party. That's hiking.
That's the point being that like I don't go and I don't socialize.
Okay,
whatever.
Oh,
Same, bro.
I may have an anecdote about this.
Let it rip.
I'm
Let it
already
rip.
mentioned it. I've
Okay,
already
okay.
mentioned it on the show today that I did not respond
Yep.
to the I forgot and I felt really bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you guys.
That's so alarming every time.
I felt really bad.
No, it's okay. We strongly considered bringing a plate here, but we're like, he's probably not even there.
No, I went skating all day.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said.
went
I bet he's skating
all day,
Yeah.
so it's something. There's a $20 one here from The Rumbling. Said I had to catch up on today's show and was listening at 2 times speed. And Brett does sound like Shapiro since you reviewed at 2 times speed.
Yep.
Velocipaster was a good B movie. Ian went off on Santa on IRL. And then twixt his Santa hate afterwards.
Got it. He needed to let it all out.
He had to let it all out.
Did he really
Okay.
go off? I don't know.
Rockstar podcast.
Oh, there's one more from Tech. I'm sorry. Says, congrats for episode 500. Sorry I missed the show. P.S. Bad Santa is the greatest Christmas movie ever.
It's a good one.
Never seen it.
Never seen it.
Rockstar podcast said Weird Al's cover of Lord's Royals aluminum foil is absolutely amazing. I'm sure it is. Bookstore Thor said, as a 24/7 caregiver, you guys bring joy to my days.
Thank you. Let's do one more, and then I got one more thing I want to show you guys.
Unusable Alpaca said, Brett, did you have braces in those older clips? Sounded like you had a lip lisp or perhaps derpy.
Chip between my 2 front teeth, which is where the lisp came from. I got one more thing that I want to show you guys. This really made me laugh. So it says, OnlyFans star who makes $200,000 a month was shocked when a date expected her to pay a $500 dinner bill. This is the world we're living in.
Come on, boss babe. You can't afford that? So what are you broke?
An
You sound
Australian
broke to me.
OnlyFans star has opened up about an awkward moment during a date where the man expected her to pay. Some say it's the bloke. Others believe it should be
It's
split.
her.
And different people reckon there should be at least a
Blokes.
conversation. Well, it's Unilad.
Blokes.
So reckon there should at least be a conversation about it. Well, that's us. We're having a conversation about it
Is there
right now.
a British tradition about what to do with the bill on dates?
Yeah.
Chivalry, I
It's
guess.
not going
Is it
Dutch.
a chivalry or splits? It's definitely not going Dutch. I don't know.
Annie Knight said that she felt the onus was on her to foot the bill because she's making a killing on the X-rated platform. The 26-year-old who admitted to having, quote, 300 sexual partners in 1 year.
Yeah,
It's this
that's
lady.
the reason we
Yeah.
talked about her. But there was this girl exists to create rage bait headlines about herself being an OnlyFans model and having an entitled attitude and, you know, saying that
What
her
a catch.
lifestyle is healthy.
What a catch.
Literally, all of these OnlyFans models benefit and directly profit from rage bait headlines being made about them. It literally is part of the business model. So she makes these TikToks to get people talking.
It works.
And it feeds into it. It's a whole vicious cycle. So I don't even believe that this happened.
Yeah.
I think this is a
Who
fake
pays?
story that she's just making up to get people angry and
You know
then
what it
get
is?
a bunch of people to go and subscribe
You know who's
to her
gonna
OF.
who's gonna make a killing in the future? Creative writing teachers who are just gonna be like, hire me to help you come up with your fake story to help promote your business.
Right.
Yeah.
Like there's some
Or we're
there's
getting
some
really-
great stories that could be told
Right.
from these things because you can always tell when it's fake, right? It's just
Look,
too polished.
With the teachers that got caught with their OnlyFans and got fired or whatever, I think that they were planning all along for their OnlyFans to be found out because, of course, that would make headlines. And, of course, that would draw a bunch of people to subscribe. I'm sure they make tens of thousands of dollars more a year just because it ended up being a news headline than they would have if they just quit their job as a teacher and went to do OnlyFans full time.
Yeah.
Obviously.
It's a launching
So they
point.
wanted that to happen. That was intentional.
Yeah,
so the
I think
fact
so,
they were cast as the victims in that story, like, oh, poor teachers aren't paid enough, wah, wah, wah. No, it's all about attention. They wanted attention more than money.
I was surprised how many people, when we covered that story, were like, why shouldn't the teachers of children be allowed to
Yeah,
have
because
OnlyFans?
people are just like totally bought into the propaganda that teachers are victims and they should be paid more, despite the fact that the results we're seeing are less literate children who are getting forced through all of these grade levels, not being able to read or write or do basic math. Like,
And then
why would
joining
we pay you more for worse results at your job?
Because union.
Right, exactly.
Because union.
Dissolve that thing.
Yeah,
Stupid.
That I never understood. Like for the teachers needing to be paid more thing. It started off kind of I think noble, and it's just become like in the thing. They're like, well, what do you expect her to do? I'm like, waitress.
You know what
Like,
else?
Literally anything. I don't know.
The cop that got put on leave for having her OnlyFans found out after she pulled over one of her subscribers.
Yep.
No one followed up that headline with cops should be paid more.
Yep.
It was just so we can cast the teachers as the victims, but no one was talking about how the cops aren't paid enough and they're forced into sex work.
Yep.
So just thought I would point that out. Funny little tidbit there.
Funny
That's
how
funny.
funny how that works, right? So yes. All right.
Talk about defund the police.
Let's finish the rest of the super chats, shall we?
Okay, this is funny. Shane H. Wilder said, saw a video of a dude eating Taco Bell for a week and he hated it. Is he even a real man if he can't handle a week of living moss?
Seriously.
I would be happy eating nothing but Taco Bell for a month. I swear I could probably go longer than that.
Nah.
Thoughts?
No.
No.
I could eat Taco Bell for a year.
No.
And
Well, have
that
fun.
maybe then I would be tired of it. But it's like all I want now. I really
could-
want Taco Bell right now.
I could maybe see with Del Taco, maybe.
I've never even had
with
that.
Taco Bell, I don't know. Del Taco, yeah.
Okay, California boy.
It's just West
Taco
Coast.
Bell is the best.
I
Sorry.
don't know how West Coast. I'm gonna look up a map real fast, see how West Coast
Isn't
Del
it
Taco is.
just a West Coast thing?
I don't know.
What's up?
Nothing.
What just happened?
We're good.
I just saw someone walking out. Jacob Edler said 1 star, not enough Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
We'll
sorry
make
about
sure to
that.
remedy that. I'm
We'll
sorry.
fix that tomorrow. We'll cover nothing but Taylor Swift this coming week.
Austin Brown said Mary looks ethereal, thumbs down, back to prison stripes. What?
Oh, in the old video, you were wearing the striped shirt.
I was looking anything but ethereal, buddy. Shane H. Wilder said, I looked and I'm literally the only Amazon review.
Oh.
Well, I don't know. People don't really listen to podcasts on Amazon, right?
so-
like that's not a thing.
Our audience on podcast platforms is split pretty evenly between Spotify and Apple Podcasts.
Yeah.
Less Amazon.
If you listen to a podcast on Amazon Music, you're kind of a sociopath.
Do people use Amazon Music? Imagine. Like I've had YouTube Premium for years. I've never once used YouTube Music.
No. Yeah, that's weird. Yesh said, Mary, now that the dust has settled, what did Alex Stein's crack taste like? It tasted like flour.
Is that what it tasted like?
Yes, it did. I don't know why. I guess that's a special strain of crack.
Yeah.
Unusable Alpaca said, have you seen the movie Assassin Club on Prime? MC is Henry Golding with Sam Neill as his mentor. Basically, assassins versus assassins.
Interesting.
I have not seen that.
Sam Neill in a movie like that. Okay, mentor. That makes sense.
Oh, also, Unusable Alpaca is answering a car question for your girl, Taylor. Regular oil tends to be 3,000 miles versus synthetic oil tends to be 5,000 plus miles between oil changes. Numbers may vary a bit based on the climate you live in.
Yeah.
Got
It's
it.
the big
Got it.
oil change industrial complex trying to get
They
you
don't
in
want you
there
to know the
quicker
truth.
to get you to change your oil more often.
Yeah. Don't change your oil. Just kidding. You should change your oil. Just kidding. Didn't actually say that. I promise.
No, just give the advice. Just say don't change your oil.
Just commit. Yeah,
Just buy a new car every time. Like let it just break and then just buy a new one. Isn't
I
that what
didn't
everybody
change
else?
my oil for a long time and nothing happened. So
There you guys go. There's your proof right there. No, you should change your oil. You really should.
Harriet the Prince, I already read that one. C2 Gaming said, "Hack the planet." The Zoomers in here need to watch this classic, Hackers.
Okay, here's the.
Hackers is awesome.
So, I've been watching this show called Eli Stone, which was a show that Johnny Lee Miller did in like 2008. And his American accent is so distractingly weird. Like, it doesn't sound like any place. It doesn't sound like he doesn't sound like anywhere. He doesn't sound American at all, but he doesn't sound like he's from anywhere else either. He's actually utopian, meaning he's from nowhere. He doesn't exist. It's really, really weird.
Interesting. That means he got better by the time he got on Dexter, then, I suppose. 'Cause that was pretty good.
I don't even remember what he sounded
I think
like.
Americans are better at doing British accents
That
than the
is
other way around.
Not true.
I disagree.
Yeah, that is
not true.
That is not true. That is like patently false. Like,
Okay.
who's
Whatever.
well, actually let's go.
It's an opinion,
Who is an
guys.
American other than
See, opinions can be true or false now that Brett cares about the subject.
Exactly.
Got it.
I'm trying to think of Robert Downey Jr. in Sherlock.
Yeah. No,
In Sherlock Holmes?
That one I don't find that
No, that's
great.
what I'm
I know
saying.
a lot of people say it's good, but for me, I'm like, maybe it's because I know you.
David Anders does a British accent in some of the stuff that he does, which is pretty good.
Who's that?
He's like he was on Alias for a bit. He was on iZombie. He's or maybe his accent, or maybe he is American, and I'm getting that mixed up. But I think he's American.
You're saying English.
He's American, and he
Okay.
can do a good British accent.
Okay.
I could be mixing.
See, the only ones that I can watch without being distracted, and this isn't even a good accent. It's his own accent, which is Johnny Depp. Like when he does it,
Yeah.
it's his own thing, and it's like, you're weird.
Or
like-
Gillian Anderson, her accent is all over the place because she grew up she lived in both America and Britain. So, like, she has like a British accent when she do interviews. I'm like, huh?
Angelina Jolie's done it
Yeah.
a handful of times that it's not very distracting.
Yeah. Or no. So one of the things they point out, they said in the Tomb Raider movie, they said, why is Angelina Jolie doing a British accent and David Craig doing an American accent, and both of them doing it badly?
Yeah,
his accent is really, really
Yep.
bad as an American, and hers is really not all that spectacular as like quasi British.
Yeah.
The Gabby Hasfire said, "Congrats on episode 500. Happy to be a veteran crisis actor. Brett, thanks for the Suits recommendation. Been burning through it. What up, Serge and Wes?"
What up?
If you're a fan of Suits, I recommend checking out all shows from the golden era of the USA Network. I do recommend. Just look up anything from the USA Network from like 2008 to 2012. There was also a show that I really liked that I've been watching with James Woods called Shark with Jerry Ryan, which was only on for 2 seasons, unfortunately. But James Woods is just a masterclass in charisma in that show.
Bucky Ducky said the best soundtrack is Revenge of the Sith.
Interesting.
A lot of people
Is
say
that a soundtrack or a score?
I mean, yeah, it's not really
What do you
a
think I've been
soundtrack.
talking about is as bad as the Arrowverse became, the Blake Neely score for all of those shows is what even made it work in the first place, because it was so intense and so unique, because he has this very synthetic like electronic sound that he's created. It's so good, and there isn't really any other composer. He did the same for Blind Spot and some other shows, but there aren't any other composers that are making anything really like that.
I don't know. I feel like he's kind of leaning into a middle point between like a James Newton Howard and Hans Zimmer with what he's doing.
But on TV, you're not really seeing scores
on
like
TV.
that for television.
No, there are really good composers though for TV, like Kevin Kiner, who did
Ramin Djawadi, who
Yep,
did
yep.
who did the Game of Thrones theme, and he also did the Person of Interest
Westworld.
theme, as well as Westworld. Yeah, he's like, because those are both Jonathan Nolan productions, so he brought Djawadi from his previous work. Really, really good.
But no, there's like what's the Black Panther guy?
Who did the score?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's
Don't look at me.
Why would Serge know?
scores.
He did The Mandalorian too.
I don't know. his
Good for
name.
him.
Wolfgang.
Good for
something
him.
or other.
Congrats. Or sorry that
but
happened.
He does a lot of TV. Bear McCreary does a lot of TV. So there's like some people doing some really cool stuff. Nick Cave as well.
Middle
Wait, from Nick
MAGA.
Cave in the bad seats?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right scores.
Middle MAGA said, shout out on 500. PCC will outlive Disney.
Thank you.
know
Middle
it's
MAGA.
true.
Middle MAGA's been here.
Thank you, Middle MAGA. Bucky Ducky said, just remember we made Amazon what it is.
I mean, yeah, but like,
So did a lot of like subsidizing.
and
What do you
and
mean?
government
Yeah.
and but building out infrastructure and that's true. But I'm just saying it took somebody to come up with the idea and put it into motion and be the business savvy person that was able to make it work.
Disco Jensen said, Die Hard is the only Christmas movie for me.
Nothing wrong with that.
Makes sense.
Bucky Ducky said, here's a few more buckaroos for Taco Bell, Mary.
Well, we're getting to because
Thanks.
Mary's got to go here at 4:45, so we're
about then,
We're
yeah.
about then. We got a couple more here.
Shane H. Wilder said, I just did the Amazon review as a goof to give y'all 5 stars. Well, thanks. That's the only one. Tacti Platy said, I listened to PCC and IRL on Google Podcasts. It's moving to YouTube Music soon. Serge, thanks for uploading. It's best for me to download and listen while commuting.
Yeah, let's like I always
Google
like that.
Podcasts.
Yeah, I have Google Podcasts.
Google Podcasts is a thing.
I don't use it, but I have it on my phone.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, Mary, you gotta sign off like 15 minutes early here today, right? 'Cause you
Yeah,
got,
I can stay for a few more
you got
minutes.
a few more minutes. Yeah.
I have a massive caffeine headache, so
yeah,
I'd like to
You're
get
like, what?
caffeine at some point.
You
if
got
I
a
need to do
flight to catch? And I'm like, yes, I do.
Yeah.
that. Oh, you do? Oh, where are you going? Oh,
Traveling.
I
There's
know,
one
yeah.
more here
Secret.
from
No,
from.
yeah. So didn't mean to dox you. My bad. But yeah.
There's one more here from Bucky Ducky.
I don't see
It
it.
says, sure, Jeff made the company, but we supported it. Yes, that is true. He makes the product.
I'm sorry for party rocking.
Yes.
He also said, Mary, are you trying to look like an emo ghost? It doesn't take much effort. That's just who I am.
Oh, they're guessing where you're going. They're saying you're going on the whatever podcast.
No.
Narnia.
Narnia.
Wrong.
Are you?
Wrong.
Do you want to go back on the whatever podcast?
Probably not.
No?
I feel like it's just
You've done all you needed to do.
not productive anymore for me.
Yeah, true.
Why not?
They don't want to debate anything. They're just
They're just there to flame people. It seems like.
it's like
It feels like, at least.
in all of these street interviews that Matt Walsh did in What is a Woman, he asks people for their opinions on reality, and they're like, oh, well, it's just whatever you want it to be, and like if you think that I'm not real, then I'm not real. And it's like, if most people are walking around in society with a point of view that there's not a reality, what is there to debate about?
Yeah.
That's what it felt like. Like, if you don't actually care enough, you're just a nihilist, how am I supposed to argue about objective truths with you?
I think like for like those types of discussion, it's not even so much that they believe that, it's that the discussion is too in depth for a street interview to even.
But even on whatever podcast where you're sitting there for 4 hours, 5 hours with the intent of getting into in-depth discussions and debates, we never seem to get there. And it's because of their unwillingness to actually be challenged or, or take a stance of their own. They aren't confident enough to take a stance in any way. So I can't argue with you if you don't have an opinion.
Right.
It's just more infuriating than if I were to sit there across from someone who disagrees with me.
Yeah. The when I watch the street interviews where people have those types of discussions where like especially something that's like going up to somebody like in the middle of doing their shopping, it's like, so what do you think about the nature of reality? Like, bro, I got to bring this receipt back. Like I forgot something
Mostly
at
it's
the
like,
store.
what's your body count? Or like, how much should a guy pay for on a date or whatever? It's like,
how much should they pay for on a date, Mary?
Oh, this is like where should you go on the date?
No, what is the appropriate amount to spend on a first date?
I don't think it's a
There's
smart
no actual
question.
amount. Yeah.
There's no.
There's a couple more here from Shane H. Wilder. It says, prayers for safe travels, Mary. Also, if you didn't want to see the live test, maybe take it down from YouTube. LOL. Tell me about it.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
And Serenko Production says, I'm guessing that the secret has something to do with the little company that rhymes with Schmaley Schmeier.
I haven't heard of it.
Shimmy Shelley says happy 500. Best soundtracks are Batman Forever, The Saint, Romeo and Juliet. Ooh, that's one I wouldn't have thought of. Good call. And Snatch. There you go. And also, you looked adorable, Mary. You too, Brett. There you go.
We're just little cuties, pop culture cuties.
Yes. Given Netflix's cuties, I'm going to disavow on that one.
I wanted to forget that word forever.
I'm disavowing that one forever. So, all right, Mary, do you want to let everyone know where they can find you before you go?
I guess it's about time. You can send me validation on Instagram at Mary Archived, or you can send me hate on X or Twitter. That is also Mary Archived. And thank you so much for 500 episodes. This has been a good one.
Yes.
A hit. A classic.
And we will. I'm going to give you. Let's see. I read the 21.
From Derek Fanabecker, I suppose. 20.
I'm sorry, but before you said, even as I was saying that, I'm like, is this a trick name that's supposed to get me to say something bad?
I don't know. 20 Bones for Chalupas. Jeffrey Donovan was awesome in Burn Notice.
Yes, he was. He was also awesome in Sicario and all of his other things. But yes, I am going to give
Sleepers, which I just watched and loved.
I've never seen it.
You got to watch it.
You watch that one?
Yep.
I do want to give you guys some notice. So we will be out of the studio tomorrow and on Thursday. We will be back with a special guest on Friday this week. I know that sucks, but we've got something going on. Just wanted to let you guys know that ahead of time.
We have to go to the BMV.
Yes.
Have fun cleaning out the money.
Yeah, I'm gonna oh great. So I get to edit all of this, put it up, clean up the money. You guys are helping with the money today. Bye, Mary.
Bye,
you guys are helping with the money today. You're helping with the money
That's
today.
fine. I always help with the money when I'm here.
Sarah, you are welcome
during the show.
So do I too.
We have we like literally it's like this is like a pro wrestling match. Sarah's like tagging in now. She's like, okay, I'm here, guys. We got one more from Bucky Ducky. Says goodbye, safe travels. Wish you recover, Shane. Where's Shane? Is Shane not here? Where's Shane? He released a big article today.
He did. He did.
Your what?
Where did I put my hoodie? Is it that black one right there? I may have accidentally knocked it down. Oh, I didn't see it. Thank you.
Hi, Sarah. Welcome back.
Hey.
She has tagged back in to come hang out with us. See, I thought about maybe just ending the show 15 minutes early, but I wouldn't do that to you guys. Not after we're gonna be gone for the next couple of days. So, what'd you do? Would you downstairs go eat something?
Yes, I had lunch, and then I watched the new episode of Cass Castle.
Hey, I didn't even have to plug it myself.
Didn't even have to plug it myself? Well, was it good? You should let everyone know. Was it good or not?
It was very good. It was hilarious.
It's
I
very
genuinely laughed.
different.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different approach. So.
Yeah.
It's the Ron DeSantis clip is really Taylor.
That's not in the episode.
Okay,
That's
but Taylor had
standalone,
us
yeah.
watch the Ron DeSantis clip earlier, which was good. They're now wondering where we're gonna be for the next
I
couple
just
days.
told them we're going to the BMV.
Somebody says I want a 24-hour show. See, I would be willing to do the 24-hour show. I can't guarantee you that I would necessarily make it the whole time, but I would definitely go until I passed out.
Yeah, I was wondering, have you taken any breaks in the last 5 hours?
No.
Oh my goodness.
When I do when I go do like other shows, the difference is like here I usually have an energy drink because there's a difference between like doing it yourself, like where you're hosting, you have to be in charge of push the buttons. If I'm like on other shows, you can just kind of be there and it doesn't really matter if you necessarily have a whole lot to say. I usually do. But I always make sure to only drink like I set like a limit on my water bottle. Like you're not going past here so that you don't have to take the bathroom break while you're doing it. But right now, like today, I actually managed to make it through an entire energy drink, and I'm good. I could go. You go. Like I ain't heard no bell. Like I'm that mean.
24 hour would be cool. Like and maybe take the pressure off yourself if there was a way to plan it to where you were just hosting.
Yes.
And do a big.
You could have
thing.
Serge tap in and push the buttons.
In the chat,
You've just been volunteered.
Captain K 23 says, "How many piss bottles under the desk? Never, none." Okay, so I used to travel a lot for skating. Right? And one of the things is you'd be on the road going from city to city for hours at a time. And yes, there were many people who employed such things. I never did that, but there was a story where an unfortunate bump happened and somebody who was using one spilled some, and that set me off the idea of
ever using such a thing
Yeah.
on the road.
Happens in music too.
Just yeah,
Same thing.
just no. If only Phil were here to ask him, like, Phil, what are your take on piss bottles, huh? Yeah. So somebody has to prove it. I'm sorry, but there's no camera behind here, so I can't actually prove to you that there's no. I can, however, prove that the energy drink is gone.
Yeah, there's energy drinks.
Like,
there's no bottles.
The
I would
energy
guarantee
drink
it.
is gone. So I'm hoping that he says, are we talking cocaine? Like, I don't know if they're talking about me. I'm not. The great thing about being sober is also that, like, back in the day, like, if you're, like, zonked out of your mind, you think you've got more stamina than you do, and then you go off the stuff. Like, I was thinking about, like, I could just go to doing 5-hour energies instead rather than the energy drinks. But back in the day, this would have shown. If you think that me talking now is fast and annoying, holy shit, you would have hated me back in the day. It was awful. Oh, they're saying caffeine is a drug.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
One of the best
an
ones.
acceptable kind of drug.
It's an acceptable drug.
Like,
look, when I
it's one of the best ones.
when I got sober, I was like, look, I'm not giving up soda. I'm not. Screw you. I'm not doing that. Like, I've given up all the fun stuff. I've got nothing fun left.
Is that a thing?
Yeah. I mean, it's good. People should give it up for the most part. Like, that's actually not a horrible thing because it's super bad for you. And I acknowledge that it's super bad for you, but I'm not doing that.
At a certain point, everything is bad for you.
Yep. There's a $50 super chat here from No Diggity 247 says, thanks for the fun this afternoon. Congrats, and wishing you 500 more, and then 500 more, and then 500 more. Well, yeah, by then we'll have outlived Disney.
Yep. Easily.
By that point.
Easily.
And hopefully you guys impressed Tim with your vocal support of the show today. So he will take us. Maybe he had us on the chopping block. And then he decided at the last minute not to do that, right? Like, he's like, okay, I'm not gonna.
I might as well come up for your final episode.
Yeah. Let's see. What do we got? Rest here for super chats. I'm looking for the rest of them here. Somebody says Brett's saying screw the rest of the super chats. I think I got most of them. Shane H. Wilder says he means me. I re-lost my voice this morning. Serenko Productions says, I hope you ladies have a ball on your trip. Wink, wink. Gordon Shumway says, in my opinion, the best soundtrack is the original Crow, Hackers, Spawn, Judgment Night, and SLC Punk. Ooh, SLC Punk is a good one.
That's good.
Is a good one too. The Rumbling says, Brett, you still need to watch PCU movie, Old Hilarious. That was what, Politically Correct University or something like that. I haven't watched that yet. Old hilarious movies. Mary needs to watch. Mary needs to watch is I'm Gonna Get You, Sucka, and Fear of a Black Hat. You should do a live movie review of Lady Ballers. Congrats on 500. One of the things that sucks about, like, what I would love to be able to do is like actual watch parties with stuff that's obviously going to get you copyrighted. Because most of my interesting takes don't come later. I forget all the interesting things. All the interesting things that I actually have to say, I think of like as I'm watching them and analyzing them. So it would be way more fun. And I'm sure people would hate it. It'd just be me watching a movie every 10 minutes, pause it, say something every 10 minutes, pause it, and say something. It would be funny to watch
like
what people would sit through that.
Is that what a director's cut is? Is that what they do during
commentary?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love commentary too as well. That's one of my I've gone back, like I would pay for a streaming service that got the rights to the commentary tracks from all the ones that used to end up on streaming services and stuff like that, because there's a lot of shows that I watch where I'll rewatch it on streaming and then I'll like, damn it, I haven't watched this one without the commentary in years. So yeah. Where do you guys think? Where do they think we're probably going for the? It's not going to whatever. They suggested Mary was going to whatever, and I'm sure they're very mad at us because we're not going to be doing 2 shows the next 2 days. Trust me, I'm sad about that too.
We're getting in line for Turbo Man.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I want to. Did they ever make like Turbo Man dolls to sell?
I'm sure somebody did.
Like a knockoff version of it, right?
Probably some country in the
There's
East.
got to be one.
Like Temu or whatever that place is. You can get
Temu,
it.
yeah, live like a billionaire.
Did you ever see Jingle All the Way?
I did.
Yes.
Yeah. It took me a moment to remember that reference.
I didn't watch like any movies.
Yeah.
I don't know any of them.
The or what are some of the other toys from, or like it's like kind of like how Bill Watterson never made Hobbs dolls for Calvin and Hobbes. He never actually released Hobbes plushies of any sort that you could buy. And then I pointed that out on a stream once. I was like, wow, that's kind of like, it's really artistically significant to say that you don't want to commercialize this way because it gets rid of it ruins the imagination and the magic of the character. And somebody goes, yeah, but now all he'll be remembered for is Calvin peeing on things stickers.
Yeah.
Which became, those are all knockoffs,
True.
but that's like a thing.
I didn't see that movie.
Calvin and Hobbes is a comic strip.
Oh, okay.
It's like the little boy and the tiger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the chat, James Brighter says, my brother had a Turbo Man.
Oh,
nice. There you go.
Very cool.
And we've got...
My dad was Turbo Man, okay?
We are like 3/4 of the way to a 23rd Crisis Party. Are we going to get to 23 for Michael Jordan today?
Do it for me, guys. Yeah.
I would like to see that. That would be cool.
And then once we get there, we get to Jeff Gordon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you want to get to... or was Dale Earnhardt 20...
Dale Earnhardt was number 3.
Yeah.
Number 3 right there.
Thank you. There was 22 right there, guys. I appreciate it. Also, hold on. All right, guys. Before we go, I do. Do you like that?
I love it.
It's Ian doing an impersonation
man.
of Roberto
So funny.
Jr. What we need to do is now get Ian to come on this podcast and do his impersonation of Roberto Jr. while talking about Santa Claus and what his thoughts are on Santa Claus. So that would make sense. We got one more here from Connor Doyle. Says, Brett, you are awesome. Great job today. Post more blading clips, please. Trust me, I post as often as I can. I wish I could get out and skate more. I've had unbelievable issues the last 3 weeks with constant problems with new skates. So I had to eventually give up and go back to the skate that I skated for 18. I used to skate for a company called Razors. And once I left the company, I was like, I haven't skated anything but this brand for years. I'm going to go try a bunch of other different companies. And the last 3 weeks, I've had so many problems with so many different types of skates that I just said, F it. I'm going to go back to something that I know works every single time. So I do post as much as I can. Usually at least once a week because I get out on the weekends the most. I try to skate during the week, but that's usually just at the park outside, and I don't really film all that. That's more just to keep myself from getting fatter than I am. I'd like to stay at this level of fatness. I don't want to get any bigger. So, all right, guys, before we go, I do want to say thank you to each and every one of you who has tuned in today. A lot of you hung on for this entire stream. It does mean the world to me that you guys tune in here and watch this podcast 5 days a week. We would not be here if it wasn't for you guys who take time out of your day to join us, to watch, to listen to us yammer on about pop culture and all the ways it connects to the world. So thank you guys so much for that. I believe that I got all of the super chats. If anybody wants to make that 23rd one happen before we sign out, I would love to see that. Pat the Plumber says, Serge for Prez.
I can't be president.
Yeah, you're not an American citizen. Right?
Yeah, I'm an American citizen. I just was not born in the
born
United States.
Yeah.
Yeah, therefore debarring me from presidency.
Maybe we could.
But thank you. I appreciate the I guess the notion. Yeah.
Maybe we could have you and Arnie run for not American president.
I mean, I would run for Speaker of the House.
There you go.
I could do that.
There you go. All right, I'm going to go around the room here. Wesley, why don't you let everyone know where they can find you, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thank you for having me. You can find me on tonight's Cast Castle. I hope that you'll watch it. We had a shortened production time due to the holidays to make that, so it's a little bit different. It was an idea that we threw around for a while and finally made something out of it. I hope it's I hope it's taken with the manner in which it was presented, but it's a little different. I don't know how many times I could say that, but it's different. Hope you enjoy it. You can find me on Twitter and at Wesley Roth and on Instagram at WARoth00.
That's the first time I've ever seen you actually shout out to Twitter.
Yeah.
Dang. You're growing, man.
Yeah, well, also, one other thing is for a long time, the Cast Castle YouTube was not doing much. That is going to change. We've posted a short. We've got our clips back going up, I think 2 a week right now to catch back up to where we are. And then there are going to be some other announcements coming as well.
Excellent.
So check out our YouTube, share it for us. That we would be thrilled with that. We're just trying to get eyes back on this this show.
All right. We got a couple more super chats here. One from Sorenko Production says, hostage party. A hostage party after a 5-hour show. God help. Mary's not here, so I can say God help me.
Yeah.
Pat the Plumber says, Serge for vice president.
I can't do that either.
You can't do that one either?
No.
Are you sure?
Surge
I
for
don't
dog
think
catcher.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can be anything but except anything that's
local comptroller.
Yeah.
All right. We got a couple more here. One from Shane H. Wilder says, don't thank me. I didn't effing do ish. I didn't do effing ish. Well, we
You
thank
are
you anyways
unthanked.
because Shane H. Wilder has been one of the meme lords on this show for a very, very long time.
yes.
Serge, why don't you let everyone know where they can find you, man?
You guys can find me anywhere on the internet, serge.com, DOTCOM. I have music coming out. I don't have enough figured out to like get that announced properly yet, but it's coming. It takes a long time to produce records. It takes like 10 months, so it's happening. That's all I'll say about it right now. You can find me on Twitter. I'd like to argue with you there, and yeah, that's about it. Thanks for having me.
I have to point out. Jared Getz in the chat says, "Homie got some of the best alley-oop topsails in the game." That is a friend of mine. Hello, Jeremy. Thank you for joining us today. Sarah, where can they find you?
Yeah, check us out on castbrew.com. Buy our coffee. You can follow us on Twitter at castbrewcoffee. We're on Instagram, castbrew_coffee.
Perfect. I'm going to just hang out here until we get that 23rd Crisis Party. We're like just very right by it.
It's just going to be Brett alone.
It's literally been 5 hours is however long I have to wait really all that much. I have to like edit all of this after and get done. My days already the day's already long. Who is going to be the one to make it happen? I'm waiting for it. No? Nobody? I'll do the outro. Somebody better. I thought they were going to hostage party, but they're not hostage partying.
Nah.
All right, guys. Then if we're not going to do the 23rd Crisis Party, then we are going to sign out for the day. I want to, again, thank you to all of you who have joined us today. Please remember, Pop Culture Crisis is normally here 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is noon Pacific. This week we'll be back on Friday. We got a couple here at the very end. Disco Jensen says, party? Shane H. Wilder says, boom, party. Pat the Plumber says, let's go. We'll be making Let's Go merch very, very soon. Now they're saying on to 24. So yes, Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, noon Pacific. Amazon Music, Apple Podcasts, Pandora, and Spotify. If you would like to listen rather than watch the show, we got another one here. $20 from Unknown says, just for you, Brett. See, they love me. They really love me. They don't hate me. That's a good thing. We did get that 23rd Crisis Party. So what it is I think we're going to do it as a post-credit scene today. I do love the post-credit scene. So Monday through Friday, most weeks, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, noon Pacific, Amazon Music, Apple Podcasts, Pandora, and Spotify. If you would like to listen rather than watch, remember, we will be back on Friday with a special guest. If you'd like to follow the show on social media, we are on Twix at PopCulture_show, Facebook and TikTok at Pop Culture Crisis, Instagram at Pop Culture Crisis Pod. Guys, they're saying I'm talking slower now. They're saying hostage party. I'm not seeing anything coming up. Guys, we'll be back with another episode on Friday. Thank you so much. We'll see you then. Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Scared you. Later, bitches. See you guys on Friday.